बेटा दिस इज द फुल सिलेबस ऑफ इकोनोमेट्रिक्स रिविजन. जस्ट डू दिस बिफोर योर एग्जाम एंड इट शुड बी इनफ. एक बार ध्यान से देख लेते हैं. आई एम ऑल्सो गोइंग टू प्रोवाइड द लिंक ऑफ दीज नोट्स टू यू. यू कैन गो अहेड एंड एक्सेस दीज नोट्स ऑल्सो, ताकि आप इमीडिएट रिविजन कर पाओ. तो जस्ट एग्जाम से पहले क्विकली आपको ये सब कुछ रिवाइज करना होगा एंड दिस शुड बी इनफ. ठीक है बेटा, पेज 1 को स्किप कर दो, नॉट रिक्वायर्ड. 2 स्किप कर दो, जरूरत नहीं है. आई विल जस्ट टेल यू कहाँ से आपको आना है. दिस इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड, नॉट रिक्वायर्ड, नीचे आ जाओ. एंड सिंपली गो अहेड. नीचे नीचे, नॉट रिक्वायर्ड, नॉट रिक्वायर्ड. यू कैन सिंपली गो अहेड एंड कम टू चैप्टर नंबर 2. चैप्टर 2 से आपको रिवाइज करना है. ओके जल्दी से मेरे साथ वी विल रिवाइज द एंटायर थिंग टुगेदर. सबसे पहले बेटा समझ लेते हैं कोरिलेशन कोएफिशिएंट क्या होता है. कोरिलेशन कोएफिशिएंट आर को बोलते हैं. आर -1 से 1 के बीच में होता है और ये हमें लीनियर रिलेशनशिप बताता है. ये हमें लीनियर रिलेशनशिप बताता है. तो अगर y और x का रिलेशन ऐसा है तो दे आर पॉजिटिवली रिलेटेड, और अगर ऐसा है तो दे आर नेगेटिवली रिलेटेड. नॉन लीनियर रिलेशंस को डिटेक्ट नहीं करता. तो अगर y इज इक्वल टू एक्स स्क्वायर होगा तो नो रिलेशन कह देंगे हम इसे. देयर इज नो रिलेशन. ठीक है बेटा, इन नोट से आप इस फॉर्मूला को एक बार क्विकली रिवाइज करेंगे. और उसके बाद r का वैल्यू -1 से 1 के बीच में होता है. पॉजिटिव कोरिलेशन मतलब पॉजिटिवली रिलेटेड, नेगेटिव कोरिलेशन मतलब नेगेटिवली रिलेटेड. नो कोरिलेशन मतलब या तो कोरिलेशन नहीं है, या फिर एटलीस्ट हम ये बोल सकते हैं, वी कैन गो अहेड एंड से कि लीनियर कोरिलेशन नहीं है. ठीक है, जब तक आपका कोरिलेशन 0.8 से ज्यादा होता है उसको हम स्ट्रॉन्ग कोरिलेशन बोलते हैं. ये कुछ प्रॉपर्टीज हैं सिंपल कोरिलेशन कोएफिशिएंट की. 0 मतलब नो लीनियर कोरिलेशन, +1 या -1 मतलब परफेक्ट नेगेटिव और परफेक्ट पॉजिटिव कोरिलेशन. जितना ज्यादा क्लोज होगा +1 या -1 के, रिलेशनशिप उतना ही स्ट्रॉन्ग है. रिलेशनशिप की जो स्ट्रेंथ है वो साइन पर इट डज नॉट डिपेंड ऑन साइन. वो साइन पर डिपेंड नहीं करती है. ओके बेटा, वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, दिस कैन कम एज ट्रू फॉल. कोरिलेशन कोएफिशिएंट इज यूनिट चेंज इन वन वेरिएबल रिजल्ट्स इन कांस्टेंट चेंज इन द अदर वेरिएबल. ठीक है, अब ये देख लो, ये पॉजिटिव रिलेशन, नेगेटिव, नो रिलेशन. अब नीचे आ जाते हैं बेटा. अगेन दिस फॉर्मूला इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. इन दोनों फॉर्मूलाज को आप रिवाइज करेंगे. यू विल गो अहेड एंड रिवाइज दीज फॉर्मूलाज. उसके बाद लेट अस गो अहेड एंड रैंक कोरिलेशन का नॉट रिक्वायर्ड, आप इसको स्किप कर दोगे. नाउ लेट अस गो अहेड एंड कम टू द नेक्स्ट टॉपिक, सिंपल लीनियर रिग्रेशन मॉडल. यहां पर ये बात बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है समझनी कि जब हम y इज इक्वल टू β1 प्लस β2 x प्लस ui बोलते हैं, तो ये वाला जो हमारा पार्ट होता है दिस इज कॉल्ड एज डिटर्मिनिस्टिक कॉम्पोनेंट. और ये वाला जो हमारा पार्ट होता है दिस इज नोन एज स्टोकेस्टिक कॉम्पोनेंट या रैंडम कॉम्पोनेंट. ठीक है, स्टोकेस्टिक और रैंडम कॉम्पोनेंट. ठीक है, ये बात फिर से समझ लेना. इट कैन कम इन ट्रू फॉल्स स्टेटमेंट. ट्रू फॉल्स में ये आ जाता है दैट रिग्रेशन एंड कॉजेशन दो अलग बातें हैं. कॉजेशन यूजुअली थ्योरेटिकली कोई कॉजल रिलेशनशिप है कि एक की वजह से दूसरा हो रहा है. रिग्रेशन स्टैटिस्टिकल रिलेशनशिप है और उसका कॉजेशन से कोई रिलेशन नहीं है. सो रीड दिस. इसको एक बार रिवाइज करेंगे, क्विक रिविजन रिक्वायर्ड. ठीक है बेटा, कम टू द टर्मिनोलॉजीज. ये सारा टर्मिनोलॉजीज हैं. डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल को एक्सप्लेन, प्रेडिक्टेंट, रिग्रेसेंट, रिस्पॉन्स, एंडोजेनस भी बोलते हैं. प्लीज प्लीज जब आप ये वीडियो देख रहे हो तो गो थ्रू द नोट साइमल्टेनियसली. इन नोट्स को अपने मोबाइल में डाउनलोड करो एंड जस्ट रीड दीज नोट्स ऑल्सो. बेटा एक्सप्लेनेटरी वेरिएबल को इंडिपेंडेंट, प्रेडिक्टर, रिग्रेसर, स्टिमुलस, एक्सोजेनस भी बोलते हैं. देयर आर मल्टीपल काइंड ऑफ डेटा. टाइम सीरीज डेटा जो टाइम टू टाइम जाता है फॉर वन वेरिएबल. क्रॉस सेक्शनल जो बहुत सारे वेरिएबल्स के लिए होता है. जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल अगर मैं आपको एक ही पर्सन का इनकम, कंजम्पशन एंड देन इन्वेस्टमेंट, उसका सब कुछ दे दूं, सो आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट डिफरेंट वेरिएबल्स बट सेम पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम. पूल्ड इज क्रॉस सेक्शनल प्लस टाइम सीरीज. ठीक है, नाउ यू कैन स्किप दिस. ये पहले हम स्टैट्स में यूज करते थे, नॉट रिक्वायर्ड. अब हम नीचे आ जाते हैं थोड़ा सा एंड वी विल गो अहेड एंड वी विल टॉक अबाउट दिस. तो ये बात याद रखनी है कि हम जब भी अपने रिग्रेशन इक्वेशन की बात करते हैं या लाइन की बात करते हैं, ये लाइन हमेशा कंडीशनल मीन के थ्रू पास करती है. तो इस लाइन का जो इक्वेशन हो जाता है वो हो जाता है e ऑफ y गिवन x इज इक्वल टू β1 प्लस β2 x. e ऑफ y गिवन x इज इक्वल टू β1 प्लस β2 x. ठीक है बेटा, फिर ये हमारा एक पॉपुलेशन रिग्रेशन फंक्शन होता है जिसको हम ऐसे लिख देते हैं, विदाउट एरर टर्म लिखते हैं तो फंक्शन होता है, लाइन होती है, विद एरर टर्म लिख देते हैं तो रिग्रेशन इक्वेशन बन जाती है। अच्छा, एक बात यहाँ पे याद रखना कि अगर पॉपुलेशन डिस्पोजल में ना हो, सिंस पॉपुलेशन इज नॉट एट डिस्पोजल, तो हम हमेशा सैंपल के साथ काम करते हैं। सैंपल की इक्वेशन हो जाती है yi इज इक्वल टू β1 हैट प्लस β2 हैट xi प्लस ei। तो ये वाले पार्ट को हम बोल देते हैं yi हैट, और ये काउंटर पार्ट होता है सैंपल वाला e ऑफ y गिवन xi के, ये पॉपुलेशन का है। e ऑफ y गिवन xi पॉपुलेशन का है, yi हैट सैंपल का है। yi हैट हो जाता है β1 हैट प्लस β2 हैट xi प्लस ei, ये yi हो गया। और सैंपल में हम लिख देंगे yi इज इक्वल टू e ऑफ y गिवन xi प्लस ui। e ऑफ y गिवन xi होता है β1 प्लस β2 xi प्लस ui, इसको हम yi बोल देते हैं। ये पॉपुलेशन रिग्रेशन इक्वेशन है मेरा, ये सैंपल रिग्रेशन इक्वेशन है। ठीक है बेटा, तो ये वाला पार्ट हमारा यहाँ पे क्लियर हो गया। अच्छा, अब अगर हम थोड़ा सा आगे चले इक्वेशन को देखने के लिए, तो ये हमारे जैसे जैसे हम सैंपल चेंज करते जाते हैं तो हमारा जो सैंपल रिग्रेशन इक्वेशन आता है वो भी चेंज होता जाता है। इट ऑल्सो कीप्स ऑन चेंजिंग। बेटा वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, ये रीजंस हैं कि एरर क्यों होता है। द रीजंस फॉर एरर, अगर मैंने कोई वेरिएबल को नहीं इंक्लूड किया, जैसे अगर मैं बोलूं कि हमारी एग्रीकल्चर की प्रोडक्टिविटी जो है वो रेनफॉल और फर्टिलाइजर पे डिपेंड करती है, और मैंने फर्टिलाइजर को इंक्लूड नहीं किया, तो देन इट विल बी ओमिशन ऑफ वेरिएबल, जिसकी वजह से एरर आएगा। द सेकेंड इज रैंडम बिहेवियर, अरे मैं लोगों के डेटा के साथ काम कर रही हूँ, रैंडमनेस रहेगी। तीसरा आ जाता है इनकरेक्ट स्पेसिफिकेशन फॉर्म, मुझे यूज करना था लॉग लॉग मॉडल और मैंने यूज कर दिया लिन लॉग मॉडल, तो ये गलत हो गया। जो नेक्स्ट आएगा बेटा वो आएगा एरर ऑफ एग्रीगेशन। कभी कभी जब हम चीजों को इकट्ठा करके एक साथ एक डेटा सेट में डालते हैं तो एरर हो जाता है। एरर ऑफ मेजरमेंट, कभी कभी हम जैसे किलोमीटर को हम सेंटीमीटर में कन्वर्ट कर रहे थे तो कोई हम मेजरमेंट इशू भी कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, हमेशा याद रखना कि जब भी हम लीनियरिटी की बात करते हैं इट इज ऑलवेज लीनियर इन पैरामीटर। लीनियर इन वेरिएबल हमें नहीं चाहिए, हमें लीनियर इन पैरामीटर चाहिए। तो अगर हम इस इक्वेशन की बात करें तो ये इक्वेशन लीनियर इन पैरामीटर तो है बट वेरिएबल में नहीं है। बट इकोनोमेट्रिक्स में हम हमेशा लीनियरिटी इन पैरामीटर की ही बात करेंगे। वी विल ऑलवेज टॉक अबाउट लीनियरिटी इन पैरामीटर। बेटा ये एजम्पशंस ऑफ ऑर्डिनरी लीस्ट स्क्वायर है, इससे कोई ना कोई हमारा ट्रू फॉल्स स्टेटमेंट आता ही आता है। सो इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि आप इसको ध्यान से देखो। पहला एजम्पशन है एरर टर्म्स का जो मीन होगा वो 0 होगा। फिर उसके बाद जो हमारा वेरिएंस है वो कांस्टेंट है, मतलब होमोस्केडास्टिक मॉडल है। फिर एरर टर्म्स नॉर्मली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड है। एरर टर्म्स एक दूसरे से इंडिपेंडेंट है, उनके बीच में कोई भी रिलेशनशिप नहीं है। कोवेरियंस बिटवीन ui uj 0 होगा। x की वैल्यूज फिक्स्ड है, माने दे आर फिक्स्ड इन नेचर। फिक्स्ड मतलब नॉन स्टोकेस्टिक है, फिक्स्ड वैल्यूज हैं xi की। एंड u जो है वो इंडिपेंडेंट है। हाँ, द कोवेरियंस बिटवीन u एंड x इज 0, u और x रिलेटेड नहीं है एक दूसरे से। और उसके बाद हमारा जो रिग्रेशन मॉडल है वो करेक्टली स्पेसिफाइड है, और जो हमारे एक्सेस हैं वो वेरी नहीं करने चाहिए। दीज आर सम ऑफ द assumptions ऑफ द ऑर्डिनरी लीस्ट स्क्वायर। इसको अच्छे से आप रिवाइज करोगे, एवरीवन विल रिवाइज दिस। ठीक है, ओके। इसके बाद हम बात करते हैं ओएलएस करता क्या है। ओएलएस का काम है समेशन EI स्क्वायर को मिनिमाइज करना। तो जब हम ओएलएस को समेशन EI स्क्वायर को मिनिमाइज करते हैं तो हमारे पास दो नॉर्मल इक्वेशंस निकल के आती हैं। पहली नॉर्मल इक्वेशन हो जाती है y बार इज इक्वल टू β1 हैट प्लस β2 हैट x बार, और दूसरा नॉर्मल इक्वेशन निकल के आता है समेशन yi xi इज इक्वल टू β1 समेशन xi प्लस β2 समेशन xi स्क्वायर। इन दोनों को हम नॉर्मल इक्वेशन बोलते हैं। तो यहाँ पे यही बताया गया बेटा कि हमने अपने समेशन ui हैट स्क्वायर को मिनिमाइज किया विद रिस्पेक्ट टू β1 एंड β2। जब हमने मिनिमाइज किया और इक्वेट टू 0 किया तो ये नॉर्मल इक्वेशन 1 आ गई और ये नॉर्मल इक्वेशन 2 आ गई। जब हम इन दोनों नॉर्मल इक्वेशन को साइमल्टेनियसली सॉल्व करते हैं, एक साथ सॉल्व करते हैं, तो हमें β1 हैट और β2 हैट की वैल्यूज मिल जाती हैं। वो वैल्यूज ये रही, रिवाइज क्विकली रिवाइज बेटा, वो रही ये वैल्यूज ये हैं। तो ये रही मेरी β2 हैट और ये रही β1 हैट। ठीक है। इंटरप्रिटेशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है इनकी। तो अगर मैं बोल दूं कि y इज इक्वल टू β1 प्लस β2 xi, तो β2 बताता है कि y ऑन एन एवरेज कितने यूनिट से चेंज होगा जब x 1 यूनिट से चेंज होगा। when x will change by 1 unit, तो on an average by how much will y change, y कितने से चेंज होगा। ठीक है। और β1 बताता है कि अगर x 0 है तो y की एवरेज वैल्यू β1 है। रिवाइज रिवाइज ठीक है। अच्छा ठीक है। अब ये कुछ न्यूमेरिकल प्रॉपर्टीज हैं बेटा। अगेन इसमें से एक ट्रू फॉल्स बनता है, तो इन स्टेटमेंट्स को आप बहुत ध्यान से अच्छे से पढ़ लो। ये जो बीटाज हैं ये पॉइंट एस्टिमेटर हैं। पॉइंट एस्टिमेटर का मतलब ये है कि ये एक वैल्यू दे रहे हैं बीटा की, मतलब β1 पॉपुलेशन की वैल्यू है और इसके कॉरेस्पॉन्डिंग हमें एक वैल्यू मिल रही है सैंपल से β1 हैट, है ना। तो ये एक फिक्स्ड 1 वैल्यू दे रहे हैं, तो इनको हम पॉइंट एस्टिमेटर बोलते हैं। रिग्रेशन इक्वेशन मीन वैल्यू से पास करती है, बहुत बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है। कैन कम एज ट्रू फॉल्स। जो हमारा y हैट दैट मींस प्रिडिक्टेड y का मीन होता है और एक्चुअल y का मीन होता है, वो दोनों ही इक्वल होते हैं। रेसिडुअल्स का मीन 0 होता है। ये बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स हैं कि y हैट को मैं β2 हैट स्मॉल xi भी लिख सकती हूँ। रेसिडुअल्स जो होते हैं वो y की प्रिडिक्टेड वैल्यू के साथ अनरिलेटेड होते हैं। इट विल डेफिनेटली कम एज अ ट्रू फॉल्स स्टेटमेंट बेटा, प्लीज रिवाइज। If I will find the correlation between ui hat and yi hat, it will be 0. इसकी रिवीजन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। रेसिडुअल टर्म्स आर अनकोरिलेटेड विद प्रिडिक्टेड y एंड रेसिडुअल टर्म्स आर अनकोरिलेटेड विद x। कैन कम इन एग्जाम। ठीक है बेटा, ये फॉर्मूला शीट में भी मैंने आपको दिया था, वेरिएंस ऑफ β2 हैट, स्टैंडर्ड एरर, β1 हैट एंड सिग्मा हैट स्क्वायर का फॉर्मूला। रिवाइज करो इसे। उसके बाद हम थोड़ा सा आगे आ जाते हैं। इसके बाद हम बात करते हैं स्टैंडर्ड एरर ऑफ रिग्रेशन। स्टैंडर्ड एरर ऑफ रिग्रेशन जो होता है उसे समेशन yi माइनस वाई बार होल स्क्वायर बाय n माइनस 1 अंडर रूट बोला जाता है। दिस इज कॉल्ड एज स्टैंडर्ड एरर ऑफ रिग्रेशन। ये रहा बेटा, रिवाइज रिवाइज। ठीक है बेटा, दिस विल अगेन कम इन एग्जाम। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, ये कल के ट्रू फॉल्स में आ सकता है। सो यू विल गो अहेड एंड रिवाइज दिस। द वेरिएंस β2 हैट इज डायरेक्टली प्रोपोर्शनल टू सिग्मा स्क्वायर। यही इसी के फॉर्मूला से आपको समझ में आ जाएगा। वेरिएंस जो है डायरेक्टली रिलेटेड है सिग्मा स्क्वायर से और इनडायरेक्टली और इनवर्सली समेशन xi स्क्वायर से। तो यही ये पॉइंटर्स दिए हुए हैं। रिवाइज रिवाइज बेटा। ठीक है। अच्छा, न्यूमेरिकल एग्जाम्पल आई एम लीविंग अप टू यू। यू विल बी गिवन दिस पीडीएफ। ये पीडीएफ आपके पास है, रिवाइज इट। गॉस मार्कव थ्योरम पे देते हैं बेटा। गॉस मार्कव थ्योरम ये बोलता है कि आपके जो एस्टिमेटर्स निकल के आएंगे वो ब्लू होंगे। बेस्ट लीनियर अनबायस्ड एफिशिएंट एस्टिमेटर। लीनियर मींस कि वो y का लीनियर फंक्शन होंगे, लीनियर फंक्शन ऑफ y। अनबायस्ड मींस जब हम इनकी एक्सपेक्टेड वैल्यू निकालेंगे तो वो पॉपुलेशन के बराबर होगा। और एफिशिएंट मींस कि इनका जो वेरिएंस होगा वो मिनिमम होगा। अब हम रिग्रेशन थ्रू ओरिजिन का बात करेंगे। रिग्रेशन थ्रू ओरिजिन में हम हमेशा रॉ वैल्यूज लेते हैं, राइट। और रिग्रेशन थ्रू ओरिजिन में देखो यहाँ पे, क्योंकि सिग्मा स्क्वायर का जो फॉर्मूला है वो समेशन ei स्क्वायर बाय n माइनस के है, तो रिग्रेशन थ्रू ओरिजिन में सिर्फ एक ही पैरामीटर है, इसलिए सिग्मा स्क्वायर का फॉर्मूला समेशन ei स्क्वायर अपॉन n माइनस 1 हो जाता है। ठीक है बेटा, अगेन ट्रू फॉल्स के लिए कॉमन क्वेश्चन दैट कैन बी आस्क्ड इन एग्जाम, तो इसको ध्यान से रिवाइज कर लेना। अब हम थोड़ा सा आगे आते हैं। आर स्क्वायर को बोला जाता है कोएफिशिएंट ऑफ डिटरमिनेशन। क्या बोलते हैं? कोरिलेशन नहीं, वो आर था। आर स्क्वायर इज कोएफिशिएंट ऑफ डिटरमिनेशन और कोएफिशिएंट ऑफ डिटरमिनेशन हो जाता है बेटा गुडनेस ऑफ फिट। गुडनेस ऑफ फिट, ये इसका इंटरप्रिटेशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। इट टेल्स परसेंटेज ऑफ टोटल वेरिएशन ऑफ डिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल दैट कैन बी एक्सप्लेन्ड बाय इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल। तो अगर आर स्क्वायर 89 है 0.89, तो हम बोलेंगे 89% ऑफ वेरिएशन इन y is due to variation in x or can be explained due to variation in x। ठीक है बेटा। अच्छा, यहाँ पे इसको देखो, ये इक्वेशन बोल रही है कि TSS इज इक्वल टू ESS प्लस RSS। यहाँ पे ये वाला जो पार्ट है दिस इज माई TSS, ये वाला जो पार्ट है दिस इज माई ESS और ये वाला जो पार्ट है दिस इज माई RSS। यही चीज आई हैव एक्सप्लेन्ड हियर। हमारा जो आर स्क्वायर होता है इट इज ESS बाई TSS, और इसी को हम 1 माइनस RSS बाई TSS भी लिख देते हैं। तो दिस इज व्हाट आई हैव रिटन हियर। ये आर स्क्वायर के अलग अलग फॉर्मूलाज हैं, प्लीज रिवाइज। सुबह ही मैंने आपको फॉर्मूला शीट में भी ये करवाए हैं, आई हैव आल्सो डन इट इन फॉर्मूला शीट। दिस विल कम इन एग्जाम 150%, तो रिवाइज दिस, इट विल कम इन एग्जाम, ये वाला फॉर्मूला, ठीक है। दीज आर द टू प्रॉपर्टीज ऑफ आर स्क्वायर। ये नॉन नेगेटिव होता है और 0 से 1 के बीच में होता है। आर स्क्वायर का जब हम अंडर रूट निकालते हैं तो वो हमें आर देता है, आर को कोएफिशिएंट ऑफ कोरिलेशन बोला जाता है। ये उसकी प्रॉपर्टीज हैं, ये कोएफिशिएंट ऑफ कोरिलेशन की प्रॉपर्टी हैं। ये हमेशा सिर्फ लीनियर रिलेशन ही दिखाता है, नॉन लीनियर रिलेशन से इसका कोई मतलब नहीं है। ओके, अब थोड़ा सा आगे आते हैं। अब हम सिग्निफिकेंस की बात करेंगे। अगर हमें कभी भी हाइपोथेसिस टेस्टिंग करनी है तो उसके लिए बहुत जरूरी है कि हम बीटास को एज्यूम करें कि वो नॉर्मली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड है। अगर बीटास नॉर्मली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड नहीं होंगे तो हम हाइपोथेसिस टेस्टिंग नहीं कर पाएंगे। बीटास y का लीनियर फंक्शन है और y एरर पे डिपेंडेंट है, तो अगर हम ये एज्यूम करें कि नॉर्मली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड एरर है तो y भी नॉर्मली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड होगा और बीटास भी नॉर्मली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड होंगे। बीटास भी नॉर्मली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड होंगे। इज दिस क्लियर बेटा? ओके, आई होप आई एम नॉट गोइंग सो फास्ट। आई नीड टू जस्ट गिव यू एंटायर ब्रीफ जो आप रिविजन में यूज कर पाओ। बेटा बीटा इज नॉर्मली डिस्ट्रीब्यूटेड, ये जेड टेस्ट है बीटा का, और जब भी हम जेड टेस्ट करते हैं तो फॉर्मूला हो जाता है बीटा टू हैट माइनस पॉपुलेशन वैल्यू अपॉन द स्टैंडर्ड एरर ऑफ बीटा टू हैट। बेटा ये कॉन्फिडेंस इंटरवल है। कॉन्फिडेंस इंटरवल की ये इंटरप्रिटेशन रीड, इट विल कम इन एग्जाम फॉर श्योर टुमारो। रीड 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 मेनी टाइम्स। कॉन्फिडेंस इंटरवल का क्या मतलब है? आई हैव डन दिस इन ट्रू फॉल्स स्टेटमेंट। ये चीज मैंने ऑलरेडी डाली है इन द क्वेश्चन सेक्शन ऑफ द यूट्यूब चैनल। अगर आप रिकॉर्डेड सेक्शन ऑफ यूट्यूब चैनल पे जाओगे वीडियो सेक्शन में तो यू विल गेट अ क्वेश्चन ऑन दिस। मैंने ये एक्सप्लेन किया है, प्लीज रीड दिस, दिस विल कम इन एग्जाम, कल आएगा एग्जाम में, ठीक है। ठीक है बेटा, कॉन्फिडेंस इंटरवल ऐसे निकालते हैं। तो अगर मुझे बीटा 1 का कॉन्फिडेंस इंटरवल निकालना है तो इट विल बी बीटा 1 हैट माइनस स्टैंडर्ड एरर इनटू टी वैल्यू, बीटा 1 हैट प्लस स्टैंडर्ड एरर इनटू टी वैल्यू। इफ इट इज अ लार्ज पॉपुलेशन तो हम z यूज करेंगे, इफ इट इज अ स्मॉल पॉपुलेशन तो हम t यूज करेंगे। t का डिग्री ऑफ फ्रीडम n माइनस k रहेगा, ठीक है। ओके ओके ओके, टी डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के साथ सेम चीज रिवाइज करनी है। जस्ट रीड इट रीड इट रीड इट बेटा, लीविंग इट टू यू, लीव इट, आपको खुद से करना, नॉट लीव इट, लीविंग इट टू यू, आप रिवाइज करना, हाँ ठीक है। अब हम कॉन्फिडेंस इंटरवल सिग्मा स्क्वायर की बात कर लेते हैं। इट कैन कम इन एग्जाम, प्लीज रिवाइज इट। अगर हमें सिग्मा स्क्वायर का कॉन्फिडेंस इंटरवल बनाना है तो उसके लिए काई स्क्वायर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन यूज होता है और उसका जो हमारा इंटरवल रहता है सिग्मा स्क्वायर लाइज बिटवीन n माइनस के इनटू सिग्मा हैट स्क्वायर जो सैंपल का वैल्यू है डिवाइडेड बाय काई स्क्वायर वैल्यू, डिवाइडेड बाय काई स्क्वायर वैल्यू। काई स्क्वायर में दो वैल्यूज निकलती है, एक लो टेल एक हाई टेल। तो यहाँ पे हम ये लेते हैं अल्फा बाय 2 और यहाँ पे हम 1 माइनस अल्फा बाय 2 लेते हैं। आई होप यू नो दिस, ये आपका स्टैट्स का लास्ट सेम से आया है, स्टैट्स क्लास से आ रहा है कि काई स्क्वायर टेबल से कैसे रीड करते हैं। बट दिस इज हाउ यू कैन गो अहेड एंड अंडरस्टैंड दिस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, ठीक है। ओके बेटा, ये हाइपोथेसिस टेस्टिंग है, ये टू टेल हो गया। तो अगर एग्जाम में कोई आपको बोले चेक दैट बीटा 2 इज सिग्निफिकेंट और नॉट, तो ये टू टेल होगा। चेक दैट बीटा 2 इज पॉजिटिव ग्रेटर देन 0, तो ये वन टेल होगा। तो आपको टू टेल और वन टेल दोनों टेस्ट पता होने चाहिए। वन टेल में आप टी का वैल्यू भी वन टेल का लोगे और टू टेल में आप टी का वैल्यू भी टू टेल का कंपेयर करने के लिए लोगे। सो जस्ट रिमेंबर दिस, ठीक है। ओके बेटा, सो दिस इज योर एग्जाम्पल। अब हम एक वो कर लेते हैं कि इफ टी कैलकुलेटेड आपका टी टेबल से ज्यादा आएगा सो यू विल रिजेक्ट नल इन फेवर ऑफ ऑल्टरनेटिव, और इस केस में आप बोलोगे दैट योर बीटास आर सिग्निफिकेंट। बीटास क्या हो जाएंगे इस केस में? सिग्निफिकेंट, ठीक है। ठीक है, ये रूल ऑफ थंब है, इट कैन बी आस्क्ड इन एग्जाम बेटा। हम डायरेक्टली कभी कभी क्या करते हैं, अगर हमें टेबल से वैल्यूज नहीं निकालने को आती या टेबल नहीं गिवन होता, तो हम डायरेक्टली 2 से कंपेयर कर लेते हैं। तो हम एज्यूम करते हैं कि टेबल की वैल्यू 2 है और हम अपनी कैलकुलेटेड वैल्यू को 2 से कंपेयर कर लेते हैं। इसके लिए बस एक ही चीज चाहिए कि हम 5% लेवल ऑफ सिग्निफिकेंस पे हो और सैंपल साइज मोर देन डिग्रीज ऑफ फ्रीडम मतलब n-k मोर देन 20 हो, तो हम सीधा 2 से ही कंपेयर कर लेते हैं। दिस इज नोन एज the 2T, this is known as 2T rule of thumb। मल्टीपल रिग्रेशन पे आ जाओ बेटा। मल्टीपल रिग्रेशन में इंटरप्रिटेशन पढ़ लेना, इनको हम पार्शियल रिग्रेशन कोएफिशिएंट्स बोलते हैं। पार्शियल रिग्रेशन कोएफिशिएंट्स में बस ये बात याद रखनी है कि ये बता रहा है हाउ y चेंजेस एज x2 चेंजेस होल्डिंग x3 कांस्टेंट। ऐसे ये बता रहा है हाउ y चेंजेस ऑन एन एवरेज व्हेन x3 चेंजेस होल्डिंग x2 कांस्टेंट। रीड दिस आउट। जब हम मल्टीपल रिग्रेशन मॉडल पे आते हैं तो हमारी एजम्पशंस में एक एक्स्ट्रा एजम्पशन ऐड हो जाती है, दैट मींस नो लीनियर रिलेशनशिप। तो हम नो मल्टीकोलिनियरिटी की भी बात करते हैं। ओके बेटा, यहां पे ये बताया गया है कि अगर मल्टीकोलिनियरिटी होगी तो क्या होगा। तो सपोज मैं कहती हूं कि y इज इक्वल टू β1 प्लस β2 x2 प्लस β3 x3 प्लस ui, और मैंने बोल दिया कि x3 इज 2x2 और यहाँ पे 2x2 से रिप्लेस कर दिया, तो आप देखोगे कि मेरा मॉडल मल्टीपल से सिर्फ सिंगल लीनियर रिग्रेशन मॉडल हो गया। और ये वाला जो वैल्यू निकल के आया, इसको मैंने कुछ एक नया अल्फा बना दिया। तो नाउ आई विल बी एबल टू गो अहेड एंड इंटरप्रेट बीटा एंड अल्फा, पर मैं वापस β1 β2 β3 नहीं निकाल पाऊंगी। एंड दिस इज द प्रॉब्लम विद मल्टीपल लीनियर रिग्रेशन मॉडल। जस्ट रीड इट आउट, ठीक है। ये आपकी नॉर्मल इक्वेशंस हैं जब आप मल्टीपल रिग्रेशन मॉडल में होते हो, और उन नॉर्मल इक्वेशंस को सॉल्व करके आपके पास β1 हैट β2 हैट एंड β3 हैट आ जाता है। दिस इज कॉल्ड योर आर स्क्वायर बेटा। आर स्क्वायर अब बताता है जॉइंट सिग्निफिकेंस। तो अब ये बताएगा, तो अगर आर स्क्वायर 0.89 है तो बताएगा कि 89% ऑफ वेरिएशन इन y कैन बी जॉइंटली एक्सप्लेन्ड by x2 and x3 together। ठीक है, x2 और x3 मिलकर कितना एक्सप्लेन कर सकते हैं। ओके बेटा, ये आपके वेरिएंट्स हैं रिवाइज। नीचे आ जाते हैं, लेट्स गो फॉरवर्ड। और अब हम बात करेंगे आर स्क्वायर के फॉर्मूला की। तो आर स्क्वायर को हम ESS बाय TSS लिख देते हैं, और ESS का ये भी फॉर्मूला है जब हम सिंगल वेरिएबल के साथ करते हैं, और मल्टीपल या 2 वेरिएबल्स के साथ करते हैं तो ESS का ये फॉर्मूला है। एक और चीज है जो हमें समझनी होगी कि जैसे जैसे हम वेरिएबल्स बढ़ाते जाते हैं, मतलब 2 वेरिएबल से 3 वेरिएबल से 4 से 5 पे आते हैं, तो आर स्क्वायर हमेशा ही बढ़ता जाता है। तो हमें कैसे पता कि कौन सा मॉडल करेक्ट मॉडल है और कहाँ पे रुकना है। तो इसके लिए हम आर बार स्क्वायर चेक करते हैं, और जिस भी मॉडल के आगे जाने पे आर बार स्क्वायर डिक्लाइन करता है, माने सपोज हियर आर बार स्क्वायर इज 0.89 और यहाँ पे आर बार स्क्वायर 0.84 हो गया, डिक्लाइन कर गया, वी विल स्टॉप विद दैट मेनी वेरिएबल्स, वहीं पे हम रुक जाएंगे। सो एडजस्टेड आर स्क्वायर डिग्रीज ऑफ फ्रीडम को कंसिडर करता है। ये एडजस्टेड आर स्क्वायर के फॉर्मूलाज हैं, और एडजस्टेड आर स्क्वायर हमेशा आर स्क्वायर से कम होता है गिवन की के 1 से ज्यादा हो, नंबर ऑफ पैरामीटर्स 1 से ज्यादा हो, और एडजस्टेड आर स्क्वायर नेगेटिव भी हो सकता है, जिस केस में आप उसको 0 की तरह इंटरप्रेट करोगे। ओके बेटा, ये आपके फिर से फॉर्मूलाज हैं। ये वाला पार्ट इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड, लीव। ये बस 3 फॉर्मूलाज याद करने हैं। मैट्रिक्स वाला आप छोड़ सकते हो, इट इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड। ये सिर्फ चीजों को आसान करने के लिए बताया गया है, बट इट्स नॉट रिक्वायर्ड फॉर यू, ठीक है। अब हम हाइपोथेसिस टेस्टिंग मल्टीपल रिग्रेशन मॉडल की बात करते हैं। तो 2 तरीके की टेस्टिंग आ जाती है, एक सिंगल टेस्टिंग हो जाती है और इंडिविजुअल टेस्टिंग, और एक जॉइंट टेस्टिंग हो जाती है। इंडिविजुअल टेस्टिंग में हम टी टेस्ट यूज करते हैं, जिसमें हम बीटास की इंडिविजुअल सिग्निफिकेंस को टेस्ट करते हैं, जैसे यहाँ पर। और जॉइंट टेस्टिंग में हम एफ टेस्ट यूज करते हैं ओवरऑल सिग्निफिकेंस के लिए, जिसमें हमारा नल होता है कि बोथ बीटाज आर 0। और जॉइंट टेस्टिंग में हम एनोवा फॉर्म करते हैं, जिसमें हम एफ टेस्ट का यूज करते हैं। एफ टेस्ट में हमारा फॉर्मूला रहता है ESS डिवाइडेड बाय k-1 अपॉन RSS डिवाइडेड बाय n-k। ये हमारा एफ टेस्ट का फॉर्मूला है। ये भी एफ टेस्ट का फॉर्मूला है, यू कैन गो अहेड एंड यूज एनी ऑफ दीज। ठीक है, ये आपका एनोवा टेबल है, रिवाइज। ठीक है बेटा, ओके। एफ टेस्ट के बाद हम आगे आते हैं, व्हाट इफ वी वांट टू गो अहेड एंड वी वांट टू चेक द वेरिएंस बिटवीन द टू वेरिएबल, बिटवीन द टू सैंपल्स, या अगर हमें ये चेक करना है कि दो पॉपुलेशन वेरिएंसेस से दो सैंपल्स निकल रहे हैं, उनका वेरिएंस सेम होगा या नहीं, तो देन ऑल्सो वी यूज एफ टेस्ट। दिस इज नॉट रिक्वायर्ड फॉर योर सिलेबस, यू कैन लीव दिस पार्ट। ये इट वॉज देयर अर्लियर, बट अब हमें करने की जरूरत नहीं है। बेटा एफ टेस्ट और आर स्क्वायर का रिलेशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। कभी कभी हम एफ टेस्ट को आर स्क्वायर के थ्रू करते हैं, एग्जाम में सिर्फ आर स्क्वायर की वैल्यू दी होती है और जॉइंट सिग्निफिकेंस टेस्ट करनी होती है, तो इन दैट केस एफ का जो फॉर्मूला होता है वो ये बन जाता है। ठीक है, ओके, ये उसका एनोवा टेबल है, ये मैंने आपको सुबह का फॉर्मूला शीट में भी प्रोवाइड किया था। बेटा अब हम डमी वेरिएबल पे आते हैं, तो जब हम डमी वेरिएबल की बात करते हैं, सीधा डमी वेरिएबल पे आ जाओ। ये हमारा डमी वेरिएबल मॉडल है। डमी वेरिएबल की जब भी हम बात करेंगे, थोड़ा एक मिनट, तो डमी वेरिएबल की जब भी हम बात करेंगे आपको सिर्फ ओपन करना सीखना है, विच इज वेरी सिंपल। जैसे D2I बोल रहा है 1 इफ नॉर्थ ईस्ट 0 अदरवाइज, तो अगर मैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट का निकाल रही होंगी तो मैं यहाँ पे 1 लगा दूंगी। D3I बोल रहा है 1 इफ स्टेट इन साउथ, तो अगर मैं स्टेट का साउथ स्टेट का कर रही होंगी तो यहाँ पे भी आई विल पुट 1। तो ये β3 हो जाएगा, ये β2 हो जाएगा, ये β1 हो जाएगा, ये y हो जाएगा, ये UI हो जाएगा। तो ये पूरी जो वैल्यू आएगी एवरेज सैलरी, ये किसकी हो जाएगी? नॉर्थ ईस्ट प्लस रीजन साउथ की। अगर मैं यहाँ पे 0 करती तो रीजन नॉर्थ हो जाता या कोई और रीजन हो जाता, जो भी बाकी रीजन वो मान रहे हैं। और यहाँ पर क्योंकि 1 था तो ये नॉर्थ ईस्ट सेंट्रल ही रहता। तो दिस इज हाउ यू कैन गो अहेड एंड यू कैन इंटरप्रेट द डमी वेरिएबल्स। यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा हम आगे आते हैं, ये कुछ कॉजन है डमी वेरिएबल के। आपको मेक श्योर करना है कि आप डमी वेरिएबल ट्रैप में ना पड़ो। डमी वेरिएबल ट्रैप में कब नहीं होगे? जब आप डमीज जो इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे हो वो एक लेस डमी इंट्रोड्यूस करोगे देन द कैटेगरीज। ठीक है, उसके बाद हम यहाँ पे बात करते हैं कि जो कैटेगरी को हम स्किप करते हैं, जैसे मैंने लिखा जेंडर इज इक्वल टू 1 इफ मेल 0 इफ फीमेल, तो जो हमने कैटेगरी को 0 बोला उसको हम बेस या बेंचमार्क कैटेगरी भी बोलते हैं। फिर जो डमी वेरिएबल्स का डिफरेंस आता है उसको डिफरेंशियल इंटरसेप्ट कोएफिशिएंट बोलते हैं। जैसे अगर मैंने बोला y इज इक्वल टू β1 प्लस β2 D2I प्लस β3 xi, और मैंने बोल दिया कि D2I इज इक्वल टू 1 इफ मेल 0 इफ फीमेल, तो मेल्स की इक्वेशन बन जाएगी y इज इक्वल टू β1 प्लस β2 प्लस β3 xi, और फीमेल की बन जाएगी y इज इक्वल टू β1 प्लस β3 xi। तो ये जो हमारा β2 होगा इसको हम डिफरेंशियल इंटरसेप्ट कोएफिशिएंट बोलेंगे, डिफरेंशियल इंटरसेप्ट कोएफिशिएंट। ठीक है, फिर हम बात कर लेते हैं कि क्या होगा अगर दो क्वालिटेटिव वेरिएबल हैं। बेटा ये बहुत सिंपल है, कुछ नहीं किया है, डमीज में सिर्फ वंस एंड जीरोस प्लग इन किए हैं। तो एक एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे सपोज मैं आपको बोलूं कि मैरिड नॉन साउथ रीजन के बंदे की सैलरी बताओ, तो व्हाट विल यू से? मैरिड मींस D2I विल बी 1। ठीक है, तो ये हो गया 8.8148 प्लस 1.0997, और नॉन साउथ मतलब ये 0 हो जाएगा, तो यहाँ पे हमने 0 लगा दिया, तो दिस विल बी 8.8148 प्लस 1.0997। ऐसे जिसकी निकालनी है, मैरिड प्लस साउथ की निकालनी है, तो हम यहाँ 1 लगा देते एंड इनटू ये वाला वैल्यू है ना, एंड अकॉर्डिंगली वी वुड हैव गॉट द आंसर। तो दिस इज व्हाट द डमी वेरिएबल मॉडल इज। उसके बाद हम एनकोवा मॉडल पे आते हैं। एनकोवा मॉडल वो मॉडल है जिसमें एक्स की प्रेजेंस हो, जैसे ये तो सिर्फ एक नंबर आ रहा है, यहाँ पे कोई एक्स ही नहीं है, तो दिस इज एनोवा मॉडल। बट अगर एक्स प्रेजेंट होता है तो दैट इज कॉल्ड एज एनकोवा मॉडल। तो ये हमारा एनकोवा मॉडल है क्योंकि इसमें एक्स की भी प्रेजेंस है। ठीक है, इसी में बेटा देयर इज ऑल्सो एन एडिशन ऑफ द इंटरैक्शन टर्म, उसको प्लीज फॉर्मूला शीट से रिवाइज कर लेना, दैट आई प्रोवाइडेड इन द मॉर्निंग। ठीक है, अब आगे आते हैं और हम बात करते हैं मल्टी कोलिनियरिटी की। तो मल्टी कोलिनियरिटी मीन्स कि हमारे जो एक्स वेरिएबल्स हैं x2 एंड x3 आए, इनमें कोई रिलेशनशिप है, लीनियर रिलेशनशिप एग्जिस्ट करता है। ठीक है, अगर परफेक्ट लीनियर रिलेशन है, जैसे x3 is 2x2 आए, तो इसको परफेक्ट मल्टी कोलिनियरिटी बोलते हैं। इस केस में हम कोई OLS रन नहीं कर सकते, कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते। बट अगर इम्परफेक्ट रिलेशन है, मतलब प्लस सम एरर टर्म, तो हम इसे इम्परफेक्ट मल्टी कोलिनियरिटी बोलते हैं, और इस केस में हम रिग्रेशन मॉडल रन कर सकते हैं। ठीक है, अब बेटा सोर्सेस क्या है मल्टी कोलिनियरिटी के, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, एग्जाम में आ सकता है, और कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस भी एग्जाम में आ सकते हैं। तो कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस क्या है कि अभी भी वो ब्लू रहेगा, बट वेरिएंस बहुत बढ़ जाएगा। और दूसरा कॉन्सिक्वेंस क्या है कि जो टी रेशियो है वो इनसिग्निफिकेंट हो जाएगा, मतलब इंडिविजुअली बेटा जो होंगे हमारे वो इनसिग्निफिकेंट होंगे, और जॉइंटली वो दिखेंगे कि वो सिग्निफिकेंट है ना। तो जब हम एफ टेस्ट करेंगे तो सिग्निफिकेंट आएगा, जब हम टी टेस्ट करेंगे तो इनसिग्निफिकेंट आएगा। तो ये मल्टी कोलिनियरिटी है। ठीक है, तो लार्ज वेरिएंस हो जाएंगे। फिर हमने यहाँ पे VIF की बात की है कि VIF के थ्रू भी हम मल्टी कोलिनियरिटी को डिटेक्ट कर सकते हैं। ठीक है बेटा, तो टी रेशियोज इनसिग्निफिकेंट हो जाएंगे, कॉन्फिडेंस इंटरवल्स बढ़ जाएंगे, क्योंकि वेरिएंस बढ़ गया ना, और जो हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस इंटरवल है वो वेरिएंस से अफेक्ट होता है। तो जब वेरिएंस बढ़ेगा स्टैंडर्ड एरर बढ़ेगा, स्टैंडर्ड एरर बढ़ेगा तो कॉन्फिडेंस इंटरवल भी बढ़ जाएगा। अब ये है हमारा डिटेक्शन ऑफ मल्टी कोलिनियरिटी, अगेन इंपॉर्टेंट इन एग्जाम, इसको रिवाइज कर लेना। अगर हमारा R² हाई है, मतलब जॉइंटली सिग्निफिकेंट है, बट टी लो है, तो ये हमारा हो गया मल्टी कोलिनियरिटी। अगर हमारे पेयर वाइज कोरिलेशन हाई आ रहे हैं, मतलब मैंने x2 और x3 के बीच में कोरिलेशन निकाला और वो हाई है, तो हाँ वो तो कोलिनियर हो ही है ना। और अगर मेरा VIF हाई आ रहा है, वेरिएंस इन्फ्लेशनरी फैक्टर, तो भी हाई मल्टी कोलिनियरिटी एग्जिस्ट करेगी। वेरिएंस इन्फ्लेशनरी फैक्टर को इन पर्टिकुलर हम 10 से कंपेयर करते हैं, वी कंपेयर इट विद 10। ठीक है बेटा, ये कुछ रेमेडीज हैं, या तो कुछ भी मत करो या कुछ ये सब करके देख लो। तो दीज आर सम ऑफ द रूल ऑफ थम्स, इंपॉर्टेंट। क्या क्या कर सकते हो, क्रॉस सेक्शनल और टाइम सीरीज डेटा को कंबाइन कर दो, वेरिएबल को ड्रॉप करने का सोचो, x2 और x3 में रिलेशन है ना, एक हटा दो, वेरिएबल्स को ट्रांसफॉर्म करने का सोचो, लॉग लॉग मॉडल यूज करने की कोशिश करो, या फिर वेरिएबल्स को क्या करो ना, एक लैग फॉर्म में ले आओ, एक साल पुराने में लेके आओ, और फिर इन दोनों का डिफरेंस निकाल के फर्स्ट डिफरेंस इक्वेशन को यूज करो। राइट, सो दिस विल सॉल्व द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ मल्टीकोलिनियरिटी। डेटा सेट में और इंफॉर्मेशन ऐड करने की जरूरत करो। ठीक है, फिर हम बात करते हैं हेटेरोस्केडास्टिसिटी की। हेटेरोस्केडास्टिसिटी कब एग्जिस्ट करता है, जब वेरिएंस जो है वो चेंज होता रहता है और कांस्टेंट नहीं होता। ये है बेटा सोर्सेज ऑफ हेटेरोस्केडास्टिसिटी, अगेन इंपॉर्टेंट फ्रॉम एग्जाम पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, प्लीज इसको एक बार पढ़ लो। तभी भी हेटेरोस्केडास्टिसिटी एग्जिस्ट कर सकती है अगर आप एक इंपॉर्टेंट वेरिएबल को स्किप कर दो, अगर कोई आउटलायर डेटा है, मतलब सारी इनकम लोगों की 100 से 2000 के बीच में थी, एकदम से अंबानी की इनकम ऐड कर दी, है ना, तो आउटलायर हो गया, तभी भी हो सकता है। उसके बाद जैसे जैसे आप अपनी डेटा को अलग अलग तरीके के लोगों में इंक्लूड करते हो, वैसे वैसे हेटेरोस्केडास्टिसिटी का प्रॉब्लम भी आ सकता है। हेटेरोस्केडास्टिसिटी के अंदर हम बेसिकली GLS यूज करते हैं। GLS को बोला जाता है जनरलाइज्ड लीस्ट स्क्वायर। हम कोशिश करते हैं कि हम थ्रू आउट वेरिएंस के अंडर रूट, दैट मीन्स स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन से डिवाइड कर दें, ताकि जो हमारे पास न्यू मॉडल आए वो होमोस्केडास्टिक मॉडल हो। ठीक है, अब बेटा यहां पर कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस क्या रहते हैं, अब ये इनएफिशिएंट हो जाएंगे, दे विल बिकम इनएफिशिएंट, बायस्ड भी हो जाएंगे, और जो हमारी प्रिडिक्शन है वो भी ठीक नहीं रहेगी। बेटा ये है कि किस तरीके से हम हेटेरोस्केडास्टिसिटी को मेजर डिटेक्ट कर सकते हैं। बहुत सिंपल है, या तो आप एक बेसिकली डेटा देख के जान जाओ कि अच्छा मैंने बहुत अलग अलग तरीके के लोगों को डेटा को लिया है, तो हेटेरोस्केडास्टिसिटी हो सकती है। दूसरा आप क्या कर सकते हो, आप एरर UI² को प्लॉट करके देख सकते हो, और देख सकते हो कि क्या ये इंक्रीज हो रहा है जैसे जैसे डेटा इंक्रीज हो रहा है। अगर ये गैप इंक्रीज हो रहा है मतलब ये हेटेरोस्केडास्टिक है, तो ग्राफिकल अप्रोच यूज कर सकते हो। इसकी रेमेडीज क्या रहेंगी, रेमेडी इस पे डिपेंड करेगी कि क्या आपको सिग्मा स्क्वायर नोन है या अननोन है। अगर सिग्मा स्क्वायर नोन है तो आप सिंपली वेटेड लीस्ट स्क्वायर मेथड या जनरलाइज्ड लीस्ट स्क्वायर मेथड यूज कर लोगे। अगर सिग्मा स्क्वायर अननोन है तो आप देखोगे कि सिग्मा स्क्वायर जो हमारा ई एक्सपेक्टेड वैल्यू ऑफ यूआई स्क्वायर है वो किससे प्रोपोर्शनल है। तो इफ इट इज प्रोपोर्शनल टू सिग्मा स्क्वायर एक्सआई स्क्वायर तो आप सिग्मा, इसका अंडर रूट आ जाएगा सिग्मा एक्सआई, तो मतलब आप थ्रू आउट एक्सआई से डिवाइड कर दोगे और जो मॉडल आएगा वो होमोस्केडास्टिक हो जाएगा। सिमिलरली अगर आपका डेटा सेट सिग्मा स्क्वायर एक्स से प्रोपोर्शनल है तो इसका अंडर रूट हो जाता है सिग्मा रूट एक्स, तो आप रूट एक्स से थ्रू आउट डिवाइड कर दोगे डेटा को और जो डेटा आएगा फाइनली वो होमोस्केडास्टिक हो जाएगा। ठीक है, तो जैसे यहां पर, ठीक है। फिर अगर वो सिग्मा स्क्वायर ई वाई स्क्वायर से प्रोपोर्शनल है तो ई वाई से डिवाइड कर दोगे और होमोस्केडास्टिक हो जाएगा। ठीक है, फिर कभी कभी हम लॉग ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन करते हैं तो भी हम होमोस्केडास्टिसिटी की तरफ पहुंच जाते हैं। सो दिस इज the end of this revision beta. I hope that you find this revision useful and do go ahead and revise it before your final exam. Okay beta, thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Today we will go ahead and discuss the Indian Eco part of this IIT entrance exam. The first question that we have is basically, it can be considered as part of Indian economics and it can also be considered as part of, your macroeconomics. I just wanted to kind of go ahead and tell you about all the deficits. So we will take this question. So it says, which of the following indicates true fiscal position of the Indian economy? And you're given revenue deficit, capital deficit, current account deficit, and primary deficit. Let's read through all the different kind of deficits that exist in India. The first deficit that we have is called budget deficit. Now, what is the budget deficit? A budget deficit is basically total expenditure minus total receipt. When I say total expenditure, it includes all the expenditure. Revenue include karo, capital include karo, all kind of expenditures together. Total expense of the government, that is called total expenditure. Similarly, total receipt means anything that comes to the government, whether it comes even through debt, even when the government borrows, money is coming in, right? So whenever money comes into the government, in any form, it is total receipt. It will be included in total receipt. So budget deficit, which is the first aspect, is total expenditure minus total receipt. The second one that you have is called revenue deficit. Now, what is revenue deficit? Revenue expenditure or revenue receipts, they are not related to any asset or liability. So neither any asset is being created nor any asset is being reduced. Neither any liability is being created nor any liability is being reduced. Such are called revenue expenditures or receipt. Just for example, when you pay salary to a government employee, it's my expenditure, but I am not creating an asset. But when I buy a building, then that's also my expenditure, but I am creating an asset. So when I say, all these where no asset is being created, no liability is being changed. Just when I go ahead and I increase my borrowing, this is capital in nature because you're creating a liability. But when you go ahead and you maybe just collect money on toll bridge, no asset or liability is involved. So anything where no asset or liability is involved, such expenditures and receipts are revenue in nature, and that deals with revenue deficit. Fiscal deficit is same as budget. If you notice, it is very, very similar. Total expenditure minus total receipt, but we don't include borrowings. So all receipts of the government other than borrowing, if I am not including the borrowings of the government, then that is fiscal deficit in nature. Then if I go ahead and I look at the next one, if I go ahead and I look at the next one is primary deficit. Primary deficit is fiscal deficit minus interest payment. So I am not even including the interest that I am paying on any kind of debt. That is my primary deficit. So which means that mainly this deficit is used for purpose other than paying interest on the borrowing. It in a way gives me the true way that my economy looks. It gives me a true picture of my economy. That's the primary deficit. So the next is effective revenue deficit. What is effective revenue deficit? It is revenue deficit. Jo upar pada, same revenue deficit, but minus the grants for creation of capital asset. जो ग्रांट इसलिए दिया गया है कि इससे एक कैपिटल एसेट क्रिएट होगा, अभी हुआ नहीं है. No asset or liability has been created. तो अभी के लिए I can just think this is my revenue, but it is for that purpose. It is for creating an asset. No asset has been created yet, but that grant is for creation of capital asset. If I subtract that, I will get effective revenue deficit, right? So revenue deficit minus the grant for creation of capital asset, that becomes effective revenue deficit. And finally, we have something which is known as a monetized fiscal deficit. What is monetized fiscal deficit? The part of fiscal deficit which is covered by borrowing. Monetization क्या होता है? Monetization is printing of notes. So I understand that in a way it's in your age, right? I've created my notes. Now that part of the deficit which I want to go ahead and I want to finance through these borrowings, by borrowing money from the central bank, by creating notes, by monetizing the debt, that is called monetized fiscal deficit. So these are the main deficits that one must know, these 6 deficits. Of course, I will share these notes with you, but just for now, you should know these 6 deficits. Now, on the basis of that, we understand that the question is asking the true fiscal position. So fiscal position to fiscal deficit ही बता दे. But true fiscal position तब पता चलेगी when we reduce the interest payment. जब हम interest को include ना करें, that will give me a true, position of my economy. So the answer to this question should be primary deficit. It gives me a true position of my economy. Let's go to the next question. So the next question, it is asking which amendment to the Constitution has provided constitutional status to the rural and urban local bodies in India? The answer is 73rd and 74th Amendment. What I have done is I have written all the important amendments that I think are important from any exam perspective. I'll just quickly take you through those amendments first and try to see for yourself, try to memorize these as we go. And at the same time, I will share these notes, of course, with you. So the first is First Amendment. This came in 1951. Actually, if you notice, every year there is an amendment, right? This is what I noticed. 1951 First Amendment, 1952 Second, 1969 Amendment. So there were amendments which happened very often. Now, the First Amendment was the one where because we just got independence and we had to deal with the backward class, the socially backward class. We wanted to make a special provision for them. We wanted to make sure that their interests are heard in our economy. So the First Amendment was to give this special provision to socially and backward classes. Then we had the Second Amendment. The Second Amendment, because again, we have just got independence, we want to make sure to see how, Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha is going to work, how many members will be there in the Lok Sabha, who will represent how many individuals of the population. So then we went ahead and we changed the scale of representation in the Lok Sabha in the Second Amendment. We said that one member in Lok Sabha is representative of approximately 7.5 lakh people, approximately 7.5 lakh people in the economy. So this is a point. If you can't see this, this is 7.5 lakh people in the economy. Then there were multiple amendments which were related to creating, creation of different union territories, etc. Out of which one important amendment that I felt was the 9th Amendment. This was related to the agreement with Pakistan. And how can you remember this? If you correspondingly go back to the 5th five-year plans, and I will just show you in some time, you will see that, there was a period when we were going into multiple war situation. I will talk about that in a while. And that is where we wanted kind of agreements with what should be, the territory of India and what should not be the territory of India. And that is what this 9th Amendment was about. 10th, 11th, 12th, these all amendments were about the union territories. I have tried to include the one which is related to Dadar, Nagar and Haveli. But there was the next amendment which was related to Diu. And then there was an amendment which was related to how Goa should be treated. So we had multiple amendments followed between 10th to 19th. And these were all state-oriented and union territory-oriented amendment as to what should come under union territory, what should not come under union territory. Then had the 19th Amendment. This is important. Why? Because this is where, again, my writing, if you don't understand, I will just dictate this. This is where we gave power to High Court, right, to hear election petitions. Pehle kya hota tha? Exactly, nobody was going to the High Court, right? And you were going to these tribunals, chote area ke tribunals the, and that is where you would go ahead and raise your petition. But now we wanted to give power to the courts. So the system of these election tribunals, that was abolished completely. And High Court was given the power to go ahead and to hear the election petition. So I think so this is pretty important change that came in our economy. Then there was some more related to the rights. But the first time that we introduced fundamental right to property, that came only in 1971. ये वाले भी amend होते रहते हैं. जैसे for example, you would have heard in news very recently that, a woman child is equally eligible for the property of the parents as a male child. These are more amendments to the existing laws that are already made. But the basic fundamental right to property, that came in the 25th Amendment Act 1971. Then we increased the number of Lok Sabha seats as we know today. And the number of Lok Sabha seats that we have as of now is this 545. This is under the 31st Amendment Act. Then we had 40th Amendment Act, and again this is important from our economics point of view, because we not talked about what our territories, यहाँ पे तो हमने सिर्फ पाकिस्तान के साथ का टेरिटरी का बात किया 1960 में. We wanted to talk about what part of the waters fall under our territory. What is our exclusive economic zone? Where can I go ahead and I can mint economics from it? For example, not all Andaman and not all the water, Arabian Sea and everything is going to fall under you, right? So how much part of the Arabian Sea, how much part of the Indian Ocean can I fetch as my territorial water? Can I fetch as my economic zone? What exactly is my economic zone? Where can I go ahead and I can say कि अच्छा यहाँ पे मैं कुछ अपना establish कर सकती हूँ as an Indian economy. That is what came in the 40th Amendment Act 1976. Then again we had multiple in between, but this is what I found important because this is related to the voting age, which was reduced from 21 to 18 for both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha for legislative assemblies in the 61st Amendment Act 1989. This is what came in your exam, 73rd and 74th Amendment Act. So 73rd Amendment Act 1992, this was about your Panchayati Raj institutions. They were given constitutional status. Now here, I just want to focus. This was one of the important establishments that took place after your 1991 liberalization, privatization and globalization. इसमें क्या हुआ ना, एक important चीज गवर्नमेंट को रियलाइज हुई कि देखो डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. सब कुछ अपने कंट्रोल में नहीं रख सकते हैं, कुछ अपने पास रखना है, कुछ स्टेट को देना है, कुछ लोकल बॉडीज को देना है, कुछ अर्बन बॉडीज को देना है. सो देयर हैज टू बी अ डिवोल्यूशन. एक पावर का डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन रिक्वायर्ड है. हर चीज सेंटर में हैंडल नहीं हो सकती है. I need to decentralize. I need to give the power below and below and below and below. And that is when they recognized that at the level of the villages, at the level of the local bodies, the Panchayati Raj is very important. I need to go ahead and I need to give power at the decentralized level कि ये अपने आप से कुछ चीजों का इशू को रिजॉल्व कर पाए. हर चीज के लिए गवर्नमेंट के मेन स्टेट तक आने की जरूरत ना पड़े. So this is where this 73rd Amendment was important. And then we had the 74th Amendment Act in 1992. Again, if you see, चीजें बहुत को एक साथ चलती हैं. तो एक बारी हमने लोकल बॉडीज की बात की इन द रूरल एरिया, एंड 74th में हमने फिर लोकल बॉडीज की डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन की बात की, बट वी टॉक्ड दैट इन द अर्बन एरिया. सो वी टॉक्ड अबाउट अर्बन लोकल बॉडीज, कैसे उनको भी इक्वल इंपॉर्टेंस देने की जरूरत है. बोथ ऑफ दीज came in the same year 1992. One is the 73rd Amendment and one is the 74th Amendment. Then we talked about 86th Amendment Act in 2002. Again, I will show you how when we talk about the period, again इसको हम एक बार 5th 5-year plan से देखेंगे. जब हम अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी के एरा की बात करते हैं या आसपास वाले उनके एरा की बात करते हैं, we see that education became suddenly very important, and this you will see again in the 5-year plans. So what we saw is that during this phase, the 5-year plans during the 2000s, the 5-year plans focused on free education, especially primary education for all. So they said सबको इस एज से 6 से 14 तक फ्री एजुकेशन मिलनी ही चाहिए. कंपल्सरी प्राइमरी एजुकेशन फॉर ऑल शुड बी देयर. सो इफ दे हैव टू मेक समथिंग कंपल्सरी, देयर हैज टू बी एन अमेंडमेंट फॉर इट. सो यू सी दैट इन द corresponding period, we see that in 2002 there is this fundamental right which is free and compulsory education between 6 to 14 years. Then we had 2003 May service tax that came. This must be remembered because again it is related to our economics. Service tax की बात है. और इसी के against you must also know when GST came, क्योंकि that was no more important. GST came, right? Goods and service tax. So you must remember that 101st Amendment 2016 is when GST was introduced, and in 88th Amendment 2003, this is when service tax was made under this article. So this gives you an idea of how we transitioned. Then we have this in 2003 in which we increased the number of official language. If you remember, बीच में बहुत hype था कि क्या mother tongue होनी चाहिए और क्या Indian official language होनी चाहिए. And we said that all the languages so are official languages. If you notice, even in the CUET exam, which is for undergrad, they are given an option to choose between languages. And they're not only given an option to choose between English, Hindi, and so on and so forth. They're given multiple languages. So because we consider that all of these are official language. Then this is important. In 2011, 97th Amendment Act took place, which gave the right to form cooperative society. And then in 2015, we had the Land Boundaries Agreement. ये agreement actually 1978 में sign हो गया था इंडिया एंड बांग्लादेश के, बट उसे कैसे pursue करेंगे उसमें कुछ changes 2015 में आए थे. Finally, we had the Goods and Service Act in the 101st Amendment in 2016, and we gave National Commission for Backward Class. Constitutional status was given to them in 2018, and ये वाला सबसे recent है क्योंकि this one people should know this because now you know that when you are even filling the form you will see there is another class called economically weaker section. ये पहले नहीं था. This is what came only in 2019, that 10% reservation for economically weaker section. Even in the jobs, if you go to government job, you will see this. तो ये तो एकदम ही recent है, you should know this. So try to remember few of them. एक बारी economically weaker section का देख लेना. Try to see when GST was introduced. Try to see cooperative society. Try to see service tax. Try to see when was education made free for all. फिर ये वाला तो because it just got repeated. I don't think it will come, but still you should know Panchayat Raj and local bodies, voting age, and exclusive economic zone. So few of them are important and you should just have a look through those. Now let's go to the next part. So this is match the list for second 5-year plan, fourth 5-year plan, fifth 5-year plan, and 11th 5-year plan. So what I will do is I will take you quickly through these 5-year plan. Again, if you go to my Indian Eco section, वहाँ पे 5-year plan पे video है. Other than that, let's go through this table and revise 5-year plans together. So first is the first 5-year plan. कुछ important points हैं, इनको साथ-साथ समझ लो. सबसे पहले it came under the Jawaharlal Nehru. It was based on Harrod-Domer model. ये model हम सबको पता है. This is a macroeconomics model. इसका growth rate भी हमें निकालना आता है. We know how growth rate is found out. तो उस Harrod-Domer model के basis पे they established that this is how we will grow, and it depends on savings, it depends on capital output ratio, इतना capital चाहिए होगा, economy में इतनी savings चाहिए होंगी. Very similar to that, they made this model. Then they also focused on agriculture. This is only happening in the first 5-year plan. धीरे धीरे हम देखेंगे that the role of agriculture declined, which was bad. It shouldn't have happened, but it happened. So they focused on agriculture. The target was 2.1%, but to an amusement, they achieved 3.6%. So first 5-year plan was a big success because they achieved more than target. Then we go to the second 5-year plan. Second 5-year plan was also under Jawaharlal Nehru, but it was based on Mahalanobis model. Again, if you go to my Indian Eco videos, Mahalanobis pe मैंने बहुत recently ही video upload किया था. Just go through that Mahalanobis and also go through its critics, which is Vakil Brahmanan model. Right? Mahalanobis model का issue ये था कि उसने agriculture पे focus करना बंद कर दिया. They started focusing on the manufacturing sector. Well, it is not bad. Focusing on manufacturing sector is good, but not at the cost of agricultural sector. आप ये नहीं कर सकते हो कि जो आपका प्राइमरी सोर्स है, जहां से 70% ऑफ द लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिलती है, where people get employment, you cannot go ahead and cannot take economy away from that. So they said that manufacturing को grow करो, you will become self-sufficient. Automatically सब कुछ इंडिया के अंदर ही produce होगा. You don't have to focus on the outer world. Fine. You don't have to do imports of machinery. खुद से machinery economy में बनेगी. Everything is fine. Still, you should not deviate from the basic agricultural sector. And we actually realized this pretty later कि agriculture पे focus तो करना चाहिए था. ये गलत हुआ है. So we saw later that this should also have been an important focus of the economy. That's an important part. So they kept focusing on industrial development of the country. Then we talk about the third 5-year plan. Its duration was from 1961 to 1966. ये word इसमें बहुत important है. Gadgil Yojana, because it was created by Mr. Gadgil. And इसका main target was to make economy independent of depending on the outer world. But during this third 5-year plan, why it failed? Because we had 1, the Sino-India War, 2, the Indo-Pakistan War. So now you see that in 1960, if I go to my amendments, 1960 में ही we created that amendment where we defined these territories. We said itna area हमारा, itna area is Pakistan. We defined everything in 1960 amendment. And we see that in 1965, there is yet another war. These 2 wars were followed by a drought. And the problem is that India was majorly an agricultural economy. Agriculture would depend on rainfall. अब जब rain ही नहीं होगी, तो agriculture affect होगा. Agriculture is 70% of occupational workforce during that period. So many people will get affected. Economy will get affected. So 2 wars plus drought, it meant that your target can definitely not be achieved. So what did we saw? We saw that target was 5.6 and we achieved only 2.4. So definitely it was a failed plan. Now we just went for 3 years into something which is called a planned holiday. क्यों? क्योंकि बहुत wars हो रहे थे, बहुत ज़्यादा economic condition worse हो रही थी इंडिया की. We wanted to kind of deal with all of these things before we could come back and say कि अच्छा, this should be the 5-year plan. This is what our plan is. This is what we intend to do. So for the next 3 years, we did not make a single plan. We went into a planned holiday from 1966 to 69 because it was a period of wars. We weren't doing that well. Rupee was continuously devaluation was taking place. So in comparison to the foreign world, we were doing really bad. Then the fourth 5-year plan finally came back in 1969 and it went till 1974. It was under Indira Gandhi, but the most important policies took place here. First was 14 banks were nationalized. They became national banks. बहुत बड़ी बात होती है जब एक बैंक national level पे available होता है. So 14 banks were nationalized. Green revolution was introduced. Although ये green revolution बहुत discriminatory था. मतलब इसका impact जितना पंजाब में रहा होगा उतना दूसरे states में नहीं रहा होगा. Bihar was also agricultural oriented. Punjab was also agricultural oriented. But we saw that this was not doing well in every state. This was not doing well for every crop. It was a very state-oriented plan that was launched, but still, it did give a boost to the agricultural sector. So Green Revolution was introduced. 14 banks were nationalized. But even during this period, we saw that there was a war. And since there was a war, therefore, we could not achieve our aim. So aim was 5.7%, but we only achieved 3.3%. But we started talking about the family planning programs, which were launched in the 4th 5-year plan. So if I just go back here and I look at the 4th 5-year plan, we will see that this is where we started talking about the family planning program. Similarly, if we talk about the second 5-year plan, because I just told you this was based on Mahala Nobis, right? It was based on Mahala Nobis. And this focused on heavy industries, right? So we know that we wanted to go back to the basics. We wanted to deal with basic and heavy industry. So we know that A was linked to 3. And we know that B was linked to 4. So A was linked to 3 and B was linked to 4. These two options are correct as of now. Okay, now let's go back to the next 5-year plan. So the next 5-year plan that came was the 5th 5-year plan. This was introduced from 1974 to 1978. The most important aspect of this was the Garibi Hatao plan. Okay, employment, justice, defense. This is what was focused on. Again, this is the time when we were able to achieve our target. So we achieved 4.8%. Our target was only 4.4%. And it was under the Morarji Desai government. And this is where we launched the Indian National Highway System for the first time. The National Highway System was introduced. So this is very interesting. I was just having a look at one of the highway, the way that highway systems are numbered. And they actually earlier did not have any particular way in which they used to number. But abhi they have these ways. Jaise from north to south, whatever highways are going, they will go in a particular numbering system, and whatever go from east to west, they will go in a particular number system. And all of these will be 2-digit, right? And only if a highway has a subsidiary, then that would be a 3-digit highway number, just NH 1, 2, 3. Well, 3-digit would be a subsidiary. Otherwise, these are all 2-digit highway system. So the first time that we introduced, coming back to the topic, the first time that we introduced a national highway system, this was actually in the 5th 5-year plan. Again, we saw that, we have to go ahead and we have to set some perspective कि long run में India की economy को करना क्या है? What do we want to achieve, right? Targets कैसे achieve होंगे? क्या targets रहेंगे? So we stopped for 3 years, from 1978 to 80 actually. We stopped for this bracket because we could not think of the right targets. We had to set correct perspective for the long term. And then it was in the 1980 to 85 where we launched the 6th 5-year plan. The aim was to eradicate poverty, to make some infrastructural changes. We had a target of 5.2 and we achieved 5.7. So is bari ke liye na ek bari have a look at rolling plan and have a look at planned holiday in detail I think this may come for this year's exam. Then we have the 7th 5-year plan. The 7th 5-year plan was under Rajiv Gandhi. The aim was to have a self-sufficient economy, to increase employment. But this is the first plan where I saw the word technology pop in. Kabhi bhi, kisi bhi 5-year plan mein, I have never seen the word technology popping in. हाँ, basic industry, heavy industry, ये सब हम second 5-year plan से देख रहे हैं. But productive employment and technology, ये words for the first time were seen in the 7th 5-year plan. Productive employment is different from employment. Employment can be disguised now. So it can be disguised. Multiple people working on the same thing, they may not be productive. So how to generate productive employment, how to upgrade the technology, and how to prefer private over the public sector. कैसे private sector को धीरे धीरे preference दी जाए, that is what came in the 7th 5-year plan. फिर उसके बाद फिर से 8th 5-year plan could not come up. Why? Because we have hit 1990. And we know that in 1991, we had liberalization, privatization, and globalization. और ये क्यों हुआ था? Because we know that we had very bad condition of the Indian economy. So we had balance of payment crisis. That means we wanted to open our economy to the rest of the world. So we introduced LPG policies. अब ये exactly क्या थी? We will take it in detail in the next question. But for now, we introduced these LPG policies. And therefore, we could not continue from 1990 to 1992. At that time, our Prime Minister was P.V. Narasimha Rao. And at that time, itna bura hal tha that India did not have any reserves left. India was on the verge of, of not being able to repay anything. And that is when we had to go ahead and bring in these policies, right? With International Monetary Fund and World Trade Organization. Then we had this 8th 5-year plan. This 8th 5-year plan, it was introduced from 1992 to 97. As I told you, India open hai with the world. India trades. India is no more having fixed exchange rate. Devaluation, revaluation nahi ho raha hai. Depreciation, appreciation ho raha hai. So it's an economy which is allowing its exchange rate to fluctuate. It's an economy which is now a member of World Trade Organization. It's an economy which believes in modernization of industries, which focuses on population growth, reducing poverty, generating employment, generating good infrastructure. And this was a successful plan. So if you see, we had a target of 5.6 and we achieved 6.8. So which means we started growing back. We were back on the path. Then we had the 9th 5-year plan. फिर से देखो, इसका period है 1997 से 2002. Aim was to eradicate poverty, to increase exports, to use scarce resources. This is an important word. ये और कहीं नहीं देखा. We never talked about sustainable development before. This is the first time we started talking that resources are becoming scarce. What is renewable resource? What are non-renewable resource? ये सारी बातें इस 5-year plan में शुरू हुई थी. So scarce resource was related to 9th 5-year plan. And this is where we talked about primary education for all children in the country, free primary education. So 1997 to 2002, again go back, look at the amendments once. So if you see here, in 2002, we had this amendment, elementary education made a fundamental right. Free and compulsory education was a right. Everybody has a right to take that, right? So that is what came in the 86th Amendment, 2002, and exactly that is where we have this end of this plan, 9th 5-year plan. Then we have the 10th 5-year plan. At 10th onwards, you will keep seeing this word called inclusive growth. What is this inclusive growth? And how is this inclusive growth different from non-inclusive growth? Inclusive growth का मतलब होता है where all sectors of the economy grow in depth and breadth. So my urban area will grow, but my rural will also grow. If any, if my rich is growing, my poor's income is also increasing. If any plan is introduced such that it benefits both people from top to bottom, from this country to from this state to that state, everywhere, everything is growing, it is penetrating all layers of the economy, then it is called inclusive growth. So inclusive matlab sabko include karke chalna, and you will see this word continuously from the 10th 5-year plan. So it was inclusive growth, equitable development. Equitable, sabko equally treat karna. Intended was 8%. And if you notice, this is a period of 2000, right? 2. So this is a period of 2003 to 2008, right? And if you remember, in 2008, we had this great depression that came in, right, in the economy. Another recession that came in the economy that hit the economy hard. So we have to keep mapping things, right? We have to map how we were not able to grow because there were also changes in the outer world that were affecting us. Still, the aim was reducing poverty, creating employment, reducing gender gaps. ये सब कुछ अलग unique words हैं, only related to 10th 5-year plan, like gender gap, like poverty reduction by half, like generation of employment for 80 million people, right? And equitable development. Then we go to the 11th 5-year plan. This was to go for higher education. देखो, primary education we focused here in the 9th 5-year plan. But we also want to focus on higher education, right? So this is what happened here in the 11th 5-year plan. We focused on distant education for the first time. You will never see this before. And then free and compulsory education between 6 to 14. Of course, we already have an amendment for that. Rapid and more inclusive growth, environmental sustainability followed from earlier plans. And it was prepared by C. Rangarajan, and it focused on clean drinking water, another very important aspect. What we saw is that there were multiple diseases related to water which were occurring in the country. So that is when we recognized that clean drinking water was essential in our economy. Then we have the 12th 5-year plan, faster, more inclusive, sustained growth. Electricity supply in villages, a new thing that happened, right? Remove gender and social gap. Increase green cover. This is important. Slowly, we are giving focus to forest areas. I will give you the formula today that is for tax devolution. And in that, you will see how forest cover is important. जब center state को tax देता है, अपना tax share करता है, तो ये देखता है कि एक state के पास कितना green area है, कितना forest covered area है. So the forest area is very important, and this is what we will be focusing on. Okay, opportunity in non-farming sector. So we wanted to generate agriculture में ही, but non-farming area में भी, जैसे for example, fishing, right? These are non-farming sectors and we wanted to focus on these. Achha, one more thing, if I just go back on this aspect, you will see that here where was, yes. So you will see that here we are in 2018 focusing on National Commission for Backward Classes, right? And if I go below here to the plans, I just want to show you how these are linked to each other. In 2017, we had started talking about reducing these gender and social gaps. And 2018, we introduced the amendment. There also, we started talking about primary education. We introduced the amendment. So things are related to each other. You talk about it, you make it in the plan, and then if you feel कि नहीं, इसको compulsory करना जरूरी है, I want to bring it into the constitutional amendment to just bring it there. So this is how plans help you make amendments in the constitution. Of course, after 12th 5-year plan, we moved towards Niti Aayog, and we thought that instead of just making these 5-year plans, we should have a complete statutory body taking care of these things. And we went away from Planning Commission, but till 12th 5-year plan, this has come in both the years of IIT. It's an important topic. You must read about it. Let's go to the question. So C is 5th 5-year plan. So my 5th 5-year plan was related to poverty, as I told you. So 11th 5-year plan is inclusive growth. We saw inclusive word for the first time after 10th 5-year plan. 10th, 11th, 12th में ही inclusive word पहली बारी देखा. So the answer to this question will be D. Come to the next question. Which of the following is not related to structural adjustment program implemented in India after 1991? First, you must look at my video on 1991 reforms. It's in the Indian economy section. Let me give you some gist of it. And oh, I missed this part. Let me first do this. This is not in any question, but I just want to discuss this once. This is the 15th Finance Commission. Finance Commission, plan nahi baat kar rahe, commission, Finance Commission ki baat kar rahe. The 15th Finance Commission या किसी भी Finance Commission का काम क्या है? See, the center must share its revenues with the state. And state must share its revenue with the local bodies. अब ये किस ratio में होगा? How much will center keep? How much will state keep? How much will state share with the local bodies? These ratios, they are defined by the Finance Commission. And the formula for going ahead and for dividing this. Okay, very good. Great if it was there. Because although, I mean, Finance Commission, they haven't mentioned directly in the Indian economy, but it's good if it came in the exam. Okay, so how it will be divided? That is what Finance Commission does. Now, there are two more things that you should be seeing here. One is called horizontal devolution. And one is called vertical devolution. When I talk about horizontal devolution, horizontal मतलब between different states. कि अच्छा अगर एक स्टेट है जो उत्तर प्रदेश है, दूसरा है पंजाब, दूसरा है बिहार, and I have different states. How would I be dividing between states? This is what horizontal devolution is. How much will northeastern states be getting? Will any state be getting any special benefit or not? All that is horizontal devolution between states. States are at the same level, but I have to divide horizontally. On the other hand, vertical devolution tells me between center, state, and this. So it is vertical division. Kitna center ko milega, kitna state ko milega, and kitna local bodies ko milega. So these are the two kind of devolutions that I have. Devolution matlab sharing of the taxes. That's called devolution. Now, when we talk about the chairmanship of the 15th Finance Commission, it was under N.K. Singh, and his recommendations are for this period. So currently, we are following his recommendation because it is from 2021 to 2025-26. Vertical devolution was earlier at the rate 42%. अच्छा, एक और बात है, जब मैं फाइनेंस कमीशन की बात करती हूँ इन पर्टिकुलर, वो बताता है कि सेंटर एंड स्टेट के बीच में कितना डिविजन है. Then something which is called State Finance Commission. These are also set up separately. These SFCs, they tell how much will be distributed between state and between rural bodies. So understand, one is Finance Commission. This is for center and state, inke beech ka division. Then I have SFCs, State Finance Commission. They tell between state and rural bodies. Now, when I talk about the vertical devolution, this was at 42% earlier, which means the center was supposed to share 42% of its revenue with the states. This was reduced, ye 14th mein tha. It was reduced in the 15th Finance Commission to 41%. Reason being that because we changed Jammu and Kashmir status into new union territory, therefore state say 1% was reduced because we now changed its status into union territory. So one less to take here, and therefore it reduced to 41%. Then we also talk about horizontal devolution, and in horizontal devolution, this is the weightage that is given. तो एक पूरा formula होता है. Usually in Delhi University, we actually have a full-fledged paper which we teach on, these finance commissions. But you should just know this formula. So what happened is we give 12.5% weightage to demographic performance. Matlab, how am I performing demographically? What is my population? What is my not population only, what is my age structure? Pura demographically, how do I look? That's 12.5%. The GDP is given 45% of the weightage. Think about it. If I have two states, one with high GDP and one with low GDP, shouldn't this state be given more taxes from center to state? Shouldn't this achieve more, right? So income is given a 45% weightage. यहाँ पर एक बहुत important point है, इसी का opposite है यहाँ पर, which is called tax and fiscal effort. This is given a weightage of 2.5%. What does this say? ये कहता है कि अगर center हमेशा state को देता रहेगा और उन states को ज्यादा देगा जिनका GDP नहीं है, people who don't have GDP, if center keeps giving to the state, then what will happen? These states will become lethargic. They will never want to collect tax on their own. They will just think that the center is giving us enough money. They will stop working hard. There will be fiscal deficit always. So we have to maintain a balance. We must go ahead and also appreciate the states which are maintaining a fiscal discipline, which are acting correctly, which are collecting the tax, which are going ahead and having higher GDP, right? So we need to account for the fiscal effort that the state takes also. Of course, this differs from state to state. Some states, just for example, states which have high level of mountains, their economic activity will be less. If economic activity is less, they will collect less tax. If they collect less tax, they will always have a deficit. So we understand that there may be some regional, restrictions on collecting money, on doing economic activities. That is why this is not given much weightage, but this should be given some weightage. Fiscal effort should be given weightage. Then the forest area. This is what I was mentioning there. This is also given weightage. How much greenery do you have? Do you focus on sustained development or not? Then we have population given 15% weightage. Achha, isme bhi we have multiple points. Actually, what happens is that if you have higher population, this population figures, these are based on a base year. I'll have to find out what base year it was. I just forgot that. It is some 2002 year, very, very, very early base year. Okay. This is based on base year. अब इस साल में जितनी population थी, उसके behalf पे you will be getting money from the center. But your population can increase. One. Second, there can be a chance that if you are a developed state, then people from other state will come into your state. That will increase your population. So there should not be any reason that you account for this population at a very early year. कि 2002 में कितनी population थी, उसके base पे we will give you money today. This should be based on some present numbers. And what is the government to say in this? Government is saying that we are actually penalizing you for having higher population because we want you to control population. What if there is migration from one state to another? Then the state should not be penalized. So this is one aspect which you should be keeping in mind, that population is not taken at the current year. It is taken at some base year. And then 15% is given to the area. Of course, the more the area, the bigger the state. The bigger the state, the more money it requires to maintain it. So therefore, more area, more money required. Right? This is what this is about. Now let's go back to the question we were doing. And I want to talk about the major steps that took place in the 1991 reforms. Sabse pehle, we want to understand why it took place. बहुत basic reason था. One, we had balance of payment problem. Our BOP was in a crisis. We were doing horrible in terms of balance of payment. Second, we had some structural rigidities. We had some industrial problems. We had some fiscal problems. We had some exchange rate problems, some monetary problems. And we wanted to go ahead and deal with all of these problems. And that is why these reforms were necessary. Now, let's go to what reforms were introduced. Why to ho gaya, but what were introduced? So the first reforms we introduced were called the fiscal reforms. Fiscal is always related to internal balance. BOP is external imbalance. Together they are called the twin imbalance problem. Right? So let's talk about the fiscal reforms. First, we wanted to correct this fiscal imbalance. We wanted to reduce the fiscal deficit, right? If you notice, you would have heard of Fiscal Regulation and Budgetary Management Act. It came in 2002. The aim was to make sure that you have a target. Ki isse upar fiscal deficit should not. This is the upper limit for my deficit. So we wanted to reduce fiscal deficit. We wanted to increase the share of direct taxes. What we saw that direct tax share was reducing. We had to change this downtrend towards an uptrend. So we wanted to reduce or revert the downtrend in the share of direct taxes. Then we wanted reduction in subsidies. Dekho, fertilizer subsidy was a huge amount of government's expenditure, right? Again, why? India was based on agriculture. Main occupation was agriculture. To boost agriculture, you required fertilizers. You were giving subsidy on this. When you were giving subsidy on this, you were doing heavy expenditure. So to reduce this subsidy so that you could reduce the deficit, Similarly, abolition of subsidy on sugar, right? Disinvestment of parts of government equity holding in select public undertaking. So we know that the government sector was highly unproductive. Government sector, especially the public sector, it wasn't doing very well. So we wanted to do disinvestment. किसका disinvestment करेंगे? जो भी NPAs थे. What is an NPA? It's a non-performing asset. तो गवर्नमेंट के वो एरियाज, वो firms which were not doing well, which were in heavy losses, we wanted to give that to the private sector. We wanted to disinvest, reduce our investment in those sectors so that we could reduce our deficit, right? Acceptance of major recommendations. These were given by Raja Chelia Committee. This is important. You have to remember this name, right? This committee was related to only tax reforms. We are studying it under fiscal reforms. So we had the Raja Chelia Committee, and the aim was to increase the revenues, and the aim was to make tax structure more stable and transparent. So if you see, all these aim were to do two things: increase tax, decrease expenditure. Now we go to the second kind of reforms that were introduced, and these were monetary and financial reforms. सबसे पहला reform was on reserve requirement. We had high reserve ratios. तो इन reserve ratios को कम करना था. We wanted to reduce SLR. We wanted to reduce CRR. We wanted to make our banking sector more efficient. Now for banking sector, the most important committee was Narasimha Committee. So देखो difference है. You should remember, tax reform was Raja Chelia Committee. Banking sector reform was Narasimha Committee. Then we wanted to go ahead and do interest rate liberalization. Earlier, the interest rate, achha, you can just map this back. If you remember, we did all of those, na? Dornbusch overshooting model, balance of payment mein kaise hota hai, and we know that, you know, the interest rate moves. So we saw this BOP horizontal line, BOP upward sloping. So we saw that interest rate is associated with interest rate outside the world, outside your country. Both are having some relation. So here you have plus whatever expected risks you have, right? So we saw that the two interest rates are related to each other. How my interest rate is there and what is the interest rate in the outer world. But what happened in India is that we were doing heavy controlling of the interest rate in India. So we had to let go. We had to bring liberalization in the interest rate. This is what this says. So earlier RBI was controlling the interest rate. It was telling कि इस maturity पे इतना interest होना चाहिए, इस size of loan पे इतना interest होना चाहिए, with no power or no autonomy given to any bank. थोड़ा भी autonomy नहीं था. Now this is not the thing. Do you see that different banks have different interest rates? So they are given that autonomy now, right? So we had to do interest rate liberalization. And then we had greater competition among public, private, and foreign sector banks. Earlier, only public banks were there. We saw nationalization of the banks in one of the 5-year plans. Now, we wanted to bring in the private banks also, and we wanted to bring in the foreign sector banks also. So this is the next thing, private and foreign sector banks. This is what we wanted to introduce. Elimination of administrative constraint. Ye to hume pata hi hai. There was a system of, you know, all these people taking bribe, no one working. How we wanted to kind of eliminate that. Wo pura administrative system ko better karna. That is what we wanted to focus on. So here, if you remember, there is something which is called ease of doing business. ये एक पैरामीटर होता है जो हर कंट्री का निकलता है, एंड उसके बेसिस पे ना इंडिया की रैंकिंग भी थी. इट वाज वेरी लो रैंकिंग. But this ranking tremendously improved once we, got rid of this constraint. Once we got rid of the licensing system कि हर चीज के लिए पहले जाओ, पूरा लाइसेंस के लिए अप्लाई करो, इस पूरे प्रोसेस के थ्रू जाओ जहां पे you have to give bribe to everyone. Once we got rid of that licensing system, we started doing wonders, right? Then we had liberalization of bank branch licensing policy. Banks were given this chance that you could go ahead and you can create your branches. You can open your branches in any location. You can relocate yourself to whatever location you want. पहले ये सब नहीं था. So liberalization of the bank branch licensing policy, banks given freedom to relocate and open specialized branches, guidelines to open new private sector banks, and norms for classification of non-performing asset, bad debt, etc. So we wanted to make sure that we understand which assets are performing well and which assets are not performing well. Then we have reforms in the capital market. Abhi humne padhe banking sector. We studied fiscal reforms. Now we want to go ahead and study capital market reforms. So first of all, we removed control of the government. Earlier, the stock market was also heavily government controlled. Now we brought in the setting up of SEBI, right? And this was there in 1988, and it was given a statutory recognition, more power in 1992. So we wanted to make the stock exchange board more powerful. We wanted to go ahead and make sure that there is a transparent system. We wanted to make sure that there is full disclosure, that people know which share they are buying, how the market is performing. So these were the reforms in the capital market. Then we had the industrial sector, industrial policy reform. इसमें पहला reform आया to give more competition to the domestic industry. Now, if you look at the earlier 5-year plan, their aim was to go ahead and to protect our industry, to avoid competition. And protect करने के लिए main क्या कर सकते हैं? जो भी बाहर से चीज आ रही है, उस पे heavy tariff कर दो. Whatever comes from outside India, make it expensive. तो ये automatically protect हो जाएंगी. Plus give these people subsidies. Plus create special economic zones. Multiple things to protect them. Now we said protection is done. Now we want you to open up to competition from the outer world. So we went ahead and we increased, because we became open to the outer world. So we increased competition. We launched new industrial policy in 1991, 24 July. And we did deregulation of the industry. We reduced the licensing system. 18 industries ko chhodkar, except 18 industries, we completely removed this licensing system. No license was required to start your business. इसमें भी we had different rules कि small sector के लिए कितना होगा, medium sector industries के लिए कितने होंगी, so large sector industries के लिए क्या होगा, but still the ease of doing business was greatly improved. Then we went ahead with something which is known as a Monopolies and Restrictive Trade Practice Act, and this was repealed to eliminate the prior approval of large company for the capacity expansion. तो एक बारी पढ़ के देखो, हम कह रहे restrictive trade, पहले trade restrictive था, people could not expand, उसके लिए उन्हें permission लेनी पड़ती थी. We wanted to remove that. We wanted to give everyone the power to go ahead and expand their capabilities, and that is where we brought in this act, right? Then we had areas reserved for public sector narrowed from 17 to 8. So only 8 sectors were there, like railway, like atomic energy, where we only had public sector. Please make a list of all these 8 sectors. Make list of all 8 sectors. So these were those 8 sectors where we had only public sector. Uske alawa, private could enter anywhere. Public sector was also given more power, more autonomy. And this is interesting. So kya hua? Jaise for example, railway. Let's say we have railway. And let's say we have Ministry of Railway. Let's say we have some company, MTNL. And let's say we have Ministry of Telecom. So between the ministry and the public sector, an MOU was made. And this MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, ये क्या कहता है कि कितना इसका aim होगा इस साल का? What will it do? What will be the growth rate? What will be its target? How much will be its revenue? All this was written in this MOU so that they become more productive. So we had the signing of these MOUs between enterprise and ministry for achieving the target. This is what was done under your industrial reforms. सब कुछ 1991 policy ही है. Liberalization, privatization, globalization, but there are different reforms that came in. Then finally, you had the trade policy reforms. Trade policy reforms means better import, better export, rationalization of tariff structure. So, isme again, please remember, we had the Chelia committee because it is related to the tariff. It is related to the tax. So, kitna import duty hoga? How much import duty? How much will be the tariffs? Can we reduce the tariff? What should be done? How many trading houses would be established to increase the trading? All this was established under the trade policy reforms. Then we had the foreign investment policy. Foreign investment policy means now we wanted foreign direct investment. So we wanted the foreign sector to come in India, to establish MNCs in India, to give more jobs in India, to establish a complete 100% equity structure in India. मतलब पूरा का पूरा वही own करेंगे. We were open to that. So what did we do? We started making a list of high technology, high investment industries where automatic permission was granted for foreign direct investment. First, we went with 51% foreign equity. We increased that to 74% and we increased that to 100%. So multiple industries were there where 100% share was of the foreign sector. कुछ वो थी जहां पे हमने restriction लगाई that if you come in India, then 51% can be foreign owned, but remaining should be Indian owned. But for some, we allowed 100% foreign owning also. This is what this says. Then we created something which is known as Foreign Investment Promotion Board. Its aim was to increase foreign investment and to increase foreign institutional investment in India. At last, we had the exchange rate policy in India. So exchange rate simple tha, apna rupee ko devalue karo. Why was this required? See, there was a big difference between the nominal and real exchange rate. And we wanted to bridge that gap between nominal and real exchange rate. And that is where we brought in the policy to change the exchange rate, to kind of deal with this exchange rate. So we first devalued it. We brought the value down for rupee. And then we also allowed it to be flexible, to move along with the rest of the world. So if we notice, these are all the different plans which were introduced under the 1991 reforms. Fiscal, monetary, exchange rate, industry-oriented, and foreign investment-oriented, etc. Now let's come to the question. Which of the following is not related to the structural adjustment program in India after 1991? Deregulation of industries, yes, ye hua tha. Quantitative restriction on trade, ये तो remove हो गया था. Restriction आई नहीं थी, it was reduced. So this is not true. Fiscal austerity, yes, we had to focus on fiscal deficit to maintain fiscal balance. So this is true. Reduction of subsidies, true. ये भी, it was under Chelia committee only that reduced subsidies given on the fertilizers, given on sugar. We gave examples. So subsidies were removed. So the only option which is correct out of all these is B, quantitative restriction on trade. Okay, come to the next one. Which of the following measure was introduced in India in the year 1994? So these kind of questions now I feel are a little on top, because remembering the year for each and every becomes difficult. This is Narasimha, I just taught you. This was in 1991. Abhi humne dekha. It came, right? Trade policies also we know, but still knowing when full convertibility of current account took place and when full convertibility of capital took place, remembering each and every year is I think difficult. But anyways, what I have done is I've just gone ahead and given some definitions here which might be useful to you. तो इसको एक बार समझ लो कि current account convertibility होता क्या है. That's important. So current account convertibility is the freedom to convert domestic currency into foreign, but for trade of goods and service. क्योंकि ये current account है. So I should be given the freedom that I can convert rupees to dollar for goods and service. This is what came in 1994. This is the answer to your question. Capital account convertibility. This was introduced by S.S. Tarapore. This is also converting Indian currency to foreign, but this is for buying an asset. This is for capital associated transaction. So capital account convertibility is related to capital associated transaction. It came in 1997. Current account convertibility is related to current account related transaction, matlab goods and services. Narasimha committee, we did this. It came in 1991. It made the banking system stronger. It reformed the way that RBI should be doing things. We talked about reserve ratios. It talked about non-performing assets and capital adequacy ratio. So these were the recommendations it brought in. And then we had the Abid Hussain Committee on Trade Reforms. This was launched a little later in 1997. Okay. Now let's talk about the different plans. So these are the different plans that you have. This is easy to remember. Why? Because mainly there are only 4 plans, out of which 3 were asked. Let's look at the different kind of plans that ever existed. So first is the Bombay plan. And how do I tell my students to remember this? See, Bombay is considered as the financial capital. तो यहाँ पर ज्यादातर चीजें entrepreneurial ही होंगी. It would be related to industries, right? So Bombay plan was related to where it was an 8-member committee that was formed, and it was related where, you know, Tata, Birla, all these people came together, and their aim was to, you know, promote trade. They said that government must play a role. Government should protect us from the outer country, whatever companies are there in the outer world. Government should help us. Government should give us more protection so that we can grow. So it came very early. It came in 1944, and it was set by Indian entrepreneur Birla, Tata, Thakurdas, Lal Bhai. Aim क्या बोल रहा था कि हमें गवर्नमेंट की पार्टिसिपेशन चाहिए so that we are protected. The indigenous companies are protected. The Indian companies are protected against the foreign competition. It was also called as the Tata Plan. It was drafted by John Mithai. He was an economist actually. So although these industrialists came together, but he was one of the economists on the panel. Then we had the Gandhian plan. Again, it is easy to remember. The Gandhian plan it was launched by Shriman Narayan Agarwal in 1944. क्योंकि Gandhian है, it has to focus on villages. It has to focus on the cottage enterprise. It has to be according to what Gandhi thought. So based on that, it was more of decentralization, giving power to the rural sector, talking about villages, about cottage industries, about promoting small scale production and agriculture. So this is what the Gandhian plan was about. And this is an important thing. So then based on this only, we had Moksha Gundam. He was a Diwan, D-I-W-A-N, Diwan of Mysore. He wrote a book, and this book was called Planned Economy of India, for which he received Bharat Ratna. So you must remember this name, because this is an important book for the way that economy should be working. Then the third was People's Plan. This was launched by M.N. Roy in 1945. And since it was a people's plan, if you again, it's a way to remember that, we have to think about public as a whole. So what he said, look, सबसे पहले वो products बनाओ जो consumer oriented है, whatever are consumer manufactured product. So he focused on consumer product manufacturing. He focused on how to deliver. जैसे मैंने एक product one part of the country में बनाया, how do I deliver it all to all the consumers? So I need good infra. So therefore he said, I need railways, I need road, I need shipping, so that I focus on completing the demand of these consumers first. This is what your people's plan was. And then we had the Sarvodaya plan. This was launched in 1950 by Jayaprakash Narayan. This was again focusing on the agricultural sector and not taking any help from the foreign sector, freedom from foreign sector, and the land reforms. Okay, now let's go to the next question. So the next question is, in the context of Indian agriculture, which of the following statements are correct? So NABARD was established in 1982. One of the objectives of CACP was to ensure remunerative prices. APMC Act is related to institutional credit supply in agriculture, and National Commission on Agriculture was chaired by Damdel. So what you can do is, you can go ahead and you can read about few of the important. I will share it in the group also. I have made that list. Agricultural acts and committees. Right. You can go ahead and read about few of the agricultural act and committees. Just for example, National Commission on Agriculture. This report was under N.R. Mirdha. Okay. This is important to understand. Some, we can't do all. I mean, there were tremendous number of agricultural acts and committees. But which are the important one? Which committee is the basic agricultural committee, which talks about fertilizer and pesticide? We can go ahead and do about that, which talks about creating market channels for agriculture, which is APMC. We can go ahead and talk about that. So I have made that list and I will share that with you. That's the first thing. The second thing is things which are institutions. Like for example, abhi humne dekha that SEBI was created in 1988 and it was given statutory in 1992. This is SEBI. Aise hi NABARD, right? Aise hi Food Corporation of India, right? The important institutes which all of us know about, which we know are some change-making institutes in the history of India. Remember their dates, just the years in which they were created. Again, I will share a table with you on this. So two things, because if you see, its correct option is A and B, and this is actually related to when was NABARD created, right? And the APMC Act, it was related to creating market supplies, to market channels. It wasn't related to creating credit supplies, right? And this wasn't chaired by VM Dandekar, as I just showed you. So the important committees, at least, we must know when was those committees created and that is where that table will be helpful to you. Okay, so this is it. Now, what I have done apart from this, I have also prepared one more thing that I wanted to share with you. Again, I will share the notes with you, but I wanted to just discuss this topic. And this topic is related to the, one second. This is related to Indian economy at the time of independence. Right? So I would like to divide this topic in multiple parts. And the first part that I would like to discuss is the agricultural. I'll just give you key points, then you can read through my notes. Handwriting issues, you can ask me. Okay. Agriculture mein kya kya issues the? The first was that we had low productivity. That's the first one. We were not producing good enough. We had disguised unemployment in the economy. We had stagnation in the economy. Agriculture grow nahi kar raha tha. Majority of people were in agriculture, but it wasn't growing. The second issue was related to land. Zamindari system was there. And because majority of people were peasants, they weren't willing to work. They were thinking that, sab kuch to we give it to the zamindars. We don't have anything left. There is no reason working in the agricultural sector. So the zamindari system was a big reason, which was later abolished, but it was a big reason at the time of independence why we were not growing. Then we had high dependence on monsoon. Right? We were focused only on rainfall. We didn't have any green revolution ke time pe we introduced irrigational facilities. But before that, we were super focused on only, how much rainfall will take place. And jis saal drought, us saal we will not produce anything. The prices of goods will rise. Economy will be at its worst. So we were dependent on monsoon a lot. Then we had, we had gone ahead and lack of proper input. No fertilizers, no pesticides, no proper tools, no machineries to go ahead and take this agriculture to the next level. Then we have lack of irrigation facilities and negligible use of fertilizer. देखो fertilizer और pesticide एक limit में, especially fertilizer, not pesticides, you have to use it in some proportion. If you don't use it, you will not be able to give nutrition back to the land in a lesser period. So those fertilizers were not available. Later we saw government started giving subsidy on fertilizer. So these were some of the issues that we had in the agricultural sector. The second sector that we must be focusing on is the industrial sector. In industrial sector, first was discriminative tariff policy. So क्या हुआ? देखो जो ब्रिटिशर्स थे उन्होंने बहुत ही डिस्क्रिमिनेटिव टैरिफ पॉलिसी रखी थी. मतलब we were going ahead and we were allowed to do free export of raw material. But when it came to exporting finished goods, we were not allowed. We were doing heavy import of the finished goods at very heavy tariffs. So this was a discriminative policy. जो बाहर से बन के आ रहे थे finished goods, उन पे हम बहुत टैक्स दे रहे थे. जो हमारे raw material बाहर जा रहे थे, we were not getting any money out of it. That's the first aspect. The second aspect was competition from machine. Slowly machines were developing. This is why second 5-year plan focused on heavy and basic machines. Because we were getting competition from machine, we didn't have good machines. We were focused on agricultural sector, wahan pe bhi acha technology we were not using. We focused on handicraft sector, it wasn't doing well because now we were getting machine oriented things. The cloth that we were getting from machinery was much cheaper. India could not compete with that. So we had heavy competition from the machinery sector. Third, we had new pattern of demand. क्या हुआ that, you know, the Britishers, when they came in India, they changed a lot of people, the way that people thought, the way that people demanded. So multiple class of people started demanding foreign goods over Indian goods. So the pattern of demand also changed. Then we had more market. इसी से related है for British goods. Since the pattern of demand changed, since everybody started asking, not everybody, but multiple people asked about the way that Britishers were producing good, that is why we saw that there was more market created for the British oriented goods. The third thing that you should be knowing is foreign trade at the time of independence. We saw there was discriminative tariff policy. Export पे अलग tariff था, import पे अलग tariff था. The issue was India was major exporter of raw material. And it was importer of finished goods. तो import finished goods कर रहे थे, export raw material कर रहे थे. Raw material is cheaper. You're exporting cheaper things. You're getting in finished goods. Now, this creates a deficit. But during British era, before independence, we saw that Britishers actually had a surplus. But they used this surplus for wars, right? They used this surplus for their own economy. Whatever surplus they created, even in India, they used it for the purpose of war and for their economy. And once we got independence, we saw that slowly, because we were dependent too much on the outer world, we were going towards the deficit of balance of payment. So actually this trade pattern, when you give raw material and you buy finished goods, this is a classic trade pattern of backwardness. So which means India was much backward as compared to the other economies. That's the third aspect. Then the fourth is demographic profile. So during independence, we had high birth and death rate. This was 8 per 1,000 people. हर 1,000 लोगों में 8 people were dying. That's high death rate. So we had very high birth and death rate. Secondly, we had low life expectancy. People were dying at the age of 32 on an average. 32 years was the life age of people, which means bad health structure, bad health infrastructure, right? Lots of healthcare was required in the country. And the literacy rate was also very low. It was at 16%. So very low literacy rate existed in the country. Then the next aspect was related to occupation. So the primary occupation was agriculture. It was 72.7%. And it was followed by the service sector. That was 17.2%. And then the manufacturing sector, which was 10.1%. So actually, there is a full-fledged paper which talks about the missing hand. Okay, in India. So it's a very big paper that was written. I don't know who, I forgot who wrote that. It was in one of the readings of Delhi University. This talked about how usually when economies transition, they go from agriculture to manufacturing to service, right? If you follow this pattern, if you start with agriculture, slowly you reduce your agricultural sector, go towards manufacturing, increase your manufacturing sector, become heavy industry oriented, make your own capital goods, and then slowly you transition and generate jobs in the service sector. This is the usual demographic transition that you should follow in the occupational side. And this helps you to grow as a strong economy. But in India, what happened? We missed out on this. And what India did is we started from agriculture and we moved directly to the service sector. And when we moved from agriculture to service, skipping the manufacturing sector, that is where our growth changed. So we became dependent on the outer world. Because हम जो call centers and जो भी MNCs create कर रहे थे, we were just helping the outer world. So tomorrow when the outer world would fail, our economy would fail because our jobs are related to their jobs. So actually, this was the wrong thing that we did right from the start, that the manufacturing sector was lagged, and we continue to see that the service sector grew at a rate higher than the manufacturing. We never ended up focusing on the manufacturing sector in the right way, right? If you see again, the second 5-year plan did that. That's a good aspect, but not many 5-year plans focused on the manufacturing sector or building the heavy industry or becoming, self-sufficient oriented, right? Self-reliant. So this was the occupational sector. And then we had the infrastructural sector. Telecommunication and transport and telecommunication, they grew at a decent rate. Okay. But what grew at the best rate during the British era when we got independence, during the period of independence, was railways. Because the Britishers had to transport things from one place to another for their own trade. And when they had to do this, they had to have a good system to do the transport. So the railway system was a big breakthrough when India got its independence. And one more thing happened, which was the transition from barter system towards the monetary system. This happened, when during the Raja Maharaja period in India, we did not have a very good monetary system. This was set up by the Britishers. And this was a good thing that happened when we got independence, because this helped us to progress, to do better exchange, right, of goods and services. So this is, because they have this topic of what happened during the colonial period and at the time of independence, you can divide this in multiple parts. What happened in the agricultural sector, in the industrial sector, in foreign trade sector, on the demography side, on the occupational side, and the infrastructural side, right? So with this, we will end today's class.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Beta, welcome to the first marathon of CUT. I mean, we have done quite a few earlier. पहले भी कुछ marathons तो हमने किए हैं. But this is the starting of the marathons that we do till the exam, hopefully. I hope everything is fine till exams. So what I want to, let's discuss how we will be going through these marathons. कैसा रहेगा ये? So what I will be doing is I have prepared a set of notes today. ठीक है, I will do it for all topics. आज मैंने demand and utility को cover किया है, but we'll begin with demand. Okay. Now we may not have time to go through all the notes in the class. बहुत मुश्किल होगा because sometimes the note will be 35 to 40 page long. तो मैं क्या करूंगी ना, that I will be from that topic telling you exactly what are the important pointers in class from my notes. That I will cover with you. But the rest of the notes, जो बाकी notes हैं, आपको उसी दिन पे you have to read those notes thoroughly. ठीक है. Plus, then on that same topic, I will give you some MCQs and you have to do those MCQs on the same day. ठीक है. हमने ऑलरेडी एक टाइम टेबल तो ले ही लिया है. वी हैव टेकन द टाइम टेबल. द आइडिया इज दैट वी रैप दिस अप इन द नेक्स्ट 15 to 20 days. ठीक है. And we'll do this from Monday to Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. ये MCQs आपको पोर्टल पे इन्हीं नोट्स के नीचे मिल जाया करेंगे. For today, as I'm telling in other classes also, आज के लिए you have to excuse me क्योंकि ये notes मेरे को बनाने में थोड़ा सा it took me time, so I just completed the notes 2-3 minutes back. That is why I will get it uploaded by tonight. ठीक है, I will send it to the team after the session. ठीक है, but from tomorrow I will try to be a bit more punctual. I will try to make sure कि क्लास से पहले ये नोट्स आपके पास पोर्टल में आपके सामने खुले हों. राइट. सो व्हाट यू विल बी डूइंग इज यू विल बी ओपनिंग द पोर्टल एंड उस पोर्टल पे यू विल बी ओपनिंग दीज नोट्स. यू विल कीप अ कॉपी विद यू साइमल्टेनियसली एंड इन नोट्स में से जो भी मैं क्लास में एक्सप्लेन कर रही हूँ यू विल जस्ट राइट दैट इन द कॉपी. After the class, you will revisit these notes in detail because I will not be doing everything from the notes in class. I will be giving you a summary of these notes in class. But in notes को detail में आपको class के बाद, after the class, you have to study them. एक बारी पढ़ना होगा. ठीक है. Plus, I will be giving you some MCQs which you will have to do. कुछ टॉपिक एमसीक्यू के वी हैव ऑलरेडी डन जब हम शुरू में वो रिवीजन सेशंस कर रहे थे दैट आई टुक इन द मॉर्निंग आवर्स ना. तो जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द टॉपिक डिमांड, इस पे आई हैव लिटरली मेड एमसीक्यूज मल्टीपल टाइम्स. ठीक है. आई रिमेंबर जस्ट 1 month बैक आई हैड अपलोडेड सम एमसीक्यूज. तो आई विल आस्क द टीम टू जस्ट पुट दोज एमसीक्यूज आफ्टर दीज नोट्स ऑल्सो. इफ यू हैव डन दोज इट्स फाइन. मतलब अगर कर लिया एक बार तो दोबारा करने का जरूरत नहीं है. आई रिमेंबर वी हैव डन एमसीक्यूज ऑन डिमांड, इलास्टिसिटी ऑफ डिमांड, स्नॉब इफेक्ट, बैंडवैगन इफेक्ट. उस पर हमने एमसीक्यूज ऑलरेडी प्रैक्टिस किए हैं. बट जस्ट टू पुट एवरीथिंग इन प्लेस इन वन गो एंड जस्ट टू हैव एवरीथिंग टॉपिक वाइज, आई विल आस्क द टीम टू जस्ट अपलोड दीज एमसीक्यूज हियर. ठीक है. सो द आइडिया दैट is there in my mind is that, so I've also given you that on the telegram group. हमने अच्छे से डिटेल में I've given you that timetable. The idea is that in the next 15-20 days we should be able to revise microeconomics completely. हाँ, so अगर आप देखो the date that we finish microeconomics का revision is 4th December, right? And then we will begin with maths revision next. So if you are thorough enough with me, और आपने लाइफ में कभी नहीं पढ़ा है, if you have never ever studied economics, even if you're studying for the first time और आप ये सारे नोट्स को अच्छे से कर लोगे, you can be the one sitting at Delhi School of Economics, you can be the one sitting at IGIDR. Leave what you have done till now, उससे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, but you have to be very thorough with me from now onwards till 4th of December or 5th of December, जिसमें we will be wrapping this up. ठीक है. Where it will be uploaded, I'll ask them to make a separate section called CUET Marathon. Yes, we will have those sessions for maths and stats too, as I said. Sorry, maybe I am reading the question now. So, abhi humne, so if you look into the schedule I have sent you, इट इज बेस्ड ऑन पोल. हाँ, सो जब मैंने पोल रन किया था, ऑल ऑफ यू सेड दैट आई शुड बी गोइंग विद माइक्रो इकोनॉमिक्स फर्स्ट. दैट्स द रीजन मैंने माइक्रो से स्टार्ट किया है. एंड इन माइक्रो इकोनॉमिक्स वी आर ट्राइंग टू एंड इट बाय 4th of December. So the next subject that we can pick up can be maths or stats. I want to pick up maths first, but agar poll mein people say stats, we can pick stats. It depends on what you people want. In which videos you have studied, taught those effects. It is part of intermediate demand chapter. ठीक है, should we begin now? So आज के लिए you look here, you just open up a notebook and you just be with me. From tomorrow you can open up your portal also and keep looking at these notes. ठीक है, तो what I want to do is I want to show you कि theory of demand में if I go to the demand side, what all is important from the point of view of demand. So the first thing जो हमें जानना होगा, what determines demand. ठीक है, then we want to understand what is called as law of demand. What is demand schedule, demand curve, ये एग्जाम में आ सकता है. What is expansion and contraction and how it is different from increase and decrease in demand. ठीक है, this is class 12th concept, but many of you might have forgotten कि how expansion of demand is different from increase in demand and how contraction of demand is different from decrease in demand. ये दोनों कैसे अलग हैं, ये हमें जानना जरूरी है. उसके बाद बेटा we will understand elasticity of demand. और जब हम elasticity की बात करेंगे, so we want to understand 4 kind of elasticities. We want to understand price elasticity, income elasticity, cross price elasticity and advertisement elasticity. हर एक elasticity से related detail में conclusion you should be aware about that. माने if I tell you कि price elasticity negative है, तो why it is negative ये हमें पता होना चाहिए. अगर ये पॉजिटिव आ रही है किसी गुड के लिए, what will be that kind of good, we should know that. Similarly, if I tell you cross price elasticity is negative, उसका क्या मतलब है? Cross price elasticity positive, what that means? Cross price elasticity zero, what that means? We should be aware about this also. ठीक है. Similarly, income elasticity greater than 1, equal to 1, less than 1, इनका क्या मतलब है? We have to be aware about that. Less than 0 का क्या मतलब है? We have to be aware about that. So it means कि हर elasticity से related उसका implication, what that elasticity means, हमें उसको बहुत डिटेल में समझना है एज पार्ट ऑफ द CUET एग्जाम. इट कैन डेफिनेटली बी आस्क्ड इन एग्जाम. दो ही एग्जाम्स में ऐसे क्वेश्चन आते हैं, CUET एंड UGC नेट, और उन दोनों को हमें बहुत अच्छे से डिटेल में समझना है व्हाई इट हैपेंस. ठीक है. देन इफ आई गो टू थ्योरी ऑफ कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर, ये यूटिलिटी नहीं है, जस्ट बेसिक कंज्यूमर बिहेवियर है. तो एक आ जाता है मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी एनालिसिस and one is indifference curve analysis. So this is the entire thing which we should be trying to see through these notes. ठीक है. ओके बेटा, सबसे पहले हम बात करते हैं कि what is demand. अब डिमांड का बहुत ही सिंपल मीनिंग है that demand covers two things, willingness and ability. willingness का मतलब ये है कि I am willing to buy something. ठीक है, जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ यू टेल मी मैम कैन यू बाय maybe a drug for me, but I'm not willing to buy that. Maybe I have money to buy it, but do I have the willingness to buy it? क्या मैं वो खरीदना चाहती हूँ? Answer is no. So I must have the willingness to demand. And दूसरा है I must have the ability to demand. तो अगर हम इसमें एग्जाम्पल ले लेते हैं, फॉर एग्जाम्पल BMW, I don't have the ability to buy it. I don't have the money to buy it. तो I may be willing to buy it. मेरे को मन है खरीदने का, but I may not be able to buy it. तो जब भी हम डिमांड की बात करते हैं, whenever we talk about demand, we want both these things to be fulfilled. Both fulfilled. दोनों fulfill होनी चाहिए, willingness and ability. ठीक है. Based on that, all of you will go through this paragraph and read this. अब क्वेश्चन आता है व्हाट डिटरमाइंस डिमांड. डिटरमाइन मतलब कैसे डिमांड, कौन कौन सा फैक्टर्स है विच डिटरमाइन द डिमांड. सो यूजुअली फॉर दैट वी राइट आउट अ फंक्शन. वी से डिमांड इज अ फंक्शन ऑफ ओन प्राइस. ठीक है. ओन प्राइस में लॉ ऑफ डिमांड लगता है सीधा सीधा, दैट व्हेन प्राइस ऑफ अ कमोडिटी इंक्रीजेस डिमांड डिक्रीजेस, प्राइस डिक्रीजेस डिमांड इंक्रीजेस. ये लॉ ऑफ डिमांड है. Then we have price of other goods. अब ये other goods कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री गुड्स भी हो सकते हैं, ये अदर गुड्स सब्स्टिट्यूट गुड्स भी हो सकते हैं, right? So it's called price of related goods. So when we talk about complementary goods, example can be ink and pen. When we talk about substitute goods, example can be tea and coffee. So complementary goods में जब इंक का प्राइस इंक्रीज होगा तो पेन का डिमांड डिक्रीज हो जाएगा. Substitute goods में when price of tea will increase, people will go towards coffee, सब कॉफी की तरफ जाएंगे, तो डिमांड ऑफ कॉफी विल इंक्रीज. तो हमारे दो तरीके के गुड्स हो गए, सब्स्टिट्यूट एंड कॉम्प्लीमेंट. देन वी हैव इनकम ऑफ कंज्यूमर. अब अगर हम नॉर्मल गुड का बात करें, इफ आई टॉक अबाउट नॉर्मल गुड्स, व्हेन इनकम इंक्रीजेस डिमांड इंक्रीजेस, इनकम डिक्रीजेस डिमांड डिक्रीजेस. एंड व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट इंफीरियर गुड्स तो रिलेशन रिवर्स हो जाता है. इनकम इंक्रीजेस डिमांड डिक्रीजेस, इनकम डिक्रीजेस डिमांड इंक्रीजेस. ठीक है. देन वी हैव टेस्ट एंड प्रेफरेंसेस. जैसे इफ आई हैव अ प्रेफरेंस टुवर्ड्स कॉफी, मुझे कॉफी बहुत पसंद है, सो व्हाट विल आई डू, कॉफी का प्राइस छोड़ के, बिकॉज आई हैव अ टेस्ट टुवर्ड्स कॉफी, आई विल जस्ट डिमांड कॉफी. आई डोंट लाइक टी, आई डोंट ड्रिंक टी, तो आई विल ऑलवेज गो टुवर्ड्स कॉफी. तो समटाइम्स पीपल्स टेस्ट एंड प्रेफरेंस, जो लोगों का टेस्ट या प्रेफरेंस है, दैट ऑल्सो गोज अहेड एंड डिटरमाइंस द डिमांड. तो आप सब लोग, ऑल ऑफ यू विल गो अहेड एंड रीड दिस आउट, व्हाट डिटरमाइंस डिमांड. इसमें प्राइस ऑफ कमोडिटी, प्राइस ऑफ रिलेटेड गुड्स, ठीक है, इनकम ऑफ द कंज्यूमर, इसमें सारे टाइप ऑफ गुड्स आर इंक्लूडेड. हाँ, टेस्ट एंड प्रेफरेंसेस, यू विल स्टडी दिस. नाउ वी टॉक अबाउट द टू काइंड ऑफ इफेक्ट्स. एक बोल देते हैं हम बैंड वैगन इफेक्ट, एंड द अदर वन इज कॉल्ड एज स्नॉब इफेक्ट. ठीक है. बोथ ऑफ दीज इफेक्ट्स, बेटा ये साइकोलॉजिकल इफेक्ट्स हैं, बट क्या डिफरेंस है दोनों में? हाँ, व्हाट्स द डिफरेंस बिटवीन बैंड वैगन इफेक्ट एंड स्नॉब इफेक्ट? बैंड वैगन इफेक्ट इज द इफेक्ट which leads to increase in demand of commodity, और स्नॉब इफेक्ट वो इफेक्ट है which leads to decrease in demand of the commodity. ठीक है. जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल व्हेन आई टॉक अबाउट आईफोन, एक को देखा आईफोन खरीदते हुए, सम अदर विल आल्सो बाय, देन दैट इज बैंडवैगन इफेक्ट. सब एक दूसरे को कॉपी करके डिमांड को इंक्रीज कर रहे हैं, right? So when you copy other people, when you increase the demand of the commodity by copying, तो वो हो गया bandwagon effect. Snob effect है when the demand of the commodity decreases. जैसे for example एक बहुत ही exclusive कैफे है, ठीक है. This cafe till 2024 it would only take upper richer class. माने वो एंट्री के लिए आपको बहुत ज्यादा अपना कुछ दिखा के, अपना कुछ कनेक्शन दिखा के सिर्फ उस कैफे में यू कुड एंटर देन. ठीक है. सो दिस रिचर क्लास, इनको बहुत एक्सक्लूसिव फील होता था कि ओ वी आर ओनली द पीपल हु आर गोइंग इन दिस कैफे. अब क्या हुआ 2025 में, सपोज दिस कैफे इट ओपन्स फॉर ऑल, सबके लिए कैफे खुल गया, राइट? तो जैसे ही कैफे सबके लिए खुलेगा, द मोमेंट इट ओपन्स अप फॉर ऑल, क्या होगा, व्हाट विल हैपन? These rich class people will no more go. They will feel, अरे it's not exclusive, कोई भी आ जा रहा है, there is no gentry, we don't want to go. They may feel like that. And people like us, हम तो वैसे ही नहीं जा सकते because the prices are high. So what will happen is that there will be a decrease in demand. ये usually it happens with some diamond or some kind of diamonds or some kind of painting sometime. माने when you see that anybody is buying it, तो जो rich class होता है they stop buying it, right? So it has a negative effect, right? So this becomes your snob effect. ठीक है. दोनों ही psychological effects हैं and they are important from exam point of view. You have to study them. ठीक है. Okay. फिर consumer expectations आ जाता है. Consumer expectations also have a role to play. माने if I think कि future में प्राइस ऑफ कमोडिटी इज गोइंग टू इंक्रीज, मेरा एक्सपेक्टेशन है दैट इन्फ्लेशन आने वाला है, फ्यूचर में चीजें महंगी होंगी, So what will I do today? I will decrease my demand in the future and I want to consume today. So I will increase my demand in present. Sometimes इसकी वजह से we also see hoarding effect, है ना? अगर हमें लगता है कि फ्यूचर में एकदम से इसका प्राइस बहुत बढ़ेगा चीज का, सो एवरीवन वांट्स टू स्टॉक दैट थिंग, हम आज खरीद के रख लेते हैं दैट वील सेल इन द फ्यूचर एट अ हायर प्राइस, राइट? सो expectations also affect the demand of the commodity. That is what we have written. अभी कुछ other factors I leave it to you. You can go ahead and study them. Okay. Demand function मैंने बता दिया है क्या होता है. You can study on your own. Now let's talk about the law of demand. Law of demand was given by Marshall. Names are important. नाम याद रखने बहुत important है आपका CUET and नेट एग्जाम के लिए. It is very very important that you remember the names. तो एल्फ्रेड मार्शल ने लॉ ऑफ डिमांड दिया था एंड इन वेरी सिंपल टर्म्स ही सेड कि व्हेन प्राइस ऑफ द कमोडिटी इंक्रीजेस द डिमांड ऑफ द कमोडिटी डिक्रीजेस. दिस इज कॉल्ड एज लॉ ऑफ डिमांड. इसी को अगर मैं एक टेबल में रिप्रेजेंट करूं, ठीक है, डिफरेंट प्राइसेस डिफरेंट डिमांड, तो ये हो गया हमारा डिमांड शेड्यूल. एंड इसी को इफ आई रिप्रेजेंट इट इन अ ग्राफ, देन दिस इज माय डिमांड कर्व. ठीक है. नाउ लेट्स टॉक अबाउट मार्केट डिमांड. बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. मेनी ऑफ यू मेक मार्केट डिमांड कर्व इनकरेक्टली टिल डेट. देखो, मार्केट डिमांड इंडिविजुअल डिमांड को ऐड करके आता है. So when I add individual demand together, तो मुझे market demand मिल रहा है. This is simple to understand. माने A is demanding 3 units, B is demanding 2 units, तो 5 unit हो गया. A is demanding 2, B is demanding 1, तो 3 units हो गया. A is demanding 1, B is demanding 0, तो 1 unit हो गया. This is easy to understand. But यहाँ पे मुझे एक बहुत important aspect highlight करवाना है. I have to highlight very very important aspect here, and that is this line. Notice कि when the demand by A is 0 या by B is 0 in this case, तो बेटा A का जो भी डिमांड है, whatever is the demand of A and whatever is the market demand, they are both the same. दोनों सेम है, isn't it? So when the demand of B is 0, जब B का डिमांड 0 है, when the demand of B is 0, then demand by A and market demand are the same. दोनों सेम हैं. माने at this price of 20, A and market demand curve will coincide. A and market demand curve will coincide. तो अगर हम graphically देखें, if I look graphically, I am talking about price of 20. At price of 20, A is demanding 1 unit. At the same price, B is demanding 0. तो अगर मैं यहां पे देखूं, then the total demand is going to be 1. Now, any price above 20. अब if the demand of B is 0 at 20, अगर वो प्राइस 20 पे ही 0 डिमांड कर रहा था, then any price above 20 also demand by B will be 0. Because प्राइस ऑफ 20 पे ही B का डिमांड 0 है. तो when प्राइस इज 20, अगर B का डिमांड 0 है, तो अगर उससे कुछ ऊपर प्राइस भी होगा, then also B's डिमांड will be 0. और अगर B का डिमांड 0 है, if B's डिमांड is 0, तो at any price above 20, demand of A and market demand curve should be the same. तो that is exactly what is happening here. अगर हम ये वाला पार्ट यहां देखेंगे, if I look here, this part and this part, this is exactly same. माने this is exactly जो A का डिमांड है वही यहां पे प्लॉटेड है. और यहां पे at this part, ये वाला जो एस्पेक्ट है, here market demand curve is flatter. क्यों फ्लैट है? बिकॉज इट इज इंक्लूडिंग डिमांड ऑफ बोथ ए एंड बी. दोनों ए और बी का डिमांड बाकी एस्पेक्ट्स में है. right? So we can say कि market demand curve will be flatter than individual demand curve. Flatter माने उसमें ज्यादा amount involved है, ज्यादा quantity involved है. You see here it is 5, यहाँ पे 3 and 2 था. Here it is 3, यहाँ पे 2 and 1 था. So market demand will be more than individual demand. That is why वो flatter है. बट देयर विल बी सम पार्ट ऑफ मार्केट डिमांड जो किसी एक इंडिविजुअल के डिमांड कर्व से कोइंसाइड करेगा व्हेन द अदर डिमांड विल बी जीरो, व्हिच इज दिस पार्ट. जब बाकी डिमांड जीरो कर रहे हैं, सो ए का डिमांड बिकम्स द मार्केट, राइट? सो दिस इज इंपॉर्टेंट दैट मार्केट डिमांड में एक किंक आता है. व्हेन दिस किंक विल कम, मार्केट डिमांड का अगर हम कर्व देखें हाउ इट इज प्लॉटेड लाइक दिस किंक विल मीन कि किसी एक कंज्यूमर का जो डिमांड है इट वुड हैव बिकम जीरो. जैसे यहाँ पे बी का डिमांड इट बिकेम जीरो, एंड इसके बाद मार्केट डिमांड इज जस्ट ए का डिमांड बिकॉज बीज डिमांड इज जीरो, राइट? सो रिमेंबर दैट देयर कैन बी किंक. मार्केट डिमांड कर्व में किंक आ सकता है. वी कैन हैव अ किंक. दिस इज व्हाट इज इंपॉर्टेंट हियर. ठीक है, लॉ ऑफ डिमांड, अब ये भी इंपॉर्टेंट है. सो यू हैव टू ऑल्सो नो द रीजंस behind law of demand. The reasons behind law of demand. तो reason behind law of demand सिर्फ ये basic नहीं है कि when price increases quantity decreases. Reasons होते हैं substitution effect, income effect. तो substitution effect क्या बोलता है? That when price of a commodity increases, substitute it for a cheaper commodity. आप किसी और commodity को ढूंढो which is cheaper. Income effect says what? That when price of a commodity decreases, your real income increases. And if your real income is increasing, you will increase the demand. है ना? रियल इनकम माने परचेजिंग पावर. तो अगर मेरा परचेजिंग पावर इंक्रीज हो रहा है, आई मस्ट कंज्यूम मोर कमोडिटी, इजंट इट? तो लॉ ऑफ डिमांड के बहुत सारे रीजंस हैं, and you have to know those reasons. So go ahead and read this. Read the law of demand reason, income effect, substitution effect, arrival of new customer, different uses. ये important है. ठीक है? Now let's talk about exceptions. The most important exception to law of demand is called as giffen good. It's called as giffen good. Giffen good कौन से good होते हैं? Those goods which are ultra inferior माने बहुत बहुत inferior commodity है, right? They are called as giffen goods. So giffen goods are those goods which when price of commodity increases, demand increases. Price of commodity decreases, demand decreases. तो जब price इसका increase होता है, right? We spend more on those goods. We buy more of those goods क्योंकि they are very very inferior. I don't have the ability to shift to the higher good. इन्हीं की demand मुझे बढ़ानी पड़ती है. Now, how did Giffen found this out? उनको कैसे दिखा Giffen goods के बारे में? It was through a classic potato meat example. अगर हम example देखते हैं, suppose if I tell you that say potato is 10 rupees, meat is 50 rupees, and my income is 100 rupees. Okay. Let's make income 60. Okay. I just have to show you one example. Let's say income 60 and I have to spend on these two goods. तो अभी क्या किया मैंने? से 1 unit potato लिया, 1 unit meat लिया, and I have 60 rupees मैंने spend कर दिया. ठीक है? से price of potato जो है that was 10. ठीक है? And I am buying 1 unit of potato and I am buying 1 unit of meat. मैंने 60 rupees खर्च कर दिया. Now let's say that the price of potato increases to 20 rupees and meat अभी भी 50 rupees है. I have to buy potato to make my food. हाँ, 1 kg potato बहुत होते हैं. This is 10 per kg suppose. हाँ, and 1 kg potato is enough to sustain my family. माने potato के बिना मेरा family नहीं चल सकता. I have to buy them. But now अगर मैं 20 rupees potato पे spend करूँ, if I spend 20 on potato, तो क्या 60 rupees में मैं meat ले पाऊंगी? Will I be able to buy meat? No, because if I buy 1 unit of potato, 1 kg of potato, तो 60 में से 20 has been spent and I am left up with only 40 and meat का प्राइस तो 50 है, so I cannot buy meat. तो अब क्या करना पड़ेगा? I will have to spend entire money on potato because meat एक तरीके से unaffordable हो गया. Potato मुझे लेना ही है for my family to sustain my family, right? So now what happens is that I end up spending the entire money on potato and my demand of potato increases from 1 to 3 kgs because meat की जगह भी now I am feeding my family with potatoes. This becomes a classic example of given good. Right? So when price of the potato increased from 10 to 20, I started increasing the demand. So ये exception to law of demand you have to study. Then you can study the other exceptions also. ठीक है? Okay. अब हम बात करेंगे increase and decrease in demand की. So you do these things, these differences well. Whenever we talk about increase or decrease in demand, it is due to factors other than price. तो जब भी प्राइस इंक्रीज होने की वजह से डिमांड डिक्रीज होती है और वाइस वर्सा, दिस इज एक्सपेंशन और कॉन्ट्रैक्शन. But when demand changes due to other factors like change in price of substitute goods, complementary goods, taste and preference, income, है ना, तो ये हो जाता है हमारा इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज इन डिमांड. When demand increases, demand curve shift rightwards. When demand decreases, demand curve shifts leftwards. तो ये हमारा increase and decrease in demand हुआ. Expansion contraction is movement along the curve. माने if I move from A to B, तो ये expansion है. If I move from B to A, तो ये contraction है. So it is along the same curve, but increase and decrease is due to factors other than price. ठीक है? Okay. Now let's talk about elasticity. तो पहला formula elasticity का which is important. All of you will make a formula sheet. From today onwards. उसको बोलोगे micro formula sheet, microeconomics. And you will write all these formulas in the formula sheet. सारे के सारे formulas आप उसमें note down करोगे, ठीक है? So the first formula is price elasticity. So price elasticity is percentage change in quantity demanded upon percentage change in price. ठीक है? इसको हम change in demand by change in price into initial price by initial quantity into 100 भी लिख सकते हैं. Into 100 अगर हमें percentage terms में चाहिए, otherwise like this also it's fine. ठीक? So this becomes your elasticity of demand. Beta homework. You have to do all these numericals. जितना भी numericals listed है, you have to do these numericals. It is based on this formula of elasticity of demand. ठीक है? Okay. The next is point elasticity. Again, इस पे one MCQ can be asked. एक MCQ इसमें से आ सकता है. So when we talk about point elasticity, basically point elasticity is that at every point on the demand curve, the elasticity differs. ठीक है? Point elasticity के लिए the formula is lower segment by upper segment. Now we find exactly the center point of this demand curve, exactly center, and वहां पे elasticity of demand is unit elastic. ठीक है? यहाँ पे it is infinity, यहाँ पे it is zero. Zero क्यों? Because it is lower by upper. तो lower में तो कोई segment बचा ही नहीं है. It's on the x-axis. तो lower में there is no segment. यहाँ पे देखो lower segment and upper segment are equal. इसलिए it is 1. यहाँ पे there is no lower segment left. So it becomes 0. Here elasticity is more than 1, here it is less than 1. This is very important. ये match the following में भी आ सकता है. It can also be asked in reasoning assertion. ठीक है, ऐसा कुछ statement that the point elasticity, ये assertion है, on x-axis is 0. Reason, the point elasticity is lower segment is the ratio of lower segment by upper segment. ऐसे कर दिया. So yes, it is 0 because of this reason, क्योंकि उसका formula lower segment by upper segment है. So both assertion and reasoning are correct. ऐसे करके they can be asked in exam. आपको इस हिसाब से इसको करना होगा. ठीक है. Okay. Then you have the formula of arc elasticity. Arc elasticity is usually when we take average quantity and price. माने यहां पर instead of taking P and Q, हम P1 plus P2 by 2 लेते हैं and Q1 plus Q2 by 2. So we take average quantity and average price. अगर हम वो formula use करते हैं, then it becomes arc elasticity. ठीक है, 2 and 2 cancel भी हो सकता है. So you can say change in Q by change in P into P1 plus P2 by Q1 plus Q2. And change in quantity क्या है? Difference in quantity. Change in price क्या है? Difference in price. P1 plus P2 by Q1 plus Q2. तो all these formulas are correct. आप कोई भी formula use कर सकते हो. ठीक है? That is your arc elasticity. ठीक है? I leave it to you. You read these explanations कि किसका क्या meaning है. This is something you can do on your own. Last method that you have to understand for elasticity वो हो गया हमारा revenue method. So revenue method says that when price and total revenue move in the opposite direction, then elasticity is more than 1. When price and revenue move in the same direction, then it is less than 1. When price changes but total revenue unchanged, then it is equal to 1. Okay. उसी को I have written it in a summarized way. You can read it here. Just remember, opposite direction, same direction, unchanged. Okay, this you can read, not from me. अब हम आ जाते हैं income elasticity पे. So income elasticity basically goes ahead and says that we are talking about percentage change in quantity due to percentage change in income. So change in quantity, change in income into income by quantity, इसको हमने बोल दिया income elasticity. ठीक है. अब again, if income elasticity is greater than 0, माने positive, it is normal good. And if it is less than 0, माने negative, so it is inferior good. And automatically given good भी हो ही गया, because all given are inferior. तो जो भी चीज inferior होगी वो definitely we can say that given is also satisfying the properties of that. So less than 0 means it is inferior and given. Question for all of you, write it in the chat. What if income elasticity is more than 1? What is that good? Good, that's right. Exactly. Simple, luxury. And less than 1? Correct. It will be necessity. तो ये this is the summary of income elasticity in one sheet. Nothing more than this can come from income elasticity. Positive, negative, greater than 1, less than 1. ठीक है, ये income elasticity summarized है. Okay. Then you can study this, do these. Now let's talk about cross price elasticity. So see here, when price of ink increases, demand of pen decreases. माने इंक का प्राइस एंड पेन का डिमांड ऑपोजिट डायरेक्शन में चल रहा है. दे आर मूविंग इन ऑपोजिट डायरेक्शन. तो ऑपोजिट डायरेक्शन मींस इलास्टिसिटी विल बी नेगेटिव. एंड व्हाट आर पेन एंड इंक? कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री गुड्स. Complementary goods have negative cross price elasticity. वैसे ही when price of tea increases, people move towards coffee, so demand of coffee increases. So tea and coffee का price, इसका price and इसका demand move in the same direction. Same direction means positive relationship, means that they are substitute goods. Tea and coffee are substitute goods. So negative cross price elasticity, complementary goods. Positive cross price elasticity, substitute goods. Okay, this is what you have to remember. Others I have summarized above and below, you can do it, but these two, just make a note of this. Full notes you will get. Just write this in a sheet, whatever I am writing. Full notes anyways will be there on your portal. Okay. So then you can do these examples. I'm leaving it to you. Okay, this is something new now. Okay. But this is called as advertisement elasticity. So advertisement elasticity asks that how your demand changes as advertisement expenditure changes. जब आप अपनी ad पे खर्चा बढ़ाते हो या कम करते हो, when you change your expenditure on ads, when you increase or decrease it, how your demand will change, that is called as advertisement elasticity. Percentage change in demand due to percentage change in advertising expenditure. Okay, that is your demand elasticity. Now this has certain meaning to it, right? So for example, if I say percentage change in demand upon percentage change in advertisement expenditure, and I tell you that this advertising elasticity is 0, माने न्यूमरेटर मस्ट हैव बीन 0. और 0 का क्या मतलब है? दैट मीन्स देयर वुड बी नो चेंज इन डिमांड. And no change in demand would have meant what? That demand is unresponsive to ad. डिमांड को एडवर्टाइजमेंट से कोई भी फर्क नहीं पड़ा. एड चलाने के बाद अगर डिमांड में कोई चेंज नहीं आ रहा, then that has 0 advertisement elasticity. Can you think of an example? क्या example हो सकता है इसका? That's right, only for firms, correct. Can you think of an example? Anyone? Necessary goods, okay. Think more. So yes, most of you are actually correct. ठीक बात है, that's right. So things like essential goods, namak, chini, chawal, basic vegetables, हाँ, your salt, your rice, your sugar, ठीक है? Usually their demand is stable. They are not affected with ads, right? Like for example, just because I start seeing Tata Namak ad today does not mean I will demand 1 की जगह 5 kgs. हाँ, it may create a brand awareness for me कि ठीक है, Tata is selling sugar, salt or sugar, but does not mean I will increase my demand overall. ठीक है? Similarly, you're right, life saving medicines. ठीक है? Tomorrow, if some pharma company, so I'm not sure how many of you follow the page of pharma CEOs or founders, but so all of you know this lady who comes on Shark Tank. Can you tell me the name? Who's from pharma industry? Exactly, Namita. So if you look into her page, every day she is promoting these age drugs these days, and sleep drugs, how you can, how you can regulate your sleep using those drugs. बहुत often you will see this thing that she's doing. Yes, everywhere she's doing, you can sleep well using my drugs, ऐसा करके, So my question is that by seeing the ad, are you changing your demand for the sleep drugs? No, right? अभी ये तो फिर भी this is not an essential drug, but essential drugs, life saving drugs, जो BP, sugar इन सब के होते हैं, just because I see an ad does not mean कि मैं उसका demand बढ़ा दूंगी. I will only take as much as I take, right? So yes, those goods have zero advertisement elasticity. Okay, so this is the implication of different type of elasticities related to advertisement. Okay, with this we wrap up the first topic, which is demand. Now you have to read these notes at any cost today. So I've wrapped up this part, this entire thing. Tomorrow, similarly, I will wrap up consumer theory. But as a homework, all of you will read these notes. Okay. And MCQs इस पे, as I said, I have already given. कुछ दिन पहले ही इसके MCQs दिए थे. But I will just post those MCQs again. All of you will do those MCQs. When we meet tomorrow, we will begin with the next topic, which is theory of consumer behavior. Okay. Okay. No, it is very difficult for me to do it back to back. So I need 1 hour break in between as a breather, and I have another marathon scheduled at 7:30. So that is why I've kept it at 4. But I will be posting the recordings. Variant workbook for CUET बिल्कुल जरूरत नहीं है. Where will the notes be uploaded? So as we said, I will make a special, we'll make a tab which will say marathon tab, CUET marathon. उसमें we'll upload this video. उसके बाद we'll upload the notes. उसके बाद we'll upload the question related to this. And we'll follow the same process. Video, notes, question. Video, notes, question. What else should we do apart from these? Don't spend the entire day on this. मतलब ये सब मिला के what I am doing with you should take only 1 to 1.5 hours. 1 घंटा with me when I do this, and 1 hour for you to read the notes and do those questions. Apart from 2 hours, you continue the practice which you are doing, whichever subject you are doing, whichever subject you are weak in. Yes, it will be separate. That's right. So basically, our demand for salt will not change. And since we are looking from the perspective of consumers here, right, demand side, so it makes sense what we said. What you are saying is from the point of view of a monopolistic firm or an oligopoly, when they advertise how the quantity changes for them, what they will produce, quantity supplied based on demand, that will change. But from our aspect, As a consumer, I am demanding salt. That's it. We are not going to which brand. ठीक है? Okay. So we'll meet tomorrow. Same time. ठीक है? Okay. Bye. Hi, good evening, everyone. So, I hope all of you had the time to go through the lecture notes of yesterday and have thoroughly revised the topic of demand. Okay. But आज we will go ahead and we'll begin with the topic of utility. Okay. Just give me a minute. So we'll begin with the topic of utility. ठीक? अब I'll wrap up ये utility and choice वाला topic in 2 days. Today we will do what is consumer equilibrium, what is budget line, on all those things, huh? Single commodity consumer equilibrium and two commodity consumer equilibrium and cardinal and ordinal utility. And in the next lecture हम different type of indifference curve और उनमें कैसे equilibrium आता है, how we find equilibrium for different kind of indifference curve, we'll find that. Yes, it already got uploaded yesterday, na? Similarly, it will be done today. Okay. तो सबसे पहले we should know the difference between wants and needs. Want हमेशा अनलिमिटेड होती है. हाँ, want तो I can want something very difficult to achieve. तो wants are unlimited. But from wants we want to understand कि कौन सी वो wants हैं जो necessary wants हैं, कौन सी वो wants हैं जो जिनके बिना we cannot live, right? Which are those wants which are necessities, right? Which are my needs. And we always want to go ahead and we always want to satisfy those needs first. We want to ensure कि हमारा जो भी income है we are able to buy the needs. ठीक है? Of course, as income increases, what you need can increase and your wants can increase, but want is always unlimited. Now, what is utility? Utility is the want satisfying power of the commodity in very simple language, right? माने utility is the satisfaction we get from the commodity. जब हम कोई भी commodity consume करते हैं, so it makes us happy, right? That happiness we get from the commodity. Or sometimes it can make us sad also. So in Delhi, you go out, इतना बुरा air quality है that it can make you sad. So instead of getting positive utility, you're getting negative utility. So the satisfaction you get, whether negative or positive, from any commodity, वही utility है, right? Now, beta, because we are talking about exams like Cuet, UGC NET, ऐसे exams में, a lot of times you may be asked match the following, या who gave what, authors of the book, है ना? ये सब बहुत often आता है. You may be given certain statements and asked who gave which statement, right? Or they may say utility is the quality of a good to satisfy want, right? Who gave this statement? So I have given you some important statements here कि किसने क्या दिया था. You can just remember them. इनको एक बारी अच्छे से पढ़ लेना कि what this is all about. ठीक है? अच्छा, similarly, it is very important that you know which year what happened. Okay, so for example, when we go ahead and when we talk about the concept of utility, right, is there ethics in utility? Well, no, economics does not talk about that, but that is exactly where we talk about things like externalities, right? So no, there are no ethics involved. I mean, for a criminal, he may get utility from shooting a person. Does not mean it's the right thing, but he still gets a positive satisfaction. Okay, so coming back to this, तो जब हम कोई भी concept की बात करते हैं, right, whether we talk about utility or demand, one thing which you have to do, all of you have to do, is the chronology of demand or chronology of utility. माने who gave what when, वो आपको ध्यान से करना होगा. So I am just mentioning the chronology of utility. You guys can add on to that chronology. ठीक है? So first of all, Adam Smith in 1776 talked about the paradox of value. ठीक है? माने उन्होंने बोला कि दो चीजें होती हैं, एक होती है वैल्यू इन यूज एंड दूसरा हो जाता है वैल्यू इन एक्सचेंज. Value in use means something which gives you usefulness. ठीक है। वैल्यू इन एक्सचेंज मीन्स प्राइस ऑफ द कमोडिटी, माने मार्केट वैल्यू, ठीक है। सो यूटिलिटी इज वैल्यू इन यूज, माने सेटिस्फैक्शन, कितना कोई चीज यूजफुल है मेरे लिए। जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल वाटर में हैव अ लो प्राइस, राइट, सो इट्स वैल्यू इन एक्सचेंज इज लो, बट वाटर के बिना वी कैन नॉट सर्वाइव, सो इट्स वैल्यू इन यूज इज हाई, right? So from here only, we can distinguish between the value of water and value of diamond. And I hope all of you know the water diamond paradox, है ना, जिसमें हम बोलते हैं why necessities like water they have a low price while luxuries have a high price. तो ये पहला चीज हो गया where we go ahead and we talk about Adam Smith, ठीक है। The second thing that post which we kind of started talking about utility, it basically happened by David Ricardo and Mill. So Ricardo, आई होप यू नो कि ये सारे हम क्लासिकल इकोनॉमिस्ट की बात कर रहे हैं, यूजुअली मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक्स में यूज होते हैं, बट आई एम जस्ट टेलिंग यू इनका कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन इन माइक्रो। सो रिकार्डो 1817, in on tips it should be in your mind, these are the things which are very very important from exam point of view, एकदम दिमाग में होना चाहिए क्या कब आया। सो रिकार्डो एंड मिल 1848, now although they mainly focused on the side of labor and cost of production and labor theory, but उन्होंने भी एक वर्ड यूज कर लिया, लेबर थ्योरी ऑफ वैल्यू, माने इन अ वे दे ऑल्सो टॉक्ड अबाउट हाउ मच यूटिलिटी वॉज गेटिंग डिराइव्ड फ्रॉम लेबर, है ना, क्योंकि उन्होंने बोल दिया लेबर थ्योरी ऑफ वैल्यू। सो वी आर ऑल्सो टॉकिंग अबाउट लेबर से क्या यूटिलिटी एक्सट्रैक्ट हो रही है, क्या सेटिस्फैक्शन एक्सट्रैक्ट हो रही है, क्या वैल्यू एक्सट्रैक्ट हो पा रही है। देन वी हैड अ कंप्लीट रेवोल्यूशन, एक पूरा रेवोल्यूशन आया इकोनॉमिक्स में, एंड उस रेवोल्यूशन को वी नेम्ड दैट एज मार्जिनल रेवोल्यूशन। मार्जिनल रेवोल्यूशन, मार्जिनल रेवोल्यूशन 1870s के अराउंड इट स्टार्टेड, एंड दिस वॉज द रियल बिगनिंग, मतलब जैसे वो मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी, मार्जिनल कॉन्सेप्ट यूज होना शुरू हुआ, सो this was the time when we started talking about more about utility, ठीक है, जिसमें we had certain important names. The first one was Jevons, 1871 UK, ठीक है, इनको बोलते हैं विलियम स्टेनली जेवंस, एंड ही इंट्रोड्यूस्ड द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ यूटिलिटी, ठीक है, बट ही वॉज वेरी फोकस्ड ऑन सब्जेक्टिव सेटिस्फैक्शन, ठीक है, माने ही emphasized more of the satisfaction in terms of, so he said subjective satisfaction is measurable, measure तो कर सकते हैं, but he kept talking about satisfaction depending on the final degree of utility. उन्होंने total utility के बारे में कुछ नहीं बोला कि there is a concept of total satisfaction, then there is a concept of additional satisfaction, इतना डिटेल में he didn't say. He just said कि what, we get some satisfaction from a commodity, or maybe that commodity is satisfaction is measurable, ठीक है, उतना करके he left. Then we had Karl Menger. Karl Menger again 1871, but in Austria. He was the founder of Austrian school, and उन्होंने बोला कि goods drive value from marginal utility in satisfying human wants. तो उन्होंने भी marginal utility पे he focused on that, but he focused on individual preferences, माने there is no concept of society preferences, वो सब बहुत later concepts हैं. He just said that we are focusing on preferences that you derive from individual commodity as individual. So how much satisfaction I derive from a rubber band, from individual commodity, right? Then when walrus came into picture, right, that was 1874, right? That was in France, Switzerland. So that is when he integrated the concept of utility into a general framework. तो आप आपको सबको पता ही होगा, वी ऑल नो देयर इज समथिंग कॉल्ड एज वॉलरेजियन इक्विलिब्रियम, ठीक है। सो वॉलरेजियन इक्विलिब्रियम मींस जनरल इक्विलिब्रियम, माने जहां पे हम we make those Edgeworth box and we find out when we have two commodity case कैसे होगा. So we moved ahead from individual preferences towards a general equilibrium concept. General equilibrium की तरफ हमने start किया चलना. Now all of this we were saying many things. बहुत कुछ हम यहाँ पे बोल तो रहे थे, but we were not putting them down in any book. ठीक है. So the first time that someone plugged these things into, integrated the concept of utility into general equilibrium, if you're asking for this, he brought the utility of individual into general equilibrium framework. ठीक है. अच्छा, अब क्या हुआ ना कि माने जेविन्स स्टार्टेड टॉकिंग वे बैक, जेविन्स बात कर रहे थे, मेंगर बात कर रहे थे, बट we could not see these things written in publications, in books. It was only Marshall in 1890 that he finally brought the concept of cardinal utility in his book Principles of Economics. Right? तो अब उन्होंने ये सब यूज किया, लॉ ऑफ डिमिनिशिंग मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी, कंज्यूमर सरप्लस, यूटिलिटी फंक्शन, हाँ, तो marginal utility of money, MUM. So no doubt marginal utility, utility, cardinal utility, ये सब terms float कर रही थी. They were floating around in 1870s, but they were formalized into a concept in 1890 by Marshall. The concept of diminishing marginal utility came into picture by Marshall. ठीक है. So sometimes what will happen is कि आपको match the following दिया जाएगा. You'll be given match the following. अब in some questions match the following में you will be given Jevons. Sometimes you will be given Menger. Sometimes you will be given Marshall. I know many of you will come to me. So जैसे for example in the question bank match the following. Suppose you are given Jevons, Walrus, Smith, Ricardo. And you are given options और यहां पे दिया हुआ है कार्डिनल यूटिलिटी या मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी, जनरल इक्विलिब्रियम, वैल्यू ऑफ सरप्लस. यू गिवन सम ऑप्शंस. अब यू विल से मैम व्हाई हैव यू मार्क्ड कार्डिनल यूटिलिटी विद जेविन्स, वो तो मार्शल ने दिया था. you know it is wrong ma'am. I last to last year every year I see the same thing. So no, Jevons is also correct, right? अगर Jevons की जगह option I would have been given Menger, then also it is correct. If I would have been given Marshall, then also it is correct. They are all part of marginalized revolution, right? Two will never be given to you. ऐसा नहीं होगा कि they'll give you Marshall also and Jevons also. उतना confusing they will never give you, right? They will give you only one of these 2-3 names. But हाँ, you may be asked chronologically. ठीक है, जैसे they may ask you कि put them in order and they may give you Jevons, Marshall, Walrus, right? And they may give you Higgs and Allen. ठीक है, 4-5 उन्होंने दे दिया. They may give you Pareto. And they may ask you that put them in chronological order of giving utility. Utility के chronological order में इनको arrange करो. We understand all of them talked about generally about utility, but इनको you have to put them from early to the most recent one. तो ठीक है. Then we understand, you know, Jevons should be followed by Walrus, should be followed by Marshall, should be followed by Pareto. Though that way you have to remember which gave which year. ठीक है, Pareto I have to explain, don't worry. हाँ, तो you, yes. So I already have recorded that who gave what in which year 100 economist ka. It should be there on your portal Indian economy ke section mein. So you can look from there. But I also want you to do it topic wise. ठीक है तो आप if you're studying just consumer today, just utility, उसका अलग से you just make a note of it. So then came this, Marshall, and this happened. अब ये तो हो गया all of these economists till now, they were more of the cardinal utility economist. Cardinal means they said utility is measurable. ठीक है then came the ordinal utility revolution to say. ठीक है and इसमें we had the coming up of Pareto in 1906. ठीक है उन्होंने बोला utility is not something which is measurable. He introduced the concept of ordinal utility. He introduced the concept of ranking the preferences. उसी टाइम पे ड्यूरिंग अनदर 5-7 years Slutsky came into picture in 1915. स्लट्सकी आए और उन्होंने बोला कि जो भी हमारा चेंज इन डिमांड हो रहा है उसको वी कैन डिकम्पोज इट इन सब्स्टिट्यूशन इफेक्ट एंड इनकम इफेक्ट एंड वी कैन कॉल दिस टोटल एज प्राइस इफेक्ट राइट देन this happened way back 1906 1915. Then again we had to put these things in a book, we had to formalize them. So then came Hicks and Allen. Very important year, very important economist. किसी ना किसी जगह you will find their name in the exam. Hicks and Allen. They developed modern indifference curve analysis in a book that they wrote, a reconsideration to the theory of value. ठीक है इसमें इन्होंने they introduced ordinal concept formally. They introduced substitution income effect formally. They introduced the concept of ranking bundle formally. माने अभी तक भी people were doing it. सब बत बोल रहे थे right? They were talking about indifference curve, about ordinal utility. ये सब हो रहा था right? Slutsky was the one who introduced it definitely. But who formalized these things? Who wrote them in some place for us to read? It was Hicks and Allen in 1934. Okay, good. I hope that this is clear. ठीक है this happened. ठीक है this ये जो three economists हैं they introduced the ordinal revolution. माने we should be ranking the bundles. Now after this consumer theory खत्म नहीं हुआ है then we saw the coming up of revealed preference. ठीक है रिवील्ड प्रेफरेंस इज मेजरली अकाउंट मतलब मेजरली गिफ्टेड टू अस बाय पॉल सैमुअल्सन. प्लीज बेटा यू हैव टू रिमेंबर देम बाय हार्ट. एकदम टिप्स पे होना चाहिए ये पूरा क्रोनोलॉजी. सो बाय पॉल सैमुअल्सन इन 1938 ही प्रपोज्ड रिवील्ड प्रेफरेंस थ्योरी एंड उन्होंने ये बात की कि यूटिलिटी कैन बी इन्फर्ड. माने आप मुझे बता दो कि बंडल एक्स इज प्रेफर्ड ओवर वाई तो इसका क्या मीनिंग है. हाउ डू रिवील्ड प्रेफरेंसेस वर्क. दैट फर्स्ट टाइम इट केम बाय पॉल सैमुअल्सन. ठीक है देयर वाज अनदर इकोनॉमिस्ट रेयरली you would have seen his name, I'm not sure. Hendrik, let me write in a better handwriting. Houthacker. Houthakker 1950. he talked about axioms in revealed preference. ठीक है, देखिए when so if you look into the first two pages of variant, वहां पे हम बात करते हैं कि कब preferences consistent हैं. So those axioms ki when preferences will be consistent, right? When do I think that revealed preference is working in right direction? Those axioms were provided by Hendrick. Okay. So this is your revealed preference theory. इसके बाद came the modern utility concepts. ठीक है, मॉडर्न यूटिलिटी में एक तो हमारे पास होगा एक्सपेक्टेड यूटिलिटी कॉन्सेप्ट, जो हम रिस्क के चैप्टर में पढ़ते हैं, राइट? 1944, given by anyone would like to tell? We write that as VNM utility. Yes. So it was given by Von Neumann Morgenstern. So two people, एक हैं John Von, please write the spelling correctly, Neumann, and दूसरे हैं Oscar Morgenstern. ठीक है, दे इंट्रोड्यूस्ड ये जो भी अनसर्टेनिटी के अंडर हम एक्सपेक्टेड यूटिलिटी फंक्शंस पढ़ते हैं, इट वाज इंट्रोड्यूस्ड बाय देम. एंड एक्चुअली इफ यू लुक इनटू बुक्स, हम उनको बोलते भी VNM यूटिलिटी फंक्शन है. वी कॉल देम एज VNM यूटिलिटी फंक्शन. यस यस, कार्डिनल इज ऑलवेज बिफोर ऑर्डिनल. ठीक है, so this is the first thing that happened. And इसके बाद one last thing which you can write, it is called as prospect theory. ये भी अनसर्टेनिटी में ही आता है, द प्रोस्पेक्ट थ्योरी, जो बाउंडेड रैशनैलिटी के बारे में बात करता है. एंड दिस प्रोस्पेक्ट थ्योरी, दिस वाज गिवन बाय, अगेन राइट द स्पेलिंग वेरी केयरफुली, KAHNEMAN, right? And TVERSKY, Kahneman and Tversky in 1979. इन्होंने ये प्रोस्पेक्ट थ्योरी के बारे में बात की. दिस इज रिलेटेड टू बाउंडेड रैशनैलिटी. ठीक है, so this is the chronology of utility. Okay, I hope all of you have made a note of this. So basically utility can be divided in 4-5 phases. Cardinal, then ordinal, then what about revealed preference, what about modern economics? We can divide them, और हर एक के अंदर किस किस का contribution रहा है, you can just think about it. ठीक है, okay, I hope this is done. We'll come back to this now. ठीक है, so because Marshall and Hicks and Allen were the people जिन्होंने इसको बुक में लिखा था, who wrote them in book, you will always notice that these are related to, I mean, जब भी आप नाम पढ़ोगे इनका, आपको हमेशा दिखेगा कि in you will always see Marshall and Hicks and Allen, और किसी का नाम you will never find out. Okay, ठीक है, anything, anyone? This was before Hendrick. But the concept is different, na? I mean, Hendrick was related to revealed. So ये modern utility concepts हैं, right? So the portfolio kind of thing, जिसमें which you will put under the category of these people, it will be modern utility. Okay, so we'll write it down here itself. Right. So again, books are again very important. So I'll write few of them जो यहाँ पे important है. But you make a list of the all authors, economist, economic related with their books. तो यहाँ पर Hicks and Allen, a reconsideration of the theory of value. ठीक है. Similarly, you can also write for Newman and Morgenstern. So write down theory of games and economic behavior. Theory of games and economic behavior. Anything else, anyone? How to get notes on portal? I have uploaded them. No, कल ही तो upload हो गए. Today I will upload them again. Just after the lecture, you should be able to see the notes. Okay. So we'll go. ठीक है, अब देखो, let's see. तो सबसे पहले we need to see marginal utility analysis. इसमें you do the definition of total utility and marginal utility. Total utility is sum of marginal utility. Marginal utility is difference of total utility. ठीक है, तो अगर by consuming n units, my total utility is 100 and n minus 1 units, my total utility is 90. तो nth unit का marginal utility will be 10. इसी को अगर हम हमारे डिफरेंशिएशन में लिखें तो marginal utility is how total utility changes as we change the consumption of any commodity. Whenever we change the consumption of commodity, change in total utility is called as marginal utility. तो एग्जाम में you may be asked answer these two questions. First, does this have positive marginal utility? Second, does it obey law of diminishing marginal utility? Does this have positive marginal utility? माने हमें चेक करना है कि क्या मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी ग्रेटर देन 0 है या नहीं है. माने we need to check that how utility changes as x changes. क्या ये greater than 0 है? As utility, how utility changes as y changes. क्या ये greater than 0 है? ये हमें चेक करना है. ठीक है, ये हो गया कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ पॉजिटिव मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी. ये पहला चीज है. डज इट ओबे लॉ ऑफ डिमिनिशिंग मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी? तो इसमें स्टेप्स इन्वॉल्व विल बी 2. First, you will find marginal utility. Second, you will check how marginal utility changes as x changes. तो अगर हम इन दोनों कॉन्सेप्ट्स को क्लब करें, मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी माने हाउ यूटिलिटी चेंजेस एज एक्स चेंजेस. तो इफ आई रिप्लेस इट हियर तो क्या आ जाएगा? I'll get double derivative. So to check if marginal utility is diminishing or not, क्या marginal utility decline हो रही है, you will check second order derivative. If this is less than 0, then diminishing. And to check if marginal utility is positive or not, आप simply marginal utility निकालोगे. You'll simply find marginal utility and check if it is greater than 0 or not. So please understand the difference between the two. Positive है या negative है, उसके लिए you'll only do first order derivative. Diminishing marginal utility है या नहीं, you'll do second order derivative of utility function. ठीक है? Okay. John Nash gave the theory of games. Yes, that's right. You're right. That's why Nash equilibrium. Correct. Portal means the portal on which all courses, just people who have access to courses. That's the portal. ठीक है. तो ये हो गया. Assumptions you do it on your own. I don't have to do the assumptions with you. अब हम बात करते हैं लॉ की. ये लॉ है लॉ ऑफ डिमिनिशिंग मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी. What does this law states? This law states that as you increase consumption of a commodity, the extra utility you get keeps declining. इसका ग्राफ हमारा ऐसा बन जाता है that as consumption of commodity increases, marginal utility decreases. ठीक है? Marginal utility of the commodity decreases. Okay, ये law important है. Please do this law. अब हम इस पे आ जाते हैं, द रिलेशन बिटवीन टोटल यूटिलिटी एंड मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी. एंड इस रिलेशन को वी कैन स्टडी इन 3 phases. बेटा दिस इज phase 1. देखो phase 1 में इफ यू नोटिस ऑल्दो मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी डिक्लाइन तो कर रहा है. पहला यूनिट से मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी 10 है, सेकेंड यूनिट से 8 है, थर्ड से 6 है, फोर्थ से 4 है. सो मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी इज डिक्लाइनिंग बट पॉजिटिव है फ्रॉम फर्स्ट 10, फ्रॉम सेकेंड 8, थर्ड 6. सो इट्स पॉजिटिव. सो जब तक मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी पॉजिटिव है, यू नोटिस टोटल यूटिलिटी इज इंक्रीजिंग. Then when marginal utility is 0, right? What was marginal utility? It was differentiation of total utility. तो अगर हम किसी भी चीज को डिफरेंशिएट करके इक्वल टू 0 प्लग इन करते हैं, व्हाट डज इट मीन? वी मीन दैट इधर हम मैक्सिमा निकाल रहे हैं या मिनिमा, क्योंकि दिस इज द फर्स्ट ऑर्डर कंडीशन. डिफरेंशिएट इक्वल टू 0, इधर मैक्सिमा या मिनिमा. सो व्हेन वी डिफरेंशिएट दिस एंड व्हेन वी इक्वेट इट टू 0, इसका मतलब ये हो गया दैट डेफिनेटली टोटल यूटिलिटी का या मैक्सिमा होगा या मिनिमा. इन दिस केस वी अचीव द मैक्सिमा ऑफ टोटल यूटिलिटी. And then when marginal utility is negative, the total utility will fall. So this is the relationship. Limitations you can do. Now let's talk about the case of single commodity. So two cases we have to understand. The first is single commodity case. And the second is two commodity case. Single commodity case में our equilibrium condition is MUX by PX is equal to MUM. MUM क्या है? MUM है marginal utility of money. माने when we spend 1 extra rupee, तो एक्स्ट्रा सेटिस्फैक्शन कितना मिलता है, हाउ मच इज द एक्स्ट्रा सेटिस्फैक्शन वी गेट बाय स्पेंडिंग एक्स्ट्रा रुपी, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी ऑफ मनी। एंड ये है मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी ऑफ कमोडिटी डिवाइड बाय द प्राइस ऑफ कमोडिटी। ठीक है, सो सिंगल commodity equilibrium states that wherever these two will be equal, that will be your equilibrium. Okay, so this is your first law that we have, right? That mu x by px should be equal to mu m. Okay, now suppose if I assume that mu m is 1, so I can plug 1 here, and अगर मैं इसको 1 plug करूंगी, I'll get mu x by px equal to 1. So I will get mu x equal to px. Okay. We know mu x is declining, diminishing marginal utility. Suppose px, क्योंकि प्राइस है वो हमें मार्केट से गिवन है, सो सपोज px is some value, कांस्टेंट है, राइट? सो wherever these two become equal, ये मेरा इक्विलिब्रियम कंजम्पशन हो जाएगा. This is where I can find my equilibrium consumption. Okay. Okay. Then you can read this. Now we talk about consumer surplus. Now, consumer surplus का concept ये बोलता है that the area above price below demand curve is consumer surplus. यही था, area above price below demand curve is consumer surplus. But we can also go ahead and we can also find out consumer surplus in from marginal utility curve. ठीक है, तो क्योंकि हम ये सोच सकते हैं that whatever amount we demand is equivalent to the additional utility we are getting from the commodity. We can take them more or less close कि जब तक मेरे को यूटिलिटी पॉजिटिव मिल रहा होगा एक्स्ट्रा, आई विल डिमांड द कमोडिटी, और अगर उससे यूटिलिटी जीरो हो जाएगा या नेगेटिव होगा, आई विल नॉट डिमांड द कमोडिटी. सो वी कैन थिंक दैट द मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी of a commodity very closely represents the demand of the commodity. ठीक है, और if I go ahead and I write the px here, right, तो we can say that this area, ये जो एरिया आ रहा है ये हमारा कंज्यूमर सरप्लस हो जाएगा. सो एरिया अबव प्राइस बिलो मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी कर्व, दैट इज ऑल्सो कंज्यूमर सरप्लस. इसको भी हम कंज्यूमर सरप्लस बोल सकते हैं. वी कैन ऑल्सो कॉल दिस एज कंज्यूमर सरप्लस. Sometimes they may ask you in exam कि find how to find consumer surplus from marginal utility curve. ठीक है, अच्छा suppose I tell you marginal utility curve is 10 minus x. Price of the commodity is 5. Find consumer surplus. ठीक है, just give it a try. करो, सोचो एक बारी कैसे होगा. How will you find consumer surplus in this case? I am yet to take the concept of consumer surplus. I mean, today we are just doing the concept of consumer equilibrium. उसमें by chance consumer surplus has come into picture. We'll take that separately. Yes. So basically, because so what, when will you demand a commodity? कब तक commodity का demand होगा? As long as the utility we get from commodity is positive, तभी हम demand करेंगे. So if I go back to this curve, marginal utility वाले अगर curve पे जाते हैं, so we will demand the commodity. First unit will be demanded because its extra utility is positive. Second unit will be demanded because its extra utility is positive. So in a way, this is also telling me how much I will demand, right? And when will I demand? So in a way, this also represents my willingness to buy a commodity. Isliye we are taking them to be equivalent. That is how Marshall took them to be equivalent. 12.5. ठीक है, एक बारी देख लेते हैं. Let's see this. तो अगर हम मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी वाले कर्व को प्लॉट करते हैं, इफ वी प्लॉट दिस, हाउ विल वी गेट दिस बेटा? 10 minus x माने यू विल हैव 10 हियर. सो ये x है ना. देखो व्हेन x इज 0, अगर मैं x को 0 प्लग करती हूँ, आई गेट 10 हियर. पुट 0 हियर, 10 आ जाएगा. ठीक है. अच्छा, px इज 5. तो ये इक्विलिब्रियम क्वांटिटी कितना होगा? व्हेन mux इक्वल टू px. So 10 minus x equal to 5. So x will be 5. Now what is consumer surplus? This area. So you find the area of this triangle. So half base height. This will be 12.5. Correct. All of you are correct. It will be 12.5. That's right. Any doubt in this? Anyone? Hi, good evening, everyone. Today, the agenda of the marathon is to look at different utility functions and to know how to find equilibrium for each one of them. Okay. So the first one that can be asked in exam, that is basically Cobb-Douglas utility function. It is basically Cobb-Douglas utility function. तो हमारा utility function हो जाता है बेटा, u is equal to a x1 to the power alpha to x2 to the power beta. अब इस केस में the first thing that can be asked in exam is to find equilibrium. तो we need to go ahead and we need to remember the formula first कि x1 star will be alpha upon alpha plus beta m by px x2 star will be beta upon alpha plus beta m by py, where px py are the prices and m is the income of the consumer, है ना? Of course इसको आप derive कर सकते हो mathematically, but there is no need to do so. अच्छा, these demand, when we write x and y as a function of income and prices, इसको बोल दिया जाता है मार्शेलियन डिमांड। ये एकदम फर्स्ट चीज है जो हमारे किसी भी एग्जाम में दिस कैन बी आस्क्ड, ठीक है? in order to go ahead and in order to solve this, एक क्वेश्चन ले लेते हैं क्विकली। ऑल ऑफ यू विल राइट द आंसर इन द चैट विंडो। सो सपोज आपको एक यूटिलिटी फंक्शन दिया हुआ है 10 x1 to the power 0.8, x2 to the power 0.2 and px दिया है 1, py 1, income 10. First, find equilibrium consumption of the two goods. Give it a try. Jaldi jaldi. Huh? Answer in the chat window. Find equilibrium demand of the two goods. So what will be x1 star, x2 star? Very good. तो थोड़ा अगर आप एनालाइज करो, हाँ, if suppose you have 2 hours, I'm just giving you a random number, I want you to do it, हाँ? CUET pattern change भी करता है, but just an example. Suppose in 2 hours I have to do 50 questions. Suppose you should always do this for all exams. I'm just giving you an example. So 2 hour means 2 into 60, 120 minute. ठीक है? 120 divided by 50. That means 2.4 minute per question. तो any question that you do, कोई भी question अगर हम करें, we should be able to do that question. We should do it in 2 to 3 minutes. Maximum. Maximum I am saying. And our agenda should be कि हम इसको 2 minutes में ही cover करें. If this is the pattern. ठीक है? So for any paper, whether you're giving IIT या आप गेट का एग्जाम दे रहे हो या आप नेट दे रहे हो या आप CUET दे रहे हो या आप RBI दे रहे हो, whatever exam you're giving in life, all of you will do something like this कि okay, इस एग्जाम के लिए what is the amount I should be dedicating to that. और एक्चुअल एजेंडा मॉक पेपर्स का भी यही है, ठीक है? मॉक पेपर्स की जगह मैं आपको सिंपली आई कुड हैव गिवन यू एक क्वेश्चन एंड आंसर का PDF. Why do you have to give mock paper? Why you have to sit and do it on a platform? क्यों जरूरी है कि आप एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे बैठकर वहां पे लाइव 3 घंटा बैठ के एग्जाम दो? Why is that important? To see whether you are able to handle the pressure and do a question within that time frame. वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, ठीक? So please do this analysis. Okay, तो यहाँ पे हम देख लेते हैं बेटा, x1 star will be m by px into alpha upon alpha plus beta. Alpha है 0.8, alpha plus beta है 1, income is 10 and price of good x is 1. So all of you are right. x1 star will be 8. So x2 star b will find out beta upon alpha plus beta, m by py. Beta is 0.2. Alpha plus beta is 1, income is 10 and price of this is this, so 2. Correct. ये एकदम ठीक है. Okay, now I want to ask you question number 2 related to Cobb-Douglas. Find cross price elasticity of good 1 and good 2. बताओ बेटा, what will be cross price elasticity of good 1 and good 2? Try that. माने cross price elasticity of good 1 and good 2 will be percentage change in quantity of good 1 due to percentage change in price of good 2. And this another one will be percentage change in quantity of good 2 due to percentage change in price of good 1. What will be the answer? क्या होगा cross price elasticity for this question? Anyone? Zero. Isn't it? Zero नहीं हो जाएगा because this is how x1, this is x1 का डिमांड. देखो कि x1 जो है इट्स ओनली अ फंक्शन ऑफ px. क्या py आ रहा है? नहीं आ रहा. What is the formula of cross price elasticity? How x1 changes when p2 changes into p2 by x1. हाँ, क्योंकि पार्शियल है तो डेल कर सकते हैं, नो प्रॉब्लम. तो won't that be zero? यहाँ पे there is no presence of py. So del x1 by del py will be zero. Similarly, अगर हम यहां देखें, then here x2 is only a function of py. तो del x2 by del x by del p1, बेटा ये भी जीरो होगा. गो बैक टू द चैप्टर ऑफ डिमांड जो हमने पढ़ा था 2 days बैक. क्रॉस प्राइस इलास्टिसिटी क्या पढ़ा था? व्हाट इज दिस? हाउ क्वांटिटी 1 changes when price of 2 changes into p2 by q1. How quantity 2 changes as price of 1 changes into p1 by q2. अब ये तो बहुत क्लियर है यहाँ पे that here x2 is only a function of py. px नहीं आ रहा. Here x1 is only a function of px. There is no py. So there is no cross price elasticity. Is it clear? Any doubt in this? Anyone? कुछ भी doubt? So if there is no cross price elasticity, तो अगर कोई आपसे interpretation पूछे, then we will say that these are unrelated goods. These are unrelated goods. इनका कोई एक दूसरे के साथ relation नहीं है. These are unrelated goods. Is it clear? ठीक है. Question number 3. Find share of expenditure on good X and good Y. Find the share of expenditure on good X and on good Y. Share of expenditure माने क्या? That means, where did it go? Here. So share of expenditure on good X माने क्या? You have to find P1 X1 by M. ये है share of expenditure on good X. And P2 X2 by M. This is the share of expenditure on good Y. निकालो. Try this. Very good. Yes. तो share of expenditure on good X basically हमारा यही है 0.8. And share of expenditure on good Y यही है 0.2. And we can try to find this also. देखो how many units of X I am buying? 8 units. तो P1 X1 कितना हो जाएगा? Price of good X is 1 into 8. And income कितना है? 10. So P1 X1 by M will be 8 by 10, 0.8. तो एग्जाम में they will ask you this question in exam. एग्जाम में क्वेश्चन आएगा कि find the share of expenditure on good X and good Y. ऐसे नहीं, ऐसे भी आ सकता है कि what is this? Is it alpha? Is it beta? तो हाँ, this is the power of good 1 and this is the power of good 2. ठीक है, दिस इज द पावर ऑफ गुड 1 एंड पावर ऑफ गुड 2. अच्छा, व्हाट इट टेल्स? क्या बताता है ये? दिस इज टेलिंग इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ गुड 1, इंपॉर्टेंस ऑफ गुड 2. ठीक है. क्वेश्चन नंबर डी. अच्छा, सपोज ये परसेंटेज टर्म्स में दे आस्क यू, तो कुछ नहीं, जस्ट मल्टीप्लाई इट विद 100. हाँ, So into 100 माने 80% and that will be 20%. Question number 4. Find income elasticity of good 1 and good 2. Find beta. Income elasticity निकालो good 1 and good 2 का. Their sum is always 1. Not necessary, huh? So it can happen कि your utility function is 10 x1 to the power 2 x2 to the power 3. Does not matter. तो अच्छा उस केस में what will be share of expenditure? तो देखो generalize करते हैं. तो we know कि x1 जो था our x1 was alpha upon alpha plus beta m by px. What is the formula of share of expenditure on good 1? Price into consumption upon income. So if I do that, price, consumption की जगह I will put this. ये वाला value लिखो. So I'll get alpha upon alpha plus beta m by px upon income. So this will cancel, this will cancel. So share will come as alpha upon alpha plus beta. माने if my utility function is this, so share of expenditure on good 1, right? It will become 2 upon 2 plus 3. That means 2 by 5. That means 0.4. And share of expenditure on good 2 will become 3 upon 2 plus 3. That means 3 by 5. That means 0.6. तो ये एक general formula हो गया. Share of expenditure is always this value. ठीक है? Is it clear now? Okay. Try this question now. Give it a try. Income elasticity of good 1 and good 2. Anyone? So what was x1 beta? क्या निकाला हमने x1? Alpha upon alpha plus beta m by px. What is income elasticity? Formula. तो income elasticity का formula है how x changes as m changes into m by x1. So if I differentiate x with respect to m, तो क्या मिलेगा? Alpha upon alpha plus beta 1 by px. ये वैल्यू है इंटू m बाय x1. ठीक है, तो ये हो जाएगा अल्फा अपॉन अल्फा प्लस बीटा m बाय px इंटू x1. लिसन टू मी वेरी केयरफुली, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है ये बेटा. जब अभी हमने शेयर ऑफ एक्सपेंडिचर ऑन गुड 1 निकाला था, इट वॉज px इंटू x1 बाय m. ये उसका रिवर्स है और इसका वैल्यू आया था अल्फा अपॉन अल्फा प्लस बीटा. ये m अपॉन px x1 है ना. तो माने दिस इज नथिंग बट अल्फा अपॉन अल्फा प्लस बीटा इंटू 1 बाय शेयर ऑन गुड 1. तो इसको अगर मैं रेसिप्रोकेट करूं, इफ आई रेसिप्रोकेट दिस, व्हाट विल आई गेट? 1. इसको अपने माइंड में परमानेंट रजिस्टर इट, परमानेंट, कि फॉर Cobb-Douglas utility function, income elasticity is always 1. Register it in your mind. बहुत important है ये. For Cobb-Douglas utility function, income elasticity is always 1. Very, very important from exam point of view. 150% ये it can be asked as an MCQ question. Clear? Any doubt in this? Last question, Cobb Douglas से. E. So your utility function was 10, x1 to the power 0.8, x2 to the power 0.2. If consumer wants to grow utility by 5%, just give me a minute. I'm trying to frame it in the correct way. If consumer wants to grow utility by 5%, what should be amount by which income should increase? I think we should be able to do it. Just give it a try. थोड़ा सा क्वेश्चन को ट्वीक किया है. Consumer wants to grow utility by 5%. What should be the amount by which his income should increase? कोशिश करो ये करने का एक बारी. तो क्या करेंगे ना, लेट मी गिव यू अ हिंट. सी आपको x1 स्टार एंड x2 स्टार आपने निकाला था with these prices and income. You'll put those x1 star and x2 star in utility और आप मैक्सिमम यूटिलिटी निकालोगे. फिर आप न्यू यूटिलिटी निकालोगे by increasing current utility by 5%. आपको एक न्यू यूटिलिटी फंक्शन मिलेगा. ठीक है. I think I've made it very complicated. You'll get a new utility function. ठीक है. अब उस न्यू यूटिलिटी को कांस्टेंट रखते हुए you'll find x1 star and x2 star. मैंने I've merged Marshallian and Hicksian. मैंने दो चीजों को एक साथ कर दिया है. इंस्टेड ऑफ गिविंग यू टू सेपरेट थिंग्स मैं एक साथ निकाल रही हूँ. एक बारी इनकम को कांस्टेंट रखते हुए वी आर फाइंडिंग x1 x2 और देन यूटिलिटी को कांस्टेंट रखते हुए वी आर फाइंडिंग x1 x2. आई हैव ट्राइड टू मर्ज द टू थिंग्स टुगेदर, राइट. आई थिंक ये थोड़ा आईआईटी लेवल हो गया. ठीक है. सो यू गिव इट अ ट्राई. हाँ, तो क्या करेंगे, योर यूटिलिटी विल बिकम, इफ आई पुट इट इन दिस 10 0. सो x का वैल्यू क्या आया था 8 ना. So 8 to the power 0.8 and x2 का वैल्यू 2 था तो 2 to the power 0.2. यहां से you will get some utility, कुछ utility आएगा. Can one of you tell me ये वैल्यू क्या आ रहा है by putting it in a calculator? Can you tell me ये utility का वैल्यू क्या है? Anyone? ये वैल्यू कितना आ रहा है? 60.62. ठीक है. So you're getting 60.62. Now increase this utility by 5%. तो 60.62 plus 5% of 60.62. क्या वैल्यू आ रहा है? कैन यू टेल मी दिस वैल्यू? 60.62 plus 5 by 100, 60.62. क्या वैल्यू आ रहा है? What value we are getting? 63.66. Yes, yes, you're allowed to use that. Don't worry. 63.66. Calculator is allowed. ठीक है. अच्छा, ये न्यू यूटिलिटी हो गया. अब वो बोल रहा है कि फाइंड x1 स्टार x2 स्टार फॉर दिस न्यू यूटिलिटी. माने मेरा यूटिलिटी फिक्स्ड है 63.66 पे. प्राइस ऑफ गुड x 1 ही है, प्राइस ऑफ गुड y 1 ही है. आई हैव टू फाइंड न्यू इनकम. तो इक्विलिब्रियम के लिए आई स्टिल रिक्वायर MRS इज इक्वल टू PX by PY. व्हेन यू विल फाइंड यहां से MRS, आपको कुछ वैल्यू आएगा. हाँ, सो MRS विल बी MU1 by MU2. So MU1 will be 10, 0.8, x1 to the power minus 0.2, x2 to the power 0.2, और MU2 आएगा 10, 0.2, x1 to the power 0.8, x2 to the power minus 0.8. So when you will solve this ना, तो MRS आ जाएगा 4x2 by x1. ठीक है. So MRS will come as 4x2 by x1 and P1 by P2 1 ही है. So you will get 4x2 by x1 equal to 1. And utility function क्या है? 10 x1 to the power 0.8, x2 to the power 0.2 equal to ये utility 63.66. अब instead of x1 you can put 4x2. यहां से आपको x2 का वैल्यू आ जाएगा. बिट कॉम्प्लिकेटेड, माने थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया CUT लेवल से, बट दिस इज व्हाट इज हिक्सियन डिमांड. इसको हम हिक्सियन डिमांड बोलते हैं. हिक्सियन डिमांड वो डिमांड हो जाता है व्हेन वी होल्ड यूटिलिटी कांस्टेंट एंड वी फाइंड x1 and x2. दैट इज कॉल्ड एज हिक्सियन डिमांड. एनीवन, एनी डाउट हियर? कुछ भी जो लग रहा है यू वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड इन दिस पार्ट? MRS ones, हाँ. तो MRS is just MU1 by MU2. So when I differentiate with respect to x1, the power comes down, power reduces by 1, or x2 as it is. And when I differentiate with respect to x2, the power comes down, power reduces by 1, and x1 as it is. But then I just simplified it. That's it. ठीक है, तो इसको सिंप्लीफाई करोगे, so 0.8 by 0.2 is 4. x2 to the power 0.2 and minus 0.8 will be x2 and this will be x1. ठीक है, ओके ओके, ठीक है. आई विल जस्ट समराइज मैंने क्या किया है. तो देखो, सी, आई वॉज गिवन प्राइस एंड इनकम. स्टेप 1 सिंपल था. आई फाउंड आउट मार्शेलियन डिमांड. मार्शेलियन डिमांड माने डिमांड एज अ फंक्शन ऑफ प्राइजेस एंड इनकम. तो मेरा मार्शेलियन डिमांड गुड 1 का आया 8 यूनिट एंड गुड 2 का आया 2 यूनिट. दिस इज व्हाट वी ऑलरेडी डिड. Step 2, which can be asked sometimes in exam, find maximum utility achievable. So if my Marshallian demand is 8,2, which all of you found it correctly, यहाँ निकाला था ना in step 1, all of you had found the Marshallian demand to be 8 and 2. So if 8 and 2 is the demand, we are asking what is the utility. तो utility function में डाल दिया. 10 x1 to the power 0.8, x2 to the power 0.2. You plugged 8 and 2 and you got a utility. That utility का value we got as 60.62. Then question क्या बोल रहा है? Question is saying utility is increasing by 5%. ठीक है, so we increased utility by 5%. तो हमने क्या किया? 60.2 plus 5% of 60 point this. और हमें एक न्यू यूटिलिटी मिल गया. वी गॉट अ न्यू यूटिलिटी 63.66. अब वी आर सेइंग कि होल्डिंग दिस न्यू यूटिलिटी कांस्टेंट, माने व्हाट वी हैव डन अभी तक ग्राफिकली, कि पहले कुछ प्राइस एंड इनकम के लिए एक बजट लाइन था और एक यूटिलिटी फंक्शन था. इस इंडिफरेंस कर्व पे, एट द इनिशियल इंडिफरेंस कर्व, My utility was 60.62. ठीक है, and my bundle was 8,2. Now we increased utility by 5%, तो indifference curve will shift here. ये indifference curve यहाँ चला गया. We got here, right? And we got the indifference curve here at 63.66. तो क्वेश्चन इज आस्किंग कि व्हाट हैपेंस हियर, व्हाट इज द न्यू बंडल हियर, यहाँ पे क्या बंडल है? तो नो प्रॉब्लम, यहाँ पे वी विल हैव अ न्यू बजट लाइन एंड वील हैव अ न्यू टेंजेंसी कंडीशन. तो व्हाट आई डिड इन स्टेप 3 इज दैट आई इक्वेटेड MRS टू PX by PY बिकॉज एट एनी इक्विलिब्रियम मेरा टेंजेंसी कंडीशन सेटिस्फाई होना चाहिए. So my MRS was 4x2 by x1 and P1 by P2 is 1, 1. So I get 4x2 equal to x1. And I hold my utility at this new level, new indifference curve का जो utility है. So what is my utility function? Utility function था 10 into x1 to the power 0.8, x2 to the power 0.2. And I want to hold this at 63.66. ठीक है? So I put this condition here कि x1 is 4x2. And this entire function is in terms of x2. You find x2. आपको कुछ x2 मिलेगा यहाँ से. So you have found out your x2 and x1 from this. Right? So you have found your new equilibrium bundle. So this is what we wanted to find. We wanted to find the new equilibrium bundle and we have done that. Is it clear now? What would be increase in income? Now you can find that. अब new bundle मिल गया है, तो just multiply it with prices and get the new income. Right? So जो भी यहाँ पे value आ रहा है, if any one of you have solved it, you will get some x2. If you can tell me that x2 and x1, तो income will be price of x1 into x1 plus price of x2 into x2. Is it clear?
Excuse me, ma'am. Ma'am, in this question, when we're finding out the value of the new bundle, it's actually coming less than the previous bundle. So the income is also coming less than the previous income.
Hey, how is that possible? For higher utility, you need a higher consumption bundle, no?
Yes, but when I'm solving this, I'm getting x2 as 1.59 and x1 as 6.36. And the others are getting the same also.
I hope you've solved it correctly, huh? This is 10, 4 to the power 0.8, x2 to the power 0.8, x2 to the power 0.2 equal to 63.66. So this is
Ma'am?
10, 4 to the
Ma'am,
power 0.8 into x2 equal to 63.66. When base is same, power gets added. So x2 will be 63.66 divided by 10 into 4 to the power 0.8. Just solve this and tell me once. What
Ma'am,
is
it is 2.1 and 8.4 for x1 8.4.
this? Is 8.4 na? Huh. Okay, so that's more na.
Ma'am, for x1 it is 8.4, for x2 it is 2.1.
For x1 8.4, for x2 2.1. Huh, so both have increased na. x1 and x2 have increased. Well, it was 2 and 8. So correct. It should not decrease. Not possible. Maybe you have done some mistake in calculation. हाँ, yes. ठीक है. Okay. Hi, good evening, everyone. So yesterday we did Cobb-Douglas and complementary goods. Yes, notes, because we didn't complete the notes, so it did not get uploaded yesterday. Once we do them, it should be uploaded. I think today it should be uploaded. Okay. Today we want to do, first of all, substitute goods, right? So again, we'll do it with the help of a question. So take a question and we'll start. So you are given a utility function. Achha, not this. So consider that an individual substitutes 2 units of tea for every 3 units of coffee. Okay, you have to tell me which is a valid utility function. U is equal to 2t plus 3c. U is equal to 3t plus 2c. U is equal to 1 by 2t plus 1 by 3c. U is equal to t plus 3 by 2 c. An individual substitutes 2 units of tea for 3 units of coffee. Which of the following is a valid utility function? Give it a try. So I want that tea is to coffee. I mean, not is to. The substitution between tea and coffee, that should be either I consume 2 tea or I go for 3 coffee, right? But always remember that in substitute goods, we are always interested in the total amount, right? So it does not matter whether I have tea or coffee. It does. The only thing that matters to me is the total amount of drinks that I am going to go ahead and have. So therefore, in this case, what I can go ahead and what I can do is that I can say, suppose I want 18 drinks. I want 18 drinks. Okay. Now, how are these 18 drinks possible in a day? So with, it says 2 units of tea with either 2 units of tea or 3 units of coffee. So, I can replace this utility with 18. And I can say that, okay, this is 2t plus 3c, right? And I can find out that how this can happen. So this can happen either when I have 9 units of tea or when I have 6 units of coffee. Option A के हिसाब से, either if I put 18 here and I put 0 here, then T should be 9. And if I put 0 here, then C should be 6. Right? But is this matching the ratio given here? 9 tea or 6 coffee? Nah. Because my ratio requires that the tea is to coffee ratio should be 2:3. But here it is 3:2. You see this? This is 9:6. So if I divide by 3, it's 3:2. So the option A is not matching that ratio which is given to me. This is one way of looking into it. But when I will be checking it with option B, it will match that ratio, right? So that is going to match the ratio. So yes, you're right that option B is the right answer. One more way of checking this can be that you can find the MRS. So if I find the MRS here, MRS tells me the rate at which we substitute, वही definition है MRS का. तो अगर मैं ऑप्शन ए का MRS निकालती हूँ, if I find the MRS, it is going to be MUT by MUC. And this is going to be 2 by 3. And if I go ahead and if I find the MRS here, then MRS is MUT by MUC. And this is going to be 3 by 2. ठीक है, तो इस केस में ये जो हमारा MRS है, हाँ, जो भी न्यूमरेटर में आता है ना, whatever comes in the numerator, that is taken on the x axis. तो t यहां पर है. And whatever I take in here, it comes in the denominator that comes on the y-axis. तो c यहाँ पे है, right? So the slope of this indifference curve is change in coffee by change in t, right? So this slope is change in coffee by change in t. This slope is change in coffee by change in t. And this matches 3:2. So coffee changes 3 and t changes 2. MRS is slope. Slope is perpendicular by base. Perpendicular is change in coffee. Base is change in t. So again, this also matches. Many students अभी भी बहुत confused हैं with the definition of MRS. Please इसको बहुत ध्यान से समझना है कि when we write MRS इक्वल टू MUX by MUY, जब हम MRS को ऐसे लिखते हैं MUX by MUY, तो प्लीज अंडरस्टैंड दैट MRS इज द स्लोप. हाँ, MRS स्लोप है. और जब हम स्लोप की बात कर रहे हैं, इफ आई टेक x here and y here and ये हमारा इंडिफरेंस कर्व है, सो यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट दिस स्लोप, दिस इज परपेंडिकुलर बाय बेस. माने ये MRS dy by dx है, right? Although I have MUX by MUY, but it will be dy by dx. इस चीज में कंफ्यूज नहीं होना है, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. एंड मोस्ट ऑफ यू स्टिल मेक अ प्रॉब्लम, मेक अ मिस्टेक इन दिस. ठीक है, तो आई वॉन्ट दैट मेरा ये जो रेशियो है, दिस रेशियो शुड बी 3/2. Now, wherever you see this ratio 3/2, I think you didn't check option C or D. But wherever you see this ratio as 3/2, all of them will be correct. Right? वो सारे options ठीक होंगे. Is it making sense? Given equation of circle. Circle is neither concave nor convex. Different part of circle will mean different things. So if this is my indifference curve, it has both convex and concave parts to it. Okay, so so you will check option C also. Did anyone check option C में what is the MRS? What if ये option में ही ना दिया होता? Then, so check all options. So what is the MRS in option number C? MUC by, अच्छा, depends कि what I am taking on the x-axis. So I am taking T on the x-axis. So MUT by MUC. So this will be 1/2 by 1/3. माने ये हो जाएगा 3/2. So I am getting the same MRS. So C is also correct. Yes. ठीक है, तो MRS से चेक करना है. MRS इस रेशियो का ऑपोजिट होना चाहिए. तो अगर क्वेश्चन बोल रहा है 2 टी और 3 कॉफी, हाँ, and I am finding MRS as MUT by MUC, तो this should be 3/2. Wherever you are getting 3/2, it is correct. ठीक है, okay. अब we will go ahead and we will take question number 2. So now we know that your indifference curve is 3t plus 2c. I am giving you price of good X is 4. Price of good Y is, say, let's take it to be 9. Income is 36. XY nahi, sorry. Price of tea and coffee, huh? Find equilibrium consumption of tea and coffee. Find equilibrium consumption of tea and coffee. Give it a try. Tell me what will happen. What will be equilibrium consumption? Write it in the chat window. So let's do this. So what will be my MRS? MUT by MUC. Mane it will be 3 by 2. What will be PT by PC? 4 by 9. Mane this is 2 by 3. Okay. MRS is greater than PT by PC. Therefore, all of good T. Therefore, all of good T. Mane you will go ahead and you will consume all of T. So what will be the consumption of tea, beta? Income divided by price of tea, and consumption of coffee will be 0. Okay. So my income is 36. Price of tea is 4. 9. That will be your answer. Correct. All of you are right. Okay. Question number 3 from this. Find income elasticity of good X. Find income elasticity of good X. Give it a try. One. Are you sure? सोचो थोड़ा ध्यान से सोचो. Are you sure income elasticity of good X is 1? अच्छा, are you telling me generally or are you telling me in this question? माने आई एम कंफ्यूज्ड. क्या हम इस क्वेश्चन के एस्पेक्ट में आप मुझे 1 0 1 by 4 बोल रहे हो या जनरल में सब्स्टिट्यूट गुड्स के लिए 1 0 बोल रहे हो? सो अच्छा, फर्स्ट ठीक है, तो मैं दोनों केसेस करूंगी. हाँ, आई विल डू बोथ द केसेस. केस 1 देखो बेटा. इफ आई एम आस्क्ड इन दिस क्वेश्चन that find income elasticity of good X. Good X माने I always write good X. Income elasticity of T. Suppose मुझे इस क्वेश्चन में बोला गया है find the income elasticity of T. तो we know that MRS is greater than PT by PC. It means that we are spending all income on T. क्योंकि T is relatively cheaper. T is relatively cheaper. अच्छा, कैसे पता चलता है? मैम आई डोंट अंडरस्टैंड MRS PX PY कंडीशन. इसमें मुझे हमेशा कंफ्यूजन रहता है. हाउ डू आई नो दैट T इज चीपर? व्हाट डू आई डू टू इट? राइट. सो वेरी सिंपल बेटा. इसमें बहुत सिंपल एक रूल लगा सकते हैं दैट यू कैन कीप ऑलवेज MRS एट 1. MRS को हमेशा 1 से सब्सटीट्यूट करके देख लो इन योर माइंड. एक्चुअल में नहीं, in your mind put MRS as 1 always, and if you put MRS as 1 and take this here, तो ये condition बन जाती है price of coffee more than price of tea. तो ये मुझे बताता है that tea is cheaper. So this condition is same as this condition, that tea is cheaper. And when tea is cheaper, I should spend all income on tea. I will spend all of my income on tea. ठीक है? अच्छा, if I am spending all of my income on tea, तो ध्यान से समझो what it means according to the graph. If I have a budget line, suppose this is tea and this is coffee. Okay, this is my budget line. Okay, then it means that मेरा जो highest indifference curve I am reaching ना, वो that is this. When I'm consuming all of tea, ये मेरा equilibrium है. Because ये condition कब आया? We got this condition when MRS is more than price ratio. माने this condition is coming when slope of indifference curve is more than slope of budget line. So it actually means that my indifference curve is steeper. है ना? तो indifference curve steeper है, budget line flat है, I get my equilibrium consuming all of tea. अब when I am consuming all of tea and my income increases, तो income change हो रहा है ना? Nothing is happening to price. So I still will have the condition that MRS will be greater than PT by PC. So if my income, if tomorrow someone tells me, no, your income is not 36, your income is 72, what matters? Ye ratio to unchanged, right? This ratio is unchanged. So if this ratio is unchanged, तो माने when my income would have increased, I would have spent all my income on on this tea only. Because tea is still relatively cheap. So when my income increases, then all is spent on tea. So percentage change in income should be equal to percentage change in demand. I am spending all my new income on tea. Right? तो ये कुछ ऐसा केस हो गया that consumption of tea is M by PT. Right? So dt by dm will be 1 by PT. So M by T dt by dm will be M by PT into 1 by PT, माने 1. I am spending all my income on T. तो कितना units I can buy? M by PT. ये x axis पे जो आ रहा है. M by PT. I am spending all my income on T. So I can buy M by PT units. Now I am just finding dt by dm. So I am getting 1 by PT. And I am putting it in the income elasticity formula. So I am getting 1. तो हाँ, अगर हम इस क्वेश्चन के टर्म्स में बात करें, if I talk about this question, all of you are in fact correct that income elasticity will be 1. वो ठीक बात है एकदम. There is no denial वहां पे, एकदम ठीक है. But generally, suppose if I just ask you कि generally, if there are two goods X and Y, ठीक है, then what is, which are substitutes? दो गुड्स हैं एक्स एंड वाई जो सब्स्टिट्यूट्स हैं. तो जनरली स्पीकिंग अगर मैं पूछूं, देन व्हाट इज द इनकम इलास्टिसिटी ऑफ गुड एक्स? तो अब इनकम इलास्टिसिटी क्या होगा गुड एक्स का? जनरली स्पीकिंग व्हेन आई हैव टू गुड्स गुड एक्स एंड वाई जो सब्स्टिट्यूट है, बट आई एम नॉट गिवन एनी कंडीशन, तो फिर इट कैन बी जीरो ऑल्सो. क्यों? बिकॉज what if I have MRS less than PX by PY? When MRS is less than PX by PY, इसका मतलब हो जाता है good Y is relatively cheaper. अगर आप यहाँ 1 plug in करोगे and you'll take PY here, तो आपको मिलेगा that good Y is relatively cheaper. तो माने you will spend all income on good Y. अब when you will spend all your income on good Y, अगर सारा खर्चा good Y पे हो रहा है, so my X star will be 0. I am not demanding any X. तो even when my income will increase, still my x star will be 0 क्योंकि x and y are substitutes. Then also I can spend all my income on good y. तो income elasticity will also be 0. तो हाँ, generally speaking, when we talk about substitute goods, then income elasticity can be 0 also and 1 also. ठीक है? It can be anything in between also. माने अगर suppose MRS equal to PX by PY है, तो फिर I may not spend my entire income on good X. मैं good X को थोड़ा खरीदूं, I'll buy some of good X and some of good Y. थोड़ा good X खरीदूंगी, थोड़ा good Y, क्योंकि दोनों सेम है. ये वो कंडीशन है where my budget line and indifference curve are coinciding. तो अगर दोनों coincide हो रहे हैं, so all my points are equilibrium. This is also equilibrium. This is also equilibrium. This is also equilibrium. This, right? तो I will spend some on X and some on Y. ठीक है? तो इनकम के इंक्रीज होने पे X will not increase by same amount. मैं X को थोड़ा कम डाल के maybe I will increase Y, क्योंकि both of them have same price. Price of X and Y are same. So therefore in this case what happens is that it can be 0, it can be 1, and it can be anything between 0 and 1 also. ये भी possibility है कि when my income increased, मैंने टी को थोड़ा ज्यादा खरीद लिया और कॉफी को थोड़ा कम कर लिया, if MRS is equal to PX by PY. But this will rarely be asked in exam. हमें हमेशा extremes समझने होते हैं. So we have to understand that it can be 0 and it can be. Is it clear? Any doubt in this? Anyone? Oh, we got M again. We didn't, na? This is the formula of elasticity, na? So how demand of T changes as income changes into initial income by initial T. Making sense? Man, we have just multiplied with M by T because we have to find elasticity. Okay? Okay. So one last question from here. For the same question जो हम कर रहे थे, for this question, with this background that we had, for this question, find A, price elasticity of T, and B, cross price elasticity of T. Give it a try. Hi, good evening, everyone. Please write it in the group. We are starting. I see a very less presence today. Hey, good evening. Can you please just remind everyone once? Okay, so we'll begin. So I want to go ahead and I want to do the concept of consumer surplus today. Of course, all of us have done this concept in the past. There is nothing new in this concept. But today I want to go ahead and I want to give you the different definition in case वो match the following में आए. So I want to go ahead and I want to tell you the different definitions of consumer surplus and you know how they can come and match the following. I want to go ahead and discuss that. So first of all, we know the basic definition of consumer surplus जो मार्शेलियन ने दिया था. So according to Marshallian, yeah, leave that also. पहले हम basic definition अगर हमें कोई पूछे कि what is consumer surplus, so you will tell us what you will tell बेटा. Consumer surplus is area below demand curve above price. Right. So if I go ahead and if I make a demand curve and I have some price, area below demand curve and above price, that is called as consumer surplus. Area below demand curve and above price is called as consumer surplus. When we go ahead and when we define demand, then this demand can be defined as the maximum willingness to pay for a commodity. मतलब मैं maximum एक commodity के लिए कितना pay करना चाहूंगी, that is called as demand. ठीक है. So for example, let's say the price of the commodity is 10 rupees. Now, for this first unit, the question is how much the consumer is willing to pay. Maximum वो consumer उस good के लिए कितना pay करना चाहता है. So let's say the consumer is willingness to pay is 30. Then consumer surplus can be defined as 30 minus 10, which means 20. So what you are willing to pay and what you actually pay, the difference between that becomes consumer surplus. ये पहला definition है consumer surplus का. But apart from this also, there are some definitions of consumer surplus. इसके अलावा भी कुछ definition हैं जो हमें समझनी है. In which the first definition of consumer surplus in particular is called as the Marshall approach. So we know that when we talk about Marshall, Marshall had gone ahead and he had given the cardinal utility approach. Isn't it? Marshall ने marginal utility related cardinality approach declare किया था. तो according to Marshall, जब हम इसका सिंगल कमोडिटी इक्विलिब्रियम निकालते हैं, इफ आई गो बैक टू वन कमोडिटी इक्विलिब्रियम, व्हाट वाज दैट बेटा? MUX upon MUM is equal to PX. And if I assume that MUM is 1, suppose, तो I get MUX is equal to PX. माने एक कंज्यूमर कमोडिटी को तब तक लेता है जब तक उसका मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी प्राइस के इक्वल ना हो जाए. A consumer will buy the commodity as long till the point as long as the marginal utility becomes equal to price, right? So we understand that MUX should be equal to PX becomes my equilibrium condition. Now just think about it. We know we have diminishing marginal utility. माने marginal utility curve तो ये है. We know that this is price. तो I know that this is my equilibrium quantity. बाकी हर क्वांटिटी के लिए विच इज टू द लेफ्ट, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, जो भी लेफ्ट में क्वांटिटीज हैं, ऑल क्वांटिटीज टू द लेफ्ट, वी नोटिस दैट मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी इज ग्रेटर देन प्राइस. मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी माने द एक्स्ट्रा यूटिलिटी वी गेट बाय कंज्यूमिंग द कमोडिटी, दैट इज मोर देन द प्राइस ऑफ द कमोडिटी. ठीक है, दिस इज ऑल्सो कॉल्ड एज कंज्यूमर सरप्लस बाय मार्शल. तो मार्शल ने बोला कि एरिया बिलो मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी अबव प्राइस इज कंज्यूमर सरप्लस. एरिया बिलो मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी अबव प्राइस इज कंज्यूमर सरप्लस. ये डेफिनेशन नंबर 2 ही. अब देयर इज अनदर वे टू सी दिस थिंग. कैसे? जैसे अगर मैं इसको मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी कर्व बोलूं, दिस इज माय मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी कर्व एंड दिस इज माय प्राइस एंड ये मेरा इक्विलिब्रियम क्वांटिटी है, तो आई वांट दिस एरिया बेटा, मुझे ये एरिया चाहिए, दिस इज माय कंज्यूमर सरप्लस. बट इसको हम एक और तरीके से बोल सकते हैं. कैसे? जस्ट इमेजिन इफ आई फाइंड द एरिया अंडर मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी, माने अगर मैं ये पूरा एरिया निकालूं, ब्लू एरिया, एंड आई सब्ट्रैक्ट ये वाला एरिया, दिस ग्रीन एरिया, तो उनका जो डिफरेंस होगा इट विल बी दिस. लेट मी मार्क इट विद अ डिफरेंट कलर. दिस विल बी लेफ्ट रेड कलर. माने फ्रॉम ब्लू एरिया इफ आई रिमूव द ग्रीन एरिया, अगर मैं ब्लू में से ग्रीन एरिया को सब्ट्रैक्ट कर दूं, इफ आई सब्ट्रैक्ट दैट, तो जो रिमेनिंग होगा दैट इज गोइंग टू बी दिस रेड एरिया, एंड वही तो कंज्यूमर सरप्लस है. दैट इज व्हाट कंज्यूमर सरप्लस इज गोइंग टू बी. तो उसको हम कैसे निकाल सकते हैं? हाउ वी कैन गो एंड फाइंड दैट. ब्लू एरिया माने क्या? ब्लू एरिया मीन्स आई हैव टू फाइंड एरिया अंडर मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी. ये एंड किसी भी कर्व के अंडर का एरिया कैसे निकलता है मैथमेटिकली? हाउ डू वी फाइंड एरिया अंडर अ कर्व? वी कैन फाइंड एरिया अंडर द कर्व बाय इंटीग्रेटिंग दैट कर्व. ठीक है, तो मैंने आई फाइंड द ब्लू एरिया फर्स्ट. ब्लू एरिया इज एरिया अंडर marginal utility. I find this area. How do we find area under the curve? By integrating marginal utility. Integration means adding all marginal utility together. तो एक बात बताओ, when we differentiate total utility, तो हमें marginal utility मिलता है. It means when I will integrate marginal utility, तो मुझे total utility मिलेगा. If differentiating a function gives you something, तो integrating that will give you that function back. तो माने यहां पर I will have my total utility. This blue area जो है, this is nothing but total utility. ठीक है, अब व्हाट इज कंज्यूमर सरप्लस? कंज्यूमर सरप्लस ये एरिया है, दिस ट्राइंगल इज कंज्यूमर सरप्लस, माने आई नीड दिस एरिया, ये एरिया चाहिए मुझे। आई हैव ऑलरेडी फाउंड आउट द बिगर एरिया, ब्लू एरिया मेरे पास आ गया है, आई फाउंड दैट आउट, बट आई नीड टू सब्ट्रैक्ट दिस। इफ आई सब्ट्रैक्ट दिस एरिया, ग्रीन एरिया, तो फिर आई विल बी लेफ्ट अप विद दिस ट्राइंगल जो मेरा कंज्यूमर सरप्लस है। एंड व्हाट इज दिस ग्रीन एरिया? दिस इज दिस rectangle, which is nothing but price into quantity, right? So it is nothing but price into quantity, and price into quantity is called what? Total expenditure, है ना? So we can go ahead and we can say that consumer surplus, which is nothing but this area of the triangle, ये triangle ही है consumer surplus, it can be this entire blue area minus this rectangle, and blue area is nothing but total utility and rectangle is total expenditure. So this is another definition of consumer surplus. Money, if someone tells me what is total utility, it will be consumer surplus plus total expenditure. Money consumer surplus plus price into quantity is total utility. Remember this. ठीक है, let me explain this again, right? So in order to explain this, what we can go ahead and we can do is the following. देखो, this is my marginal utility curve. This is my price. ठीक है, consumer surplus is area below marginal utility above price. माने consumer surplus ये एरिया है, this is consumer surplus below marginal utility above price. ठीक है, I want to find this area. ये येलो एरिया निकालना है. If I want to find this area, so what I am saying is that this yellow area can be ये पूरा, this entire thing minus this thing. That will be. So I have to find this entire thing first. I have to find this entire thing. This thing is nothing but area under the curve. Area under curve माने I am integrating marginal utility. तो when I integrate marginal utility, उसका आंसर हो गया total utility. Because when you differentiate total utility, you get marginal utility. So when you will integrate marginal utility, you will get total utility. ठीक है? That's the first thing. तो ये जो entire black area that you see here, that is total utility. अच्छा, अब I have to subtract this area so that I can get that yellow area. This is rectangle. Rectangle is price into quantity. And price into quantity is total expenditure. Okay. So when I subtract the two, what will I go ahead and what will I get? I will get this triangle. So this consumer surplus has another formula, total utility minus total expenditure. That's right. Yes. Is it clear now? Clear हुआ ये formula भी? ठीक है. Now another thing. So now we go to the Hicksian approach. ठीक है. So Hicksian approach. तो तो ना मैच द फॉलोइंग में एनीथिंग कैन बी आस्क्ड. माने सपोज इफ आई टेल यू कंज्यूमर सरप्लस, प्रॉफिट, एंड लेट्स से दो अदर चीज दी हुई, से टोटल कॉस्ट एंड से मार्जिनल रेवेन्यू, एंड यू गिवन फॉर्मूलाज. ठीक है, एंड हियर आई एम गिवन total utility plus price into total utility minus price into quantity. ठीक है, and here I am given say total revenue minus total cost, and here I am given integration of marginal cost, and here I am given differentiation of total revenue. ऐसा कुछ. माने in exam it may happen कि आपको एक side पे you'll be given the name and the other side will be your formula, so you have to match, huh? So you can see that this total, this consumer surplus matches this formula. ठीक है, this is what is important, that these formulas can come in your match the following. ठीक है, अब हम आते हैं हिक्सियन अप्रोच पे. तो हिक्सियन बेसिकली ही वाज नॉट अ वेरी फैन ऑफ कार्डिनल यूटिलिटी. माने उसको मतलब नहीं था कि व्हाट इज योर मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी, व्हाट इज योर यूटिलिटी, व्हाट इज योर टोटल यूटिलिटी. ये सारे टर्म्स हिक्सियन नेवर cared about, right? And he was always interested in ordinal utility, ranking of bundle. तो हिक्सियन ने कुछ अलग अलग फॉर्मूलाज दिए, एंड हिक्सियन ने कंज्यूमर, हिक्सियन गेव मेनी टर्म्स. हाँ, एक उन्होंने वर्ड इंट्रोड्यूस किया, कॉम्पनसेटिंग वेरिएशन. एक टर्म यूज हुआ इक्विवेलेंट वेरिएशन. राइट, एंड एक टर्म यूज हुआ कंज्यूमर सरप्लस. These three terms got introduced. ठीक है, now see, listen to me very carefully, huh? When we talk about consumer surplus, the trick to solving match the following can be elimination. Mani, the things which you mark them first and then you look into the options, right? So out of 4 options, only 1 or 2 will be those options jahan pe what you know is matching correctly. So for example, जैसे यहाँ पे ना, सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल आई नो समथिंग कि हाँ प्रॉफिट इज टी आर माइनस टी सी, ये फॉर श्योर है. दिस इज समथिंग आई नो फॉर श्योर. रेवेन्यू माइनस कॉस्ट इज प्रॉफिट. नाउ आई एम गिवन ए बी सी डी हियर. आई एम गिवन 1 2 3 4. नॉट ऑल ऑप्शंस में बी विल बी मार्क्ड विद 2. ठीक है, तो एक में बी विल बी विद 2, एक में बी विल बी विद 3, एक में बी विल बी विद 1 एंड एक में बी विल बी विद 2. So because I know that profit is total revenue minus total cost, माने ये बात clear हो गई that definitely this option and this option is eliminated. ठीक है, तो maybe मुझे I don't know match the following for all 4, but I only know match the following for 2. So using the method of elimination is a good way to do this thing, है ना. फिर एक भी और पता है तो you will get the answer. ठीक है, so you can use the method of elimination and match the following, but फिर भी मेरा suggestion रहता है that you go ahead and you read as many formulas as possible. ठीक है, don't skip out on the formulas. Formulas बहुत important है from exam point of view. ठीक है, let's continue. Yes, beta, we started at 5:30. I waited for 10 minutes before we started. So 5:40 rather. ठीक है, okay. So now we talk about Higgs. तो Higgs में Higgs introduced something which is called as compensated demand curve. एंड इसको रिवाइज करने के लिए द बेस्ट आइडिया इज टू अंडरस्टैंड द स्लट्सकी इक्वेशन or the Hicksian approach, any one. So when we go ahead and when we see any change in price, जब price बढ़ता है या कम होता है, the total price effect or total effect can be distributed in two parts, substitution effect and income effect. ठीक है? Similarly, this is true for all goods, चाहे हमारा नॉर्मल गुड हो, इंफीरियर गुड हो या गिवन गुड हो. अब what is substitution effect saying? Substitution effect is always related to price of related goods. माने for example, substitution effect बोलता है that let's say price of good X has decreased. तो जो हमारा PX by PY ratio होगा वो definitely decrease हुआ होगा. There must have been a decrease in the PX by PY ratio. And अगर ये ratio decrease हुआ होगा, it would have meant that because good X is relatively cheaper, we should increase the demand of good X. Substitution effect says it does not matter what kind of good we are talking about. इससे कोई फर्क नहीं है कि क्या हम नॉर्मल गुड की बात कर रहे हैं, इंफीरियर गुड की बात कर रहे हैं या गिवन गुड का. Does not matter which good we talk about. Whenever px will change, px by py का रेशियो will change. जब भी px चेंज होगा तो px by py का रेशियो चेंज होगा. And whenever this ratio will change, we should act accordingly. Similarly, if px increases, then px by py increases. So x has become relatively expensive, you reduce x. तो substitution effect, whatever good it is, कोई भी good क्यों ना हो, will always act in opposite direction to price. तो माने यहां पर when suppose price of good X has decreased, चाहे normal good हो, inferior good हो या given good हो, substitution effect says we should increase the demand of good X. We should increase the demand of good X. बेटा अब बात करेंगे हम income effect की. Income effect is related to purchasing power of the individual. So when price of good X decreases, the real income of individual increases. The real income of individual increases. तो क्योंकि इंडिविजुअल का रियल इनकम इंक्रीज हुआ है, how we will act will depend on the type of good. Now, when my purchasing power increases, if it is a normal good, I want to demand more. If it is inferior good, I want to demand less. Because it is inferior, मुझे नहीं डिमांड करना जब उसका परचेजिंग पावर अच्छा है मेरा. I don't want to go for inferior good. And if it is given good, I want to demand less. इन दोनों को ऐड करके I get what is called as the total effect. So the sum of these two is called as total effect. Now, since these two are moving in the same direction, तो total effect कहेगा कि increase good X. These two are moving in different direction. ये increase है, ये decrease है, but increases more. माने inferior goods में substitution effect is more than income effect. Increase is more than decrease. तो X increase करेंगे. And given goods में income effect is more than substitution effect. So we will decrease good X. तो when price of good X decreases, यहां पे demand of X increases, price of good X decreases, demand increases, यहां पे demand decreases. ठीक है. Therefore, क्योंकि यहां price and demand are moving in same direction, हम बोल सकते हैं that we have the law of demand exception. So we have exception to the law of demand. Law of demand fulfill नहीं हुआ है यहाँ पे. अब बहुत सिंपल है. When I only show the substitution effect कि प्राइस चेंज से how x is acting in the substitution effect, when we only show that, तो बेटा उसको बोल देते हैं compensated demand curve. That is called as compensated demand curve. और अगर आप ध्यान दो, so whether it is normal good, inferior good or given good, तो price of decrease होने पे demand is always increasing according to substitution effect, right? So therefore the compensated demand curve is always downward sloping. माने जो ओरिजिनल डिमांड कर्व है वो अपवर्ड स्लोपिंग हो सकता है फॉर गिवन गुड, राइट? ओरिजिनल डिमांड कर्व कैन बी अपवर्ड स्लोपिंग आल्सो, बट जो कॉम्पेंसेटेड डिमांड कर्व है इट विल ऑलवेज बी डाउनवर्ड स्लोपिंग. How do we know whether it will be more or less? Based on the relation or based on the type of the good, right? Because given goods are those goods which do not satisfy the law of demand, and inferior goods satisfy the law of demand. So ultimately I need यहाँ पे demand to decrease and demand to increase. So accordingly the decrease should be more than increase, and यहाँ पे increase should be more than decrease. What about the sign between them? Sign between them means I didn't get the question. Here price is decreasing and ultimately demand is increasing. So they are moving in opposite direction. So negative relationship, negative relation. Price is decreasing, demand is decreasing, positive relation. Price is decreasing, demand is increasing, negative relation. Is that what you're asking? So you just see this arrow, huh? So if it is in opposite direction, then negative sign. If they're in the same direction, then positive sign. That's how you can go ahead and see. Okay. So now the compensated demand curve will always be downward sloping because it shows substitution effect. And substitution effect is always opposite to price. Price के relation के हमेशा opposite में substitution effect काम करता है. ठीक है. हिक्स के अकॉर्डिंग कंज्यूमर सरप्लस जब भी हम प्राइस का लाइन ड्रॉ करते हैं तो ये कंज्यूमर सरप्लस है, राइट? सो अकॉर्डिंग टू हिक्स कंज्यूमर सरप्लस इज एरिया बिलो कॉम्पेंसेटेड डिमांड कर्व above price. Area below compensated demand curve and above price. Is it clear? This is how Hicks defined it. Okay. Now, if I ask you, एक कुछ क्वेश्चन लेके देखते हैं. If you're able to solve question on consumer surplus, बहुत सिंपल से शुरू करेंगे. That the demand curve is P is equal to 100 minus 2Q. Price is 20. Find consumer surplus. 800, 900, 1000, Hi, good evening, everyone. Please ask everyone to join in. So we are going to go ahead and begin with the last topic of consumer theory today, which is revealed preference. Okay. Now, after we do this topic of revealed preference, what I'm thinking is that because very recently we have gone ahead and we have revised production function and law of variable proportion. I think we took some marathons just a month back on that, on returns to scale, production function, and law of variable proportion. I'm not going to take producer theory first. We have done that many times now. But I will begin with competitive markets directly. Okay. So tomorrow we'll do perfect competition and then we'll do monopoly, because when I was just making these notes, I realized that just a month back I had revised with all of you production function, law of variable proportion, and we even did that from NCRT, if you remember. Okay, so you refer to those marathons back, but tomorrow we'll start with perfect competition and then we'll do monopoly. Okay, that is what I am thinking of doing. Now, okay, we'll take it. We'll see that question towards then. So today we'll wrap up war. And if we are able, so today is Monday, right? So most probably by the end of this week, that is Friday, we should be able to do monopoly, perfect competition, and oligopoly models. 1 day each, okay, and monopolistic. So if that happens, and if we are able to wrap up entire micro by next week, I want to take a full-fledged marathon next week. So you guys start preparing accordingly. So what we will do is we'll pick up the past year papers of CUET. हम CUET के past year papers सारे उठाएंगे. And we'll try कि कितना हो सकता है. So that day we will not keep IIT marathon, but we'll stretch the CUT marathon to 2.5 hours. And what we will try to do is we'll find out all microeconomics question and do a revision of that. Okay, so we can keep a cutoff. So today is 17th. My plan is that we should be able to do this by mid of next week. So which means that we can keep a day for this, which can be 26th November. So on 26th November, we can go ahead and we can do a full micro revision. Micro revision में what we will do, we will pick up papers of CUET. उसमें जितना भी जहां माइक्रो का क्वेश्चन दिखता जाएगा, we'll keep solving that and we'll go from latest in the descending order. So the first aim will be that we do 2025 paper, then 24, and we'll see कि कितना हम कर पा रहे हैं, right? And because I have declared it today, you have a good 10 days in your hand. Today is 17th November. So I want all of you to do this practice from now onwards. Okay, so you don't, keep this for the last moment. This is only for you to see ki, acha, theek hai. Maybe if there are, say, 25 microeconomics questions, and out of that, say, you were not able to do 5 correctly, and baki 20 you were able to do correctly. So on this 26th of November, you will be able to match कि वो 5 में क्यों नहीं हो पा रहा था, या क्या concept गलत जा रहा था. Okay, but I want all of you to start picking up these CUT papers now and to do these past year questions now onwards. Okay, so that is what our agenda is going to be on the 26th of November. Okay, fine. So let's pick up on the last topic of consumer theory today, and that is basically revealed preference. इतना बड़ा topic नहीं है. It's a very छोटू topic, but it can be asked in the exam. So revealed preference में what we will do, okay, I will simply take a numerical, okay, and I will show you how to check revealed preference theory. अगेन चाहे आईआईटी हो, चाहे गेट हो, चाहे वेदर इट इज सीयूएट, रिवील्ड प्रेफरेंस में ना इससे ज्यादा ऊपर द क्वेश्चन विल नॉट कम. व्हाट वी डू इन क्लास, दैट इज द मैक्सिमम विच कैन बी आस्क्ड टू यू. ठीक है. सो यू आर गिवन दैट देर आर 3 prizes. क्या क्या प्राइज दिए हुए हैं? 1,2,1, 1,1,2, 2,1,1. And for each prize, you are given the chosen bundle. ये बेटा, तो at the first price ratio, the chosen bundle is 1,0,0. Second bit is 0,1,0, and third bit is 0,0,1. You have to check warp and check SARP. Check warp and check SARP. Okay. This is the question which can be asked in exam. तो पहले हम क्या करेंगे? हाउ विल वी सॉल्व दीज काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चन? फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल वी विल मेक अ मैट्रिक्स. स्टेप 1 हमेशा यही रहेगा दैट यू गो अहेड एंड यू मेक अ मैट्रिक्स. तो हम एक मैट्रिक्स बना लेते हैं. ठीक है. एंड इन दैट मैट्रिक्स वी आर गोइंग टू गो अहेड एंड वी आर गोइंग टू राइट डाउन व्हाट ईच प्राइज इज स्टैंडिंग फॉर. तो हमने यहाँ पे लिख दिया 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 1, 1. This is my price. Okay. And then we will go ahead and we will write the chosen bundle here. Chosen bundle. तो chosen bundle हो गया 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0 and 0, 0, 1. बेटा I am revising the concept of warp and sarp through this example. इसको बहुत thoroughly मुझसे समझ लो. So at this price, the question is saying that at price 1,2,1, we choose the bundle 1,0,0. तो जो भी हम bundle choose कर रहे हैं जिस भी price पे, we will go ahead and we will put a star mark in that cell. माने if this price I am choosing this bundle, तो यहाँ पर I will put a star mark first of all. तो इस प्राइस पे ये वाला जो सेल होगा, this will tell me the income that the consumer has, maximum income that the consumer has, maximum कितना खर्चा एक कंज्यूमर कर सकता है वो ये वाला सेल बताएगा. Similarly, what we will go ahead and we will do now, we will look at the next price. ठीक है. Next price is this beta 1, 1, 2. And next price पे we have the chosen bundle as 0, 1, 0. तो again इस price पे it is given that this is the chosen bundle. So we will go ahead and we will put a star mark here. तो again this cell is telling me, ये वाला cell में जो भी हम expense लिखेंगे, whatever money we will put here, ये cell मुझे बता रहा है what is the expenditure that the consumer can do at this price. मतलब maximum income consumer का क्या है, given this is the price ratio, that is what this cell is telling me. Similarly, if I go to the third one, third price ratio, this is the chosen bundle. So again, I will go to this price ratio. And इस प्राइस रेशियो पे मेरा चोजन बंडल ये वाला है, तो आई विल पुट अ स्टार मार्क अगेन कि ठीक है एट प्राइस 2,1,1 माय चोजन बंडल है 0,0,0. ठीक है. नाउ व्हाट वी विल गो अहेड एंड डू इज फाइंड द एक्सपेंस ऑफ ईच बंडल. हर एक बंडल का हमें एक्सपेंडिचर निकालना है. सो हाउ डू वी फाइंड द एक्सपेंडिचर ऑफ ईच बंडल? समेशन PI/XI माने प्राइस मल्टीप्लाइड विद क्वांटिटी. तो ये ऑल 9 सेल्स यू हैव टू फिल. ठीक है. तो I will show you for the first cell, multiply this with the quantity. So you will get 1 into 1 plus 2 into 0 plus 1 into 0. So this will give me 1. Similarly, next का निकालो 1 into 0 plus 2 into 1 plus 1 into 0. This will give me 2. Just fill this entire cells. Take a minute, try to fill all the cells. So let's fill the third one. 1 into 0 plus 2 into 0 plus 1 into 1. Mane 1. Fill the next one. 1 into 1 plus 1 into 0 plus 2 into 0. Mane 1. Keep filling beta. 1 into 0 plus 1 into 1 plus 2 into 0. That means 1. All of you keep filling this. They are chosen. It's given now. These are the chosen bundles. Fill in this. Fill the next one. 1 into 0. 1 into 0. 2 into 1. Mane 2. 2 into 1. 1 into 0. 1 into 0. Mane 2. 2 into 0. 1 into 1. 1 into 0. Mane 1. 2 into 0. 1 into 0. 1 into 1. Mane 1. All of you are getting this? All of you are getting this? Now look here. I can name this bundle A, B, and C for your easy understanding. And these prices P1, P2, and P3. Now listen to me very carefully. We are saying, पहले हम warp के लिए टेस्ट कर रहे हैं. तो हमें क्वेश्चन में दिया गया है कि ये प्राइस P1, P2, P3 है एंड ये बंडल A, B एंड C है. अब क्वेश्चन में क्या दिया गया है कि एट प्राइस P1 बंडल चोजन इज A, एट प्राइस P2 बंडल चोजन इज B, एट प्राइस P3 बंडल चोजन इज C. ये गिवन है, यही मैंने यहाँ पे हाईलाइट किया है. एट प्राइस P1 बंडल चोजन इज A, एट प्राइस P2 बंडल चोजन इज B, at price P3 bundle chosen is C. This is what I have highlighted through those stars. अब हमें क्या करना होता है? What we have to do is we have to write all affordable bundles at those price. All affordable bundle. हमें सारे के सारे affordable bundles लिखने होंगे इस प्राइस पर. तो अब अगर हम ध्यान दें, if I look at it, बेटा एट प्राइस P1 बंडल A इज चोजन. हमने A को चूज किया प्राइस P1 पे, तो मेरा इनकम इज 1. आई सेड दैट व्हाट विल बी योर इनकम, वॉट एवर इज द एक्सपेंस ऑफ द चोजन बंडल. तो अगर मैं बंडल A चूज कर रही हूं तो माई इनकम इज 1. सो व्हेन आई चूज बंडल A, तो और कहां कहां 1 या लेस देन 1 है? वेयर ऑल आई सी दैट द अमाउंट इज 1 और लेस देन 1. वेयर ऑल? इन प्राइस P1. Do I see for bundle B? No, 2 is coming. Do I see for bundle C? Yes, 1 is coming. So when I am looking at price P1, what are my affordable bundles? A को छोड़ दो दोस्तों. What else are my affordable bundles? C. Is it clear? Here 1 is coming. In this row, look wherever 1 or less than 1 is coming. कहां पे हमें दिखता है? We notice that happening at C. तो I write C. इसका implication हो जाता है that A is preferred over C. Because C was also affordable. C पे भी 1 rupee ही spend हो रहा था. But my chosen bundle is A. So we can say A is preferred over C. Is it clear? Now tell me at price P2. मुझे price P2 पे बताओ अब क्या होगा. Tell me at price P2. Income is 1 again. So what are my affordable bundles? What are my affordable bundles at price P2? Very good. A is affordable and C is not affordable. So A. So what does it mean? This means that B is preferred over A. B is preferred over A. So A C के ऊपर prefer है, B A के ऊपर prefer है. Now look at the third one. Price of P3. Now P3, my income is 1. So at price P3, when my income is 1, what is my affordable bundle? What is my affordable bundle? B, correct. So this tells me that C is preferred over B. अब वॉर्प में हमें क्या चेक करना है? इन वॉर्प वी चेक डायरेक्ट वायलेशन. In warp, we check direct violation. माने I am getting A is preferred over C. This is my first row says that A is preferred over C. Do you see anywhere C preferred over A? Do you see reverse happening? कहीं पे भी आपको दिख रहा है reverse हो रहा है? Is reverse happening anywhere? No. I see that row B tells me B is preferred over A. Do you see anywhere A is preferred over B? कहीं पे भी ऐसा दिख रहा है कि A B के ऊपर preferred है? No. Row 3 tells me C is preferred over B. Do you see anywhere B is preferred over C? Reverse हो रहा है क्या? Is the reverse happening? No. So whatever relations we get here, their reverse is not happening. It means directly we are not violating. Whatever relations we have found out, the reverse of those relation is not happening. उनका reverse नहीं हो रहा है. So we can say warp satisfied. Because we don't see reverse relation, warp is satisfied. Any doubt in this? अभी तक मैं बताओ. Is there any doubt? So you find out the relationship. हर रो का एक relationship निकलेगा. और फिर आप उस relationship का reverse देखो. You find out the reverse of that relationship. If it is not violating, तो warp is satisfied. Then warp is satisfied. हाँ, you can check through that also. माने this. तो when when you are starring one, तो all affordable bundles में you put a circle. If you don't see circle in off diagonal, जैसे यहाँ पे you don't see circle in both off diagonal, you don't see circles in both off diagonal, you don't see circle in both off diagonal, then warp is satisfied. Suppose there would have been a circle here also, then warp is violated. So we circle affordable bundles. Here I have not circled, I have written it here. If I will circle C, if I will circle A, if I will circle B, तो circle कर लो. Circle के through check कर लो, एक ही बात है. Off diagonal में सारे circle नहीं आना चाहिए. एक सर्कल चलेगा, दोनों सर्कल नहीं होना चाहिए. माने अगर यहाँ सर्कल है तो यहाँ सर्कल नहीं होना चाहिए, यहाँ सर्कल है तो यहाँ सर्कल नहीं होना चाहिए, यहाँ सर्कल है तो यहाँ सर्कल नहीं होना चाहिए. Is it clear? Tell me if there is any doubt. तो warp satisfied है. Now beta we will look at SARP. SARP में we will check for indirect relations. तो indirect के लिए अब हम transitivity लगाएंगे. How? So row 1 tells me A is preferred over C. And row 2 tells me B is preferred over A. तो if I mix these two, तो इनके through क्या relation आता है between B and C? A is preferred over C. B is preferred over A. तो between B and C transitivity के through what relationship you are getting? क्या relation आ रहा है इससे? B is preferred over C. Exactly, देखो B is preferred over A, which is preferred over C. तो यहां से तो we get B is preferred over C. Through indirect relation, B is preferred over C. But what is row C3 telling me? Row 3 क्या बोल रहा है? Row 3 is saying C is preferred over B. तो indirectly we are getting wrong or cyclical preference. We are having a violation. एक तरफ we are saying B is preferred over C. एक तरफ हम बोल रहे हैं B C के ऊपर preferred है. Other we are saying C is preferred over B. तो reverse हो रहा है ना. So it means that SARP not satisfied. तो SARP में हम एक लेवल एक्स्ट्रा जाके we club preferences. हम indirect preference भी देखते हैं. We will club this and this. रो 1 एंड 2 को क्लब करके यू विल फाइंड अ रिलेशन एंड आप देखोगे डज दैट मैच रो 3. इफ इट मैचेस, SARP satisfied. If it does not match row 3, तो SARP is violated. हुआ बात क्लियर हुई? Any doubt in this? Anyone? ठीक है, so SARP is violated. I hope all of you are clear with this. अब इसी पे I want all of you to do one question for me. ठीक है, so P1, P2, P3, A, B, C, and I am directly giving you expenditure. माने calculate करने का जरूरत नहीं है. So expenditure is 10, 12, 10, 8, 6, 7, 4, 2, 5. Check work and SAR. Try करो बेटा. Check warp and SAR.
Ma'am, can you tell which bundle is preferred at what price?
Always. This is assumed. Price 1, first bundle. Price 2, second bundle. Price 3, third bundle. This is always an assumption. Write your answers in the chat, huh? ठीक है, verb satisfied. Okay. Check SARP then. SARP can't be applied. It can be. जैसे it's a 3 bundle, SARP can be applied. ठीक है, let's see. So when at price P1, A is chosen, any other bundle affordable? C. ठीक है, so A is preferred over C. अब second में देखो, when B is chosen, any other bundle affordable? No. So no relation found. अब रो नंबर 3 में देखो, when we have C chosen, is A and B affordable? Only B is affordable. तो C is preferred over B. A is preferred over C. Second says no relation and C is preferred over B. ये हमने रिलेशंस निकाले. अब वायलेशन देख लेते हैं. तो is C preferred over A in any relation? No. मतलब it's correct. Anywhere we see B preferred over C? No. तो it's correct. तो all of you are right कि verb is satisfied क्योंकि reverse relation कहीं नहीं दिख रहे हैं. We don't see reverse relation anywhere, so verb is satisfied. अब we have to check SARP. SARP के लिए if A is preferred over C, second में कोई relation नहीं आ रहा, C is preferred over B, तो if I club this, A should be preferred over B. अगर मैं transitivity इन दो से निकालूं, if I club these two, A should be preferred over B. Do I see a violation of this anywhere? Do I see B preferred over A? ऐसा कहीं पे violation आ रहा है A preferred over B का? I don't see any violation. So if I club these two to create a transitivity, I get A preferred over B. ठीक है? And I don't see any violation. मुझे कहीं नहीं दिख रहा B preferred over A. So it means indirectly also मैं कहीं से भी if I club any two things together and I find the third one, उसका violation नहीं है. There is no violation. तो SARP is also satisfied. VOR be satisfied and SARP be satisfied. Right? SARP explain. So SARP is talking about indirect relation. Indirect means we check relation through transitivity. So A is preferred over C. C is preferred over B. Now what transitivity tells you? You have to compare A over B, A over C, C over B. So according to transitivity, A should be preferred over B. This is according to transitivity. Mane, this is an indirect relation. Do you see violation of this? कहीं पे भी आपको दिख रहा है कि A preferred over B violate हो रहा हो? कहीं पे आपको दिख रहा है B over A कहीं पे आ रहा हो इनमें से? Do you see any violation happening? That this relation is breaking? No. This relation is not getting broken anywhere. Like here in the last example, जब हमने transitivity किया A over C, B over A, so we got that B should be preferred over C. But we saw a violation because our cell was telling us C over B. We saw a reverse happening in one of the cells. So SARP was violated indirectly. Right? यहाँ पे we don't see a violation. When we club these two transitivity में, we don't see a reverse of this happening. So SARP is not violated. Give example where warp is violated. हाँ, तो warp automatically violate हो जाता if this would have been 3. अगर यहाँ 3 होता तो when C was chosen, B and A were affordable. Money, we were getting that C was preferred over A. So this is a violation. A over C and C over A. So it's a violation. Both relations I am finding here. Is it clear? Any Hi, good evening, everyone. So today we are able to go ahead and don't worry, the mock tests are supposed to be difficult. If I make an easy mock test, it is just going to make you overconfident. The mock tests are supposed to make you feel underconfident, not overconfident. The idea is that you keep practicing again and again so that you do well in exam. I cannot give a very simple mock test. There is no meaning to it. Right? So it's okay if you're not able to do the complete paper. कुछ हो रहा है, कम score आ रहा है, कुछ गलतियां हो रही हैं, it is fine. The idea is for you to learn from this. ठीक? अच्छा, let's start. तो बेटा आज का हमारा क्या एम है? We want to do oligopoly. इसमें I will tell you question from Kurno, Bertrand and Stackelberg. ठीक है? There are more chances that we will see questions from Kurno and Bertrand. इससे थोड़ा ज्यादा आते हैं, हाँ. And comparatively, Stackelberg is not that favorite topic of examiner. Just I don't know why, but थोड़ा कम chances होता है Stackelberg आने का. Then apart from this, ये तो I will do in class with all of you. ये तो you have to do it with me. But once you go back home, आप एक बार अपने पोर्टल पे देखोगे तो उसमें there is oligopoly में kinked demand curve and a Sweezy model, right? So this thing you have to, all of you have to go ahead and all of you have to do it yourself. But revise this. ये भी exam में बहुत high chances होते हैं that it can be asked in exam. So I want all of you to go ahead and I want all of you to revise Sweezy model of oligopoly, from your video lectures. ठीक है? Apart from this, there is also a chance that they can, again, बहुत rare chance होता है, but they may ask you in oligopoly what is the role of advertisement. Though वो monopolistic में थोड़ा ज्यादा रहता है, but both of them will have the same role. So we will look into that also, that what's the role of advertisement and how advertisements boost the demand of oligopoly or monopolistic market. Then there can be questions which can be asked on the cartel system of oligopoly. माने suppose Kurno में they tell you that there are two firms and ये दोनों firms जो हैं they collude and they become monopoly. ठीक है? They collude and become monopoly, right? So what will be the feature of this cartel system? ये cartel system कभी कभी unstable क्यों होता है? What's the reason of instability? We will talk about that cartel system also. ठीक है? And again from the portal, I am not doing it in class, but I am leaving it for all of you to revise. ये आप लोग खुद से revise करोगे. So go back to the portal and portal से all of you will revise Chamberlain model of oligopoly. Right. तो ये कुछ चीजें हैं which can be asked from oligopoly market. Once I think I don't remember whether it was in GATE exam या UGC NET exam, किसी एक exam में once they asked an MCQ, I think it was NET only, they asked an MCQ question on oligopoly market में on contestable market. Contestable market given by Baumol. Although this is not a part of your syllabus, माने masters के level पे it should not be asked in exam, but just understand that contestable market. Contest मतलब क्या होता है? What is a contest? A contest is anything where there is competition, right? So what is a contest? where two people come and they compete with each other. So contestable market is any market which is competitive in nature. So if an oligopoly market behaves with features of competitive market, right? माने यहां पर we go ahead and we have some potential competition. कुछ potential competition है which is disciplining the price. माने प्राइस बहुत ज्यादा हाई या लो नहीं हो पा रहा है. प्राइस इज नॉट बिकमिंग वेरी हाई और वेरी लो. एंड व्हाई इट इज नॉट बिकमिंग वेरी हाई और वेरी लो? बिकॉज ऑफ सम डिसिप्लिन. और वो डिसिप्लिन क्यों आ रहा है? बिकॉज ऑफ सम पोटेंशियल कॉम्पिटिशन इन द मार्केट. देन दैट इज कॉल्ड एज कॉन्टेस्टेबल मार्केट. ठीक है. इट शुड नॉट बी आस्क्ड इन एग्जाम. हमारे कोर्स का पार्ट नहीं है ये मास्टर्स का. But I have just written this that in case they ask you that is contestable market possible in oligopoly, तो हाँ हम कुछ कर सकते हैं कि हमारी oligopoly market जो है उसका भी हम we are able to remove the monopoly and we are able to bring some kind of competition. It is possible. ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है, right? So that is what this is what we can go ahead and we can do. ठीक है. So this is about it. Up, let us go ahead and let us start from the beginning and let us try to do oligopoly in detail. ठीक है. One thing I want to also highlight before I do oligopoly in detail कि oligopoly करने से पहले please understand few of the features of oligopoly बेटा. Features of oligopoly. Oligopoly market is any market where there are one few large firms. कुछ ही फर्म्स हैं और वो लार्ज फर्म्स हैं, उनका ज्यादा पावर है. ठीक है. सेकेंडली ओलिगोपोली मार्केट इज दैट मार्केट वेयर फर्म्स आर इंडिपेंडेंट डिसीजन मेकर. माने दे आर नॉट प्राइस टेकर. प्राइस ले नहीं रही है मार्केट से. दे आर प्राइस मेकर. अपना प्राइस खुद बना रही हैं. दे हैव decision making. But oligopoly market is also a market which is interdependent. और इस इंटरडिपेंडेंस के लिए we define something जिसे हम बोल देते हैं गेम थ्योरी. माने the decisions are dependent on each other. ठीक है. What I will do depends on what you will do. मैं कितना आउटपुट प्रोड्यूस करूंगी, how much output I will produce depends on how much output you are producing. And how much output you will produce depends on how much output I am producing. तो हम दोनों के बीच में एक डिपेंडेंस है. And this dependence on each other's decision can be explained through something called as game theory. इसको हम game theory के थ्रू explain कर सकते हैं. Right? And we can define something. यहीं पे हम एक चीज define कर सकते हैं which is called as Nash equilibrium. अब Nash equilibrium क्या है? What is Nash equilibrium? Nash equilibrium is where there is no incentive to deviate. ऐसा एक equilibrium where there is no incentive to deviate, that is called as Nash equilibrium. All previous marathons are on portal. ठीक है. If you cannot find them, just WhatsApp sir once. Okay. तो ये हो गया हमारा Nash equilibrium जहां पे there is no incentive to deviate. So हमारा क्या एम है? What is our aim? Our aim is that in any of these model, चाहे हम कूर्नो की बात करें, चाहे हम बर्ट्रैंड की बात करें, चाहे हम स्टैकलबर्ग की बात करें, we find the Nash equilibrium of the firm. माने firm के पास there should be no incentive to deviate. और ये जो हमें इंटरडिपेंडेंस है फर्म्स के बीच में, this interdependence between firms. We can show that interdependence. How can we show that? We can show that interdependence through something which is called as a reaction function or a best response curve. Reaction function और best response curve. माने firm 1 बताएगा कि उसके लिए बेस्ट क्या है. firm 1 will decide what is best for firm 1 given the strategy of firm 2. firm 2 की strategy को constant रखते हुए. And firm 2 will tell what is the best for firm 2. firm 2 के लिए best क्या है given strategy of firm 1. This will be called best response function of firm 1. This will be called best response function of firm 2. ठीक है. So basically what is a best response function or a reaction curve? क्या है ये? Best response function or a reaction curve is basically going ahead and telling what is best for you given the strategy of other player. हमारे लिए बेस्ट क्या है दूसरे की स्ट्रैटेजी को ध्यान रखते हुए. Given the strategy of other player, what is best for you is called as a best response function. अब what kind of numericals can be asked in exam? ठीक है, तो पहला क्वेश्चन बेटा, all of you will do it, then I will solve it. So let's say Q is equal to 100 minus P. Cost of firm 1 C1 is 10. Cost of firm 2 C2 is also 10. Let me just write a function here. Q1 is equal to 100 minus P and Q2 is equal to 50 minus P, right? Sometimes you may be given a same demand curve. हाँ, let me explain this also. कभी कभी क्या होगा ना, you will be given same demand curve जैसे ऐसे, and you may be told that there is this capital Q quantity, and this quantity is quantity of firm 1 plus quantity of firm 2. माने ये जो capital Q है, this is the quantity of the market, right? This is combined quantity. And you may be given different cost functions, marginal cost of firm 1 and marginal cost of firm 2. Most of the time, this is what will be given to you. Most of the time. बहुत rare chance है, that very less chance कि ये capital Q का direct function देने की जगह they may give you Q separately. माने Q1 अलग दे देंगे जैसे I gave you, and Q2 separately दे देंगे. So it doesn't matter. You can still form this function. You can still say capital Q is Q1 plus Q2 and still get 150 minus 2P. It is possible. आप अपना खुद का Q function बना सकते हो by adding Q1 and Q2 together. But this is very rare. Very rarely it will happen. I just wanted to show you कि ऐसा it may happen in exam. But 99.9% of the chances you will be given one market demand function जहां पे they will say that capital Q is the sum of the two quantities and they will tell you what is the marginal cost of the two firms. Okay? And they will ask you A, they can ask you find reaction function of firm 1, reaction function of firm 2, Nash equilibrium quantity of both firms, price of the firm, या price of the good in the market कर लो, in market, and profit of each firm. Just give it a try. हाँ जी, ओके, तो देखते हैं. हाँ, देखो, पहला, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई विल डू पार्ट सी बिकॉज ऑल ऑफ यू हैव आंसर्ड पार्ट सी. सो लेट्स डू इट. देखो, बहुत ध्यान से समझना है मेरी बात को. लिसन टू मी वेरी वेरी केयरफुली. आई नो मोस्ट ऑफ यू विल नो इट, बट whenever the question is Q is equal to A minus P या P is equal to A minus Q, rather, जब क्वेश्चन ऐसे होता है, राइट, लुक एट द कोएफिशिएंट ऑफ Q. Q का कोएफिशिएंट 1 है एंड मार्जिनल कॉस्ट सेम है, राइट. C1 इक्वल टू C2 है. तो उस केस में वी डोंट हैव टू सॉल्व, हमें सॉल्व नहीं करना है. द आंसर टू क्वांटिटी will become Q1 is equal to A minus C by N plus 1. N is the number of firms. यहाँ पे N कितना हो गया? 2 firms. And Q2 will be A minus C by N plus 1. Both will be same. दोनों same आएंगे. So A is 100 बेटा. ठीक है. Marginal cost is 10. Number of firms कितने हो गए हैं? Number of firms are 2. So if I just plug this and solve this, just let me know what answer all of you are getting. 100 minus 10 by 3, 30. Is it clear? No need to solve. हमें कुछ solve नहीं करना है. We can go ahead and we can just give this answer that Q1 equal to Q2 equal to 30. Identical firm. Correct. Correct. Symmetric firm, identical firm. You can say anything. ये हुई पहली चीज. That if the question asks you this, answer will be Q1 equal to Q2 equal to A minus C by N plus 1. Okay. Now let's go ahead and let's talk about the next thing. Okay. So next thing is that we want to go ahead and we want to we want to go ahead and we want to understand what will be the price, right? So price के लिए भी you can generate a formula if you want to. ठीक है. And अगर वो formula नहीं generate करना है, then you can directly go ahead and you can plug it here. So what is going to happen here? We will get Q is equal to 100 minus P. So P will be 100 minus Q. 100 minus Q is Q1 plus Q2. Right? So Q1 is 30, Q2 is 30. You will just plug 60 here and you will get the answer as 40. तो P का value हमें मिल जाता है that price of the good will be 40. Price will be 40. ठीक, दो questions we have solved. अब हम आते हैं reaction function पे. If I have to ask the reaction function now. So reaction function of firm 1, how do we find it out? बहुत easy है. You write the profit function of firm 1 and you maximize profit of firm 1 with respect to Q1. So what is going to be profit function of firm 1, beta? It is going to be price into quantity minus marginal cost into quantity. I want to pause here for a second. Can someone tell me कि मैंने marginal cost into quantity क्यों किया? Total cost is average cost into quantity. तो हमने इसको marginal cost into quantity क्यों किया? Can someone tell? Very good. Absolutely. All of you are right. That is correct. That if you have constant cost, the average cost and marginal cost are same. Because this is constant. Very good. ये एक number है. So if it is constant, then average cost and marginal cost will be the same. तो हम यहाँ पे marginal cost लिखिए, average does not matter. तो बस profit function लिख लो. This is going to be 100 minus capital Q into Q1 minus C is what beta? C is 10 Q1. So this is 100 minus capital Q की जगह Q1 plus Q2 Q1 into 10 Q1. So this is going to be 100 Q1 minus Q1 square minus Q1 Q2 minus 10 Q1. 90 Q1 minus Q1 square minus Q1 Q2. Right? This is going to be profit. Maximize profit with respect to Q1. 90 minus 2 Q1 minus Q2 equal to 0. And find Q1 from here. 90 minus Q2 by 2. 90 minus Q2 by 2. This is going to be a best response function. Is it clear? Anyone? अब मुझे बताओ what will be best response function of firm 2? What will be best response function of firm 2? How will you find that out? यहाँ पे there is again a trick. Since the firms are symmetric, ध्यान से सुनना, since the firms are symmetric, देखो cost is same function, सब same है दोनों firms का. Since the firms are symmetric, you can replace Q1 with Q2 and you will get the best response function of firm 2. माने यहां पे अगर मैं Q1 की जगह Q2 लगा दूं और Q2 की जगह Q1 लगा दूं तो ये firm 2 का best response function हो जाएगा. You don't have to maximize profit. आपको ये नहीं करना. You don't have to maximize profit with respect to Q2. नहीं करना ये. No need to waste time. Whenever firms are symmetric, reaction functions will be symmetric. Symmetric reaction function का मतलब क्या है? Q1 replaced with Q2, Q2 replaced with Q1. This is what symmetric reaction function means. It will be asked as a 1 mark MCQ in exam. आपको पता होना चाहिए ये बात. Is it clear? अब कुछ नहीं है. ये हमारा Q1 as a function of Q2 है, Q2 as a function of Q1 है. अगर हम इनको simultaneously solve करें, माने if I plug Q2 का value here, Q1 equal to 90 minus Q1 by 2, तो Q1 and Q2 का the value that you will get ना, वो यही आएगा. Is it clear? I'll zoom out for all of you. Check. प्रॉफिट आई एम लीविंग फॉर यू टू सॉल्व. प्रॉफिट में मुझे कुछ करना नहीं है. इसमें Q1 और Q2 का वैल्यू डाल दो, यू विल गेट द प्रॉफिट. जस्ट ऑल ऑफ यू राइट द प्रॉफिट इन द कमेंट. Done? Okay. Question number 2 for all of you. P is equal to 150 minus Q. पूर्ण है. हाँ, दिस इज पूर्ण बेटा. Solve. Ten, 11. अच्छा, okay, maybe I think I may have done some incorrect options. देख लेते हैं एक बारी. How will you solve it? Simple. Q1 will be A minus C by N plus 1 beta. A is 150, C is 40, 10 plus 1. 110 by 11. Okay. In my mind, I was thinking I have given the denominator as 10. Okay. So it will be 10, 10. All of you are right. Correct. Okay. So now next question, huh? ये समझ में आए? Anyone who has doubt? Is this clear? This formula is printed in all of your mind. ठीक है. अब next question बेटा. Q is equal to P is equal to 100 minus 3Q. C1 equal to C2 equal to 10. N equal to 5. Find Nash equilibrium. बेटा कूर्नो ही समझना है, हाँ? This is Cournot model. Find Nash equilibrium. Give it a try. Very good. For all of you who don't know this in exam, who don't know till now, huh? बेटा please general formulas हमें याद करने हैं. यहां पर we need to use a general formula. ठीक है? And what is the general formula? How will we go ahead and how will we do it? So if I say P is equal to A minus BQ, एक बारी we'll generate it. Exam में we don't have time. So profit function of firm 1, it will be beta A minus B, Q1 plus Q2, price into quantity minus cost. So this will be A Q1 minus B Q1 square minus B Q1 Q2 minus C Q1 is profit function of firm. If I differentiate this with respect to Q1, I will get A minus 2B Q1 minus B Q2 minus C equal to 0. तो मेरा Q1 आ जाएगा A minus B Q2 minus C by 2B. Similarly, you can find Q2. And you can plug Q2 in Q1. ऐसा कर सकते हैं हम, Q2 को Q1 में plug in कर सकते हैं. So I can take this and I can put it here. तो क्या आ जाएगा बेटा? I will get Q1 is equal to A minus B Q1 minus C by 2B minus C by 2B. So I will get 2A minus A plus B Q1 plus C minus 2C upon 4B. And I will get A plus B Q1 minus C by 4B. This will be Q1. And I can take this here. तो ये हो जाएगा. And take then this here. So I will get 3B Q1 equal to A minus C. Q1 will be A minus C by 3B. General formula है. Q1 निकालने का with B available. A minus C by 3B. 3 क्यों आया? Because there were two firms. दो firm थे तो I got 3. If there will be n firm, तो general formula will be what? A minus C by n plus 1B. Bas, just plug it here. So what is A? What is C? Upon 3. What is B? So 90 divided by 9. That is 10. So all of you who have answered it, 10 is correct. Hey, what happened? What is 5? Sorry. Oh, sorry. This is 5. So it will be 6. Sorry. I did for 2. Okay, it will be 6. So you can solve accordingly, huh? Okay. So this will be 90 divided by 18. I hope this is clear. ये general formula है. We have to remember this general formula. Okay. Next question. Kurno. Find Nash equilibrium quantity. Do it, beta. Find Nash equilibrium quantity. No, not 90 divided by 6, na. You have B parameter also here, right? So you have to consider that B. So this is n plus 1. If n is 5, तो ये 6 हो गया. But there is a B component, na? The coefficient of this Q is B, which is 3. तो यहाँ पे there will be 3 beta. ठीक है? And numerator में A minus C. So that B has to also come. ठीक है? Do this one. बेटा थिंक एंड डू, जल्दी में मत करना प्लीज. देखो दिस इज अ पैरामीटर विद P, नॉट विद Q. प्लीज थिंक फर्स्ट, उसके बाद करना है. जो ये B कंपोनेंट है हमारा, इट शुड बी विद Q. आई विल हैव टू कन्वर्ट दिस. इसको रिवर्स करके यू हैव टू राइट इट. प्लीज डोंट डू लाइक दैट. तो Q is equal to 100 minus 4P को I will write P equal to 100 minus Q divided by 4. This will be my A. B is 1 by 4. A is 100 by 4. C is 10. Now solve. So two different answers are coming. Think and solve.
पे पहले भी कई ऐसे वफा टूटे हैं, इसी तो राह है पे
Hi, good evening, everyone. So today is the last day of us revising market forms. And we're going to go ahead and we're going to talk about monopolistic competition. ठीक है? Not more than one question can be asked from monopolistic. Mane, this is the least asked topic in market forms. But why this is important is that sometimes they may go ahead and they may ask you some kind of comparison. ठीक है, कुछ ऐसा बोल सकते हैं कि match the following, or they may give you some features. So just as a differentiation, how monopolistic is different from perfect competition, from monopoly, उसलिए it is important. मतलब उतना you have to go ahead and you have to know that what is the difference between monopolistic versus monopoly versus perfect competition. Otherwise, monopolistic competition is not much asked in exam, right? So what is monopolistic competition? Monopolistic is one which has features of both monopoly and of perfect competition. तो कुछ फीचर्स वो परफेक्ट कंपटीशन से एक्सट्रैक्ट करते हैं, कुछ फीचर्स वो मोनोपोली से एक्सट्रैक्ट करते हैं. सो इट हैज नंबर 1, इट हैज मिक्स्ड फीचर्स. मिक्स्ड फीचर्स ऑफ परफेक्ट कंपटीशन एंड मोनोपोली. ठीक है, क्या मिक्स्ड फीचर्स हैं? So it has the feature of differentiated product. So iska, in near your college you can think, but usually I give the example of North Campus. जब हम North Campus की बात करते हैं, you will realize कि there is a complete lane of cafes. Cafe 1, Cafe 2, Cafe 3 and so on. And सभी पिज्जा सेल कर रहे हैं. But each of the student, each of you may have preference towards one particular cafe. माने जैसे मुझे I used to love a cafe called Big Yellow Door. During my time, it was just recently opened. उस time खुला ही था बस, right? Oh, we used to love that cafe. उसका we used to, for us it was a new concept कि we are going to a cafe. अभी it's very common. तो आपके लिए कुछ और हो सकता है. So there may be 10 people selling pizza. But for you understand the difference in taste. Okay? So there are many firms, not few firms. Oligopoly में few firms हैं. यहाँ पे there are many firms, बहुत सारे firms हैं. But they're selling differentiated product. And ये differentiated product, they are close substitutes of each other, but not perfect substitutes. है ना, माने एक पिज्जा दूसरे पिज्जा का सब्स्टिट्यूट हो सकता है, राइट? It's just pizza at the end of the day, but they're not perfect substitutes. I don't like 1:1, right? एक pizza का slice of cafe A may not substitute with respect to cafe B. They are not perfect substitutes क्योंकि वो differentiated है. And the monopolistic competition concept, ये सबसे पहले it was brought by an economist, Edward Chamberlain. ठीक है, एग्जैक्टली दैट्स राइट, इट वाज ब्रॉट बाय एडवर्ड चेम्बरलिन. ठीक है, तो हम बोल सकते हैं कि दिस कॉन्सेप्ट, बिकॉज इट हैज मेनी फर्म्स, तो ये चीज तो परफेक्ट कंपटीशन जैसा हो गया. बट प्रोडक्ट्स आर नॉट होमोजेनस, प्रोडक्ट्स आर डिफरेंशिएटेड. ठीक है, सो बिकॉज ऑफ दिस ना ये मोनोपोली है ना ये परफेक्ट कंपटीशन है, इट इज समवेयर इन बिटवीन, राइट? And because there are many firms, you cannot have infinite profit, है ना? Because बहुत सारे firms हैं market में, so the profits are limited. We'll talk about this. अभी profit के बारे में बात करेंगे, but profits are limited. तो व्हाट आर द की फीचर्स ऑफ मोनोपोलिस्टिक कंपटीशन, ये कैसे प्रोडक्ट डिफरेंशिएट होता है? प्रोडक्ट कैन बी डिफरेंशिएटेड ऑन मेनी एस्पेक्ट्स, जैसे ब्रांड नेम, जैसे क्वालिटी ऑफ द प्रोडक्ट, ठीक है। अब जस्ट टेक एन एग्जाम्पल, एज स्मॉल एग्जाम्पल एज अ फेस मास्क. हाँ, रिसेंटली आई ऑब्जर्व्ड, सो वन ऑफ दिस इन्फ्लुएंसर, बहुत रिसेंटली मैंने देखा इंस्टाग्राम पे, आई डोंट रिमेम्बर द नेम ऑफ द इन्फ्लुएंसर, बट शी वॉज प्रमोटिंग अ मास्क कि ओ माई गॉड, उससे मेरा फेस इट हैज इम्प्रूव्ड 10 times एंड दिस एंड दैट, इट्स द बेस्ट मास्क. So I found out that that face mask, I mean, it's just एक बारी के यूज के लिए, that face mask was costing 1400 rupees. That's a lot of money. और वही सेम तरीके का फेस मास्क you also get for 45 rupees in the market. The brand may be different, but you get it for 45, you get it for 99, you get for 145, you get for 200, and you get for 1400. It's the same mask. Same mask in the sense कि you use it once. Of course, every brand will be promoting it different कि इसके अंदर हमने ये डाला है, right? So quality is what they differentiate their product on. कोई बोलेगा मेरा प्रोडक्ट बहुत प्रीमियम है, that is why I am charging premium money for it, right? But ultimately the product is face mask. हाँ, तो the quality is what they differentiate their product on. इसी तरीके से पैकेजिंग, ठीक है. And this is also, I mean, very interesting. So very recently you will notice that, और ये थोड़ा ज्यादा बढ़ गया है, हाँ, since the time we have come into this era of influencers, that these packaging have beautified so much. इतना सुंदर packaging they have started doing with such beautiful product. Again, I'll come back to this face mask example. So again, once you start looking at social media, the kind of ads you see, they are selling a notebook now. Just imagine, we are not selling notebooks for education sector, but they are selling notebooks. और उसमें क्या है? They have kept days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And हर एक में they place one mask. ठीक है? They make that into a premium notebook that you pull out one mask on daily basis and you use that. So just imagine कि packaging के basis पे people are able to sell a better I mean, charge you more for the same product, right? And this is very common. ये तो पहले भी होता था, like when we used to go to Big Bazaar, which is no more there. But Big Bazaar में they would ask you, do you need a bag, which is a plastic bag, or do you need a paper bag? हाँ, paper bag में they would charge you ₹10 for a bag. ऐसा भी करते थे. So packaging is also something which increases the price of the product, right? Which shows some premiumness in the product. Location, taste, style. जैसे location में, so if you go to these premium places, yeah, leave premium places. Location में if you go to some pilgrims, ठीक है, जैसे for example, suppose I go ahead and I want to go to say वैष्णो देवी, ठीक है, I'm just giving you one example ऐसे. वहां पे भी there may be a McDonald's जो एकदम उन्होंने हाइट पे बना दिया होगा. Now just because it is on height, it has a monopoly. वहां जाके आप उसी से खाओगे. It can charge you more for the same burger. Same happens on airports, right? अगर मैं airport के अंदर जाके Burger King, McDonald's, Starbucks, whatever, I take something from the airport, even a dosa, it will cost me 3, 4, 5 times more. Location, right? तो पैकेजिंग, क्वालिटी, लोकेशन, ब्रांडिंग, टेस्ट, स्टाइल, जो भी ले लो, ये सब चीजों पे दे कैन डिफरेंशिएट देयर प्रोडक्ट, ठीक है. और इसी को ही हम बोल देते हैं मोनोपोलिस्टिक कंपटीशन. अब दिस मोनोपोलिस्टिक कंपटीशन, इसमें आ जाता है हमारा फ्री एंट्री एग्जिट. माने ये चीज इसका परफेक्ट कंपटीशन के जैसे है, ठीक है. और क्योंकि फ्री एंट्री एग्जिट है, देयरफॉर लॉन्ग रन में नो फर्म कैन एंजॉय सुपर नॉर्मल प्रॉफिट. कोई भी फर्म सुपर नॉर्मल प्रॉफिट नहीं अर्न कर सकता, बिकॉज there is free entry exit. If there will be profit, the new firms will see, they will enter the market, profit will be eliminated from the market. In the long run, you only earn economic profit. Super normal नहीं होता, माने in the sense that your profit is, the total revenue is exactly equal to total cost. जो आपका वो profit है, that is actually the opportunity cost of the owner. Correct, normal profit, that is right, exactly. ठीक है, फिर इसका एक और फीचर आ जाता है, that there is selling cost और एडवर्टाइजमेंट. अब कैसे हम अपने प्रोडक्ट को इन चीजों पे डिफरेंशिएट करें? हाउ डू आई शो यू कि माय प्रोडक्ट इज डिफरेंट फ्रॉम अदर प्रोडक्ट? मुझे उसके लिए एडवर्टाइजमेंट करना होगा, मार्केटिंग करनी होगी, ब्रांडिंग करनी होगी, पैकेजिंग करनी होगी. आई हैव टू कन्विंस द कस्टमर कि मेरा प्रोडक्ट आपसे बेटर है, आई एम हैविंग अ बेटर प्रोडक्ट, माय प्रोडक्ट इज यूनिक. ठीक है, तो इसमें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट फीचर आ जाता है सेलिंग कॉस्ट का. सेलिंग कॉस्ट प्लेज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फीचर. ठीक है, because you have differentiated product, right? So you are also having some market power. आपके पास मार्केट पावर होता है. मार्केट पावर माने यू हैव मोनोपोली पावर, माने यू कैन गो अहेड एंड यू कैन चार्ज द प्राइस ओवर एंड अबव योर मार्जिनल कॉस्ट बिकॉज यू हैव सम अमाउंट ऑफ मोनोपोली विद यू कि मेरा प्रोडक्ट अलग है. इन दैट सेंस दिस इज द प्रोडक्ट विच ओनली आई हैव, हेंस आई कैन चार्ज अ हायर प्रोडक्ट प्राइस फॉर दिस प्रोडक्ट. इस सेंस में आपके पास कुछ मार्केट पावर भी रहता है. तो ये कुछ फीचर्स हैं मोनोपोलिस्टिक के जो हम लोगों को पढ़ने हैं. ठीक है, अब क्योंकि हम शॉर्ट रन में एंट्री एग्जिट अलाउ कर रहे हैं, वी आर अलाउइंग एंट्री एंड एग्जिट इन द शॉर्ट रन, तो शॉर्ट रन में सुपर नॉर्मल प्रॉफिट भी हो सकता है, लॉस भी हो सकता है, लाइक परफेक्ट कॉम्पिटिशन. ठीक है, जब हम परफेक्ट कॉम्पिटिशन भी देख रहे थे, परफेक्ट कॉम्पिटिशन में हम ये देख रहे थे कि शॉर्ट रन में फर्म कुड अर्न प्रॉफिट, firm could earn loss, firm could earn just a normal profit. But long run में we were only in a normal profit situation. उस सेंस में monopolistic and perfect competition same है. But सबसे important feature monopolistic competition का, most important feature of monopolistic competition is called as excess capacity. ये है मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट फीचर. दिस इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट फीचर ऑफ एक्सेस कैपेसिटी. एनी आइडिया व्हाट इज एक्सेस कैपेसिटी? कोई भी मुझे बता सकता है व्हाट इज एक्सेस कैपेसिटी? वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. ठीक है, सो देखो, ध्यान से देखना. हाँ, बेटा, दिस इज माय AR, दिस इज माय MR. ठीक है, आई हैव दिस एज माय लॉन्ग रन एवरेज कॉस्ट. हमें एक फीचर पता है दैट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट कट्स लॉन्ग रन एवरेज कॉस्ट एट इट्स मिनिमा. तो ये मेरे लॉन्ग रन एवरेज कॉस्ट का मिनिमम पॉइंट है. ठीक है, मेक श्योर दैट इट पासेस थ्रू द मिनिमम पॉइंट. हाँ, ऐसे बनाना दैट इट पासेस थ्रू द, आई थिंक अभी भी इट इज नॉट थ्रू द मिनिमम पॉइंट, दिस इज द मिनिमम पॉइंट. ये हमें पता है, मार्जिनल कॉस्ट विल कट लॉन्ग रन एवरेज कॉस्ट एट इट्स मिनिमा. ये कॉस्ट कर्व में किसी में भी हम ये पढ़ते हैं, वी स्टडी दिस थिंग. नाउ लिसन टू मी वेरी केयरफुली व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इन द लॉन्ग रन. इन लॉन्ग रन, hey, what happened yaar? I think I pressed something here. Give me a minute. Let me sort this out. ठीक है. In long run, क्या होता है बेटा? We know that we must have zero economic profit. माने we should have normal profit. तो P is equal to LAC. ये वाला पॉइंट, ये प्राइस है, ये लॉन्ग रन एवरेज कॉस्ट है. एंड हियर इफ आई जस्ट कंटिन्यू विद माय MR कर्व, हाँ, तो वी विल बी प्रोड्यूसिंग दिस क्वांटिटी. देखो, this quantity. At this quantity, we will notice that we will have P as long run average cost. P equal to LAC हो रहा है. ठीक है. But if it would have been perfect competition, अगर एक perfect competitive firm होता, then where will a perfectly competitive firm produce? Perfectly competitive firm will produce where P is equal to LAC. But because this is P, it is AR, it is MR, तो मेरा LAC is also at its minima at this point where marginal cost is cutting. माने this point is where my perfect competition produces, where long run average cost is at its minima. If I consider that point, कि वो point कौन सा point है where long run average cost will be at its minima, तो वो point यहाँ आएगा. It will be here, where long run average cost attains its minima, where MC is equal to LAC, right? वो point होगा हमारा, right? So this is the quantity where a perfectly competitive firm would have produced. Isn't it? तो एक perfectly competitive firm यहाँ कहीं पे produce करता. This is called my excess capacity. इसको हम बोल देते हैं excess capacity. So what is excess capacity? A monopolistic firm does not produce, ध्यान से, ये MCQ का the only important question in MCQ. It does not produce at the minimum of average cost even in the long run. Long run में भी वो average cost के minimum पे produce नहीं कर रहा. माने अगर वो production increase करे, if it increases production, average cost is further falling. But it cannot do so. क्योंकि if it will produce here, तो do you notice that cost is here, but price will be here? तो it will be in a loss. Price, cost will be more than price. तो वो production को increase नहीं कर सकता. It cannot increase production because even though cost is falling, but cost will become more than price. So a monopolistic competitive firm cannot produce at the minimum point of long run average cost. वो long run average cost के minimum point पे produce नहीं कर सकता है even in the long. Therefore, it is producing here, right? It is producing less than the optimal capacity, or the difference between these two. This is called as excess capacity. और ये क्यों हो रहा है? If someone may ask you, why is excess capacity there? Because my demand curve is downward sloping. तो जो हमारा P equal to AC point है, I reach it earlier. In perfect competition, demand curve is horizontal. So I reach that point here itself. But यहाँ पे, here, I am reaching this P equal to AC कर्व पे दिस पॉइंट वेयर प्राइस एंड एवरेज कॉस्ट बिकम इक्वल, ये क्वांटिटी वी गेट अर्लियर, right? So this is the point where my economic profit becomes zero. यहीं पे मेरे इकोनॉमिक प्रॉफिट जीरो हो जाते हैं, राइट? तो व्हाट इज द इंटरप्रिटेशन, क्या मीनिंग है इस पूरी चीज का? फर्म कैन रिड्यूस कॉस्ट बाय इंक्रीजिंग आउटपुट, बट इट विल बी इन अ लॉस, राइट? बिकॉज देन कॉस्ट विल बिकम मोर देन प्राइस, सो इट कैन नॉट डू सो. एंड बिकॉज ऑफ दिस, क्योंकि यहां पे हम ऑप्टिमल क्वांटिटी पर नहीं है, our quantity of monopolistic is less than quantity of perfect competition, and perfect competition is always called optimal quantity. इसको हम equilibrium बोलते आए हैं आज तक. So our output is less than efficient output. हमारा output optimal से कम है, efficiency से कम है. So we can go ahead and we can say that therefore we have the presence of डेड वेट लॉस. इस वजह से हमारे मोनोपोलिस्टिक कंपटीशन में डेड वेट लॉस होता है. दैट इज व्हाई वी हैव द प्रेजेंस ऑफ डेड वेट लॉस. ठीक है, डेड वेट लॉस बहुत सिंपल है. डेड वेट लॉस इज नथिंग बट दिस ट्रायंगल. दिस इज माय डेड वेट लॉस. तो क्वेश्चन इज व्हाई डेड वेट लॉस इज हैपनिंग? बिकॉज यू आर प्रोड्यूसिंग अ क्वांटिटी लेस देन द मोस्ट एफिशिएंट क्वांटिटी. जितना हमें प्रोड्यूस करना चाहिए वी आर प्रोड्यूसिंग लेस देन दैट, right? So this is what is called as dead weight loss. ठीक है, I will read it again. Look, I'll just make it again, huh? So see, this is my long run average cost. This is my marginal cost, cutting LAC at its minimum. Okay. This is my MR, and MR के, you know, twice that flatter becomes my AR. So this is my AR. अब for monopolistic, MR is equal to MC is at this quantity in long run. My equilibrium quantity is QM. At this equilibrium quantity, long run में we notice P is equal to average cost. देखो tangency है, tangency means they are equal. So P means AR is equal to average cost. ये दोनों equal हो रहे हैं. And because price and average cost are equal, there is no economic profit. In this sense, it is same as perfect competition. So this is the price charged by monopolistic competition. Okay. इतना में ये वाला जो condition है, this matches perfect competition कि long run में price and average cost are equal, so economic profit is zero. Now, where equilibrium happens for perfect competition, ये तो condition है ही कि P equal to AC. But for perfect competition, the condition is also that LAC is at its minimum. You remember हमने जो marathon perfect competition में किया था, when I used to give you a cost function, suppose I would give you 100 plus Q square plus 2Q, and I would ask you find equilibrium quantity. आप इसमें से average cost निकालते थे, you would minimize average cost and get Q. वो एक क्वांटिटी था at which perfect competition was producing. So perfect competition में LAC is at its minimum point, right? So this is the quantity of perfect competition, right? This gap, इसको हम बोल देते हैं excess capacity, right? And which quantity the perfect competitive firm will be producing? कौन सा quantity वो produce करता है? No doubt, we want P equal to AC. बट परफेक्ट कॉम्पिटिशन में द फाइनल कंडीशन वी गेट वो ये हो जाता है P इक्वल टू AR विच इज ऑलवेज ट्रू, इक्वल टू MR इक्वल टू MC, बट इट इज ऑल्सो इक्वल टू min ऑफ द LAC. ये सब एक साथ हो रहा होता है फॉर परफेक्ट कॉम्पिटिशन. ऑल ऑफ दिस हैपेंस टुगेदर. So for perfect competition, we notice that this is my P equal to AR equal to MR. This is my MC. This is my LAC. And this is my perfect competition equilibrium quantity. So LAC becomes at its minima at the same point where you have P and MC intersecting. तो ये सब एक दूसरे के साथ equal हो जाते हैं, right? So this becomes my optimum quantity or efficient quantity. And this gap becomes my excess capacity. Is it clear? Any doubt in this? Is everyone clear with it? So this is one feature of monopolistic competition. Okay. So now sometimes people may ask you what are the benefits of monopolistic competition. तो उसमें कुछ benefits ये हैं कि one, you get a variety of goods, right? You get better customer service because firms are always competing with each other to show better quality of their products, and firms also want to innovate. ठीक है, because firms want to show a differentiated product, इसलिए they also want to go ahead and they also want to innovate. So this is more or less about perfect competition. इसमें most important thing in perfect competition is your excess capacity and its features. If you can do that well, then we are sorted. ठीक है. Now, what do I want all of you to do is, as a homework, as I told you in the beginning also, you will make a table. Table में क्या करोगे? You'll write perfect competition, monopolistic, monopoly, oligopoly, and you'll write features. Where price equilibrium, where quantity equilibrium, all the possible features you will write down, huh? And you will keep this table intact. ठीक है? What is the type of product? Homogeneous है या differentiated है? What are the number of firms? Many, less, single? ठीक है? What is your demand curve? Is it downward sloping or is it horizontal? What is your short run profit? What happens to long run profit? ठीक है? What happens to efficiency? What happens to markup? ठीक है? What happens to entry of firm? जो भी आपके दिमाग में फीचर्स आ रहे हैं, ठीक है? All of these features you will write and you will do a comparison of market structures. सारे market structures को you will go ahead and you will compare. ठीक है? So that एग्जाम में अब दोबारा हमें ये सारे लेक्चर्स को डिटेल में करने की जरूरत नहीं पड़नी चाहिए, राइट? ओके. Hi, good evening, everyone. Can you please ask everyone to join in? So I thought of combining the marathon for today because I need to do the same topic, which is perfect competition. So why not just do it together for the level of CUT, IIT, and GATE? We'll take all type of questions, okay? Can you ask everyone to join in? I see comparatively a lesser participation. So let's take the first question for the day. You're given that. So we begin with finding out long run equilibrium for perfect competition. We'll take one on each type, huh? We'll cover deadweight loss also today. So when we talk about finding the long run equilibrium for perfect competition, इसमें हम क्या करते हैं बेटा? Where is the long run equilibrium graphically if I have to show this? So a perfectly competitive market is one where you are a price taker. So this is P equal to AR equal to MR. This is my marginal cost curve. MR and MC meet here. This is the output I produce, profit maximizing output. And in long run, my economic profit is zero. अगर मेरा economic profit zero है, it means that my long run cost curve, average cost curve, will also be here. So at this quantity, I notice that price and average cost are equal, which means total revenue and total cost will be equal and economic profit will be zero. And whenever price is equal to average cost, we notice that average cost is at its minimum. Average cost is at its minimum. तो बहुत कुछ हो गया long run में. P equal to AR equal to MR equal to MC equal to LAC and LAC at its minimum. अब इनमें से हम कुछ भी यूज कर सकते हैं. Exactly what we will use in सब में से, it will be dependent on what your question is asking. One of these conditions has to be used, but क्या यूज करेंगे वो डिपेंड करेगा. ठीक है. So question number 1. You're given that the total cost is 50 plus 2Q plus 2Q square. अब एक important aspect. देखो, usually whenever you are given a fixed cost component, देख रहे हो यहाँ पे there is no Q. माने ये fixed cost होगी और ये variable होगी. So whenever you are given a fixed cost component, usually it is a short run cost क्योंकि fixed cost है. Right? I'm given a number here, huh? With no attachment to Q. कोई भी ये connected नहीं है Q से, ये 50. So under normal circumstances, it should be a short run cost and not a long run cost. But in exam, suppose they mention that this is the long run total cost function. So don't start challenging them कि अरे long run में तो कोई fixed cost नहीं होता. Why have you given this? It's a wrong question. It's incorrect. नहीं. If they have told you that it's a long run cost, कोई नहीं. Consider it as long run and solve the question. right? So don't start saying that the question is incorrect. Okay. Yes, you are correct that usually if there is a fixed number attached to it, it should be short run. But अगर long run लिख दिया गया है, then you have to solve it. Take it as given and solve. ठीक है. अब हम क्या कर रहे हैं? You are given that this is a short run total cost function in my question, and you have to go ahead and calculate the long run equilibrium price and output. Try this. Long run equilibrium price and output. Others? $522, $522. Okay, let's see. So first question, before I even solve, because I've just created this question randomly. First question, did you consider 50 in the long run or not? Okay. So listen to me very carefully. We say that in the long run, the firm can change plant size, capital, etc. Okay. So in the long run, it does not mean that you will remove this 50, what I explained to you. If 50 is given, you continue to consider this 50. Just it means that now this 50 can keep fluctuating as you will change the plant size. It does not mean that you will remove this from the question. Okay, you are given a cost function, you will continue to take that exact cost function in the solution. So we will find the average cost, which will be total cost by output. Average total cost. So it is going to be 50 plus 2q plus 2q square by q. Okay. So when I do this, I will get 50 by q plus 2 plus 2q. This will become your average cost. Now, average cost has to be at its minima at this point. So we have to minimize it. So minimize it, differentiate it, minus 50 by q square plus 2 equal to 0. So 2 is equal to 50 by q square. Q square is 25, तो Q is 5. Now we know, so at this Q5, अगर मैं long run average cost में डाल दूं, then that is exactly the value of price also. Both are same. So I can put this Q in the long run average cost function. In this function, whatever your long run average cost function is, in this you can put this Q. And you will get the price. Okay. So all of you are correct. That is the right
Excuse me,
answer.
ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, in this question, is the long run average cost and short run average cost the same because we keep interchanging it?
Yes, yes. You can use the two. I mean, you can use any jargon for it. The only difference is that in long run, the 50 can keep fluctuating. You still want to cover this 50 rupees in the long run, right? Whatever money you're investing on the machine, it needs to be covered, right? So you're not erasing the fixed cost. We are simply saying that fixed costs are not fixed. The fixed cost. So in short run, what the only difference we have is that this 50 cannot go to 40 or 50, 80, right? Because this is fixed by the number of plants. In the long run also we have some constant component, but that constant component can fluctuate because I can change the plant size. That is exact meaning of long run. Okay. So
Okay, ma'am.
so it does not mean that I will not consider this constant component, which many students think. It just means that this constant component can change in the long run by choosing different plant size. But I still have to cover. माने मैं plant पे जितना भी खर्चा कर रही हूँ, whatever I am spending on plant, I have to go ahead and I have to cover that cost, right? Just that cost can keep changing in the long run. Short run में that cost is not cannot change. Okay, I'll zoom out. You can take a note of it. Why did we differentiate average cost? Because we had to find its minimum point. So how do we minimize something? We differentiate and equate it to 0. So you are producing where LAC is at its minima, this point. Clear? Anyone, any doubt? Take it. So now let's consider another question. So another important question which comes in exam is related to number of firms in मार्केट या इकोनॉमी. ध्यान से समझना इस कॉन्सेप्ट को. हाँ देखो, द मार्जिनल कॉस्ट कर्व of a perfectly competitive firm is called as the supply curve of the firm. माने as long as it is above average cost in long run and average variable cost in short run, which means the firm is not shutting down. तो as long as the firm is not shutting down, अगर firm operate कर रहा है, तो जो हमारा marginal cost curve होगा उसको हम firm का supply curve बोलेंगे. So if I have this as P equal to AR equal to MR, I have this as MC, then that part of marginal cost which is above average cost in the long run, इसको हम firm का supply curve बोल देते हैं. ठीक है. अब once I know that marginal cost is supply curve of the firm, तो इसको कैसे निकालेंगे? अगर एग्जाम में कोई आपको बोले find the supply curve of the firm, so you will do P equal to MC and इस equation को आप बोल दोगे supply curve of firm. ठीक है. जैसे for example, suppose someone tells me that the total cost function is 100 plus say 4q plus q square, suppose. ठीक है, तो marginal cost will be what? 4 plus 2q. तो I will get p equal to mc माने p equal to 4 plus 2q. ठीक है, तो ये जो है इसको I can rewrite also ना, इसको मैं ऐसे भी लिख सकती हूँ, q is equal to p minus 4 by 2 माने p by 2 minus 2. ये हो जाएगा सप्लाई कर्व ऑफ द फर्म. दिस इज द क्वांटिटी फर्म विल बी सप्लाइंग. ये हो गया फर्स्ट चीज दैट यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट इज सप्लाई कर्व ऑफ द फर्म. सेकंड, once we get the supply curve of the firm, इसको हम small q भी लिख सकते हैं because this is the supply curve of the firm. Once we get the supply curve of the firm, तो supply in the industry will be supply of the firm. हर firm कितना supply कर रहा है, and all firms are symmetric, तो सब firms equal supply देंगे. So we consider supply of the firm into the number of firms. This will give me supply curve of the industry. ठीक है, then in that same question अगर मुझे demand curve दिया हुआ है of the industry, ठीक है, so wherever demand and supply meet, that will be equilibrium. Wherever demand and supply meet, that will be equilibrium. So this can be used, ये equation की demand should be equal to supply, this equation can be used to find the number of firms in the industry. Because हम इसकी जगह पे we can write QS into N. ठीक है, QD हमारे पास हो गई. We can use this equation to find the number of firms in the industry. Let me give you a question. आप पहले अपने आप करो, then I will do it. So let's say the demand curve is 1200 minus 5p and cost curve of any firm, we can take the same only, is given as 100 plus 4q plus q square. Okay, first find supply curve of firm. Second, find number of firms that will exist. Give it a try. First you give it a try, then I will do it. And I can give another question. अच्छा चलो पहले do this much, then I will tweak the question. I hope all of you are looking at the latest syllabus for all your exams, right? I don't want anyone to be referring to any old syllabus. I am just putting it in the chat section also. Please make sure that you go ahead and you bookmark this link, okay? And you refer to the syllabus only from this link. because you should not be studying anything extra in any subject. So I want all of you to be doing the syllabus or the things which are mentioned on this page only and nothing more. I'm going to just give you the link for all courses, okay? CUET थोड़ा weird है UGC क्योंकि I don't know why they have gone ahead and they have given money. They have gone ahead and they have given international economics as part of consumption and investment function. God knows why. Why they have given growth models, Hieronymus and Solo in consumption and investment function. I don't know why. It should have been part of international and dev. But anyways, just refer to the syllabus and only do this syllabus. Okay. Similarly, let me give you the link for IIT and GATE also. Don't miss anything in that, but don't do anything extra also. Okay, 108 firms. Okay, I'll ask to share it in the Telegram group also. I'll ask sir to share it. That's right. Yes. As you do these things, keep doing a tick mark. कि ये हो गया, ये हो गया, ये हो गया, and so on and so forth. Okay, very good. I think all of you are doing it in the right way. Let's see how you can solve. तो सबसे पहले बेटा क्या करेंगे ना हम? We have to find the supply curve. So we find marginal cost. This will be how total cost changes as output changes. So if I differentiate, I will get 4 plus 2Q. अब you remember that we want to cover our average cost in the long run. तो हमारा average cost क्या आ रहा था? Our average cost was 100 by Q plus 4 plus Q. ठीक है? So just think about it. We are saying that whatever marginal cost curve I am getting, marginal cost curve है 4 plus 2Q, माने marginal cost curve ऐसा कुछ बनेगा. Right? This is my price. P equal to AR equal to MR. This marginal cost curve will be my supply curve, but it has to be above this average cost curve का minimum point. इससे ऊपर होना चाहिए इसको. Right? This part is not my supply curve. If I'm not able to cover average cost, then I will supply 0 units because I will be in a loss. So I understand that marginal cost will be my supply curve, but I have to be above this point. And ये point क्या है? It's the minimum point of average cost. तो माने if I start solving this, तो I will get the minimum point of AC minus 100 by Q square plus 1 equal to 0. And यहाँ से हमारे पास Q आ जाएगा 10. So I understand that this Q is 10. जहाँ पे average cost is at its minima, that Q is 10. Is it clear? So which means that if I want to cover my, if I put this Q in the long run average cost function, अगर मैं इसी में इस Q को डालूं, if I plug it here, so what will I get my average cost as? 100 by 10 plus 4 plus 10. So I will get 24. I'll get here 24. So we have got a lot of information. क्या information आया? First, we understood that each firm is producing 10 units. And second, we understand that the price at which they want to sell is 24. तो if I club these two things together, तो अब ध्यान से देखो, this is an industry बेटा, यहाँ पे demand, supply, यहाँ पे एक price आता है, and this is a firm. If this is firm, this is industry. और इसी price को firm takes at given, and ये हमारा long run average cost curve है और ये मेरा marginal cost curve है. And here I got that the number of firms will be 10. Okay. And I got that the price here is coming out as 24. Now, my equilibrium requires that demand should be equal to supply. Demand curve क्या दिया हुआ है? What is the demand curve? 1200 minus 5p. And supply curve क्या है? Each firm is supplying how many units? 10 units. And how many firms are there in the market? N firms. The total supply क्या होगा? 10 into n. And what is the equilibrium price? 24. I get 1200 minus 5 into 24 equal to 10n. Right? So 1200 minus 10n. Right? So I am equating the demand to the supply. Just find the value of n. I think all of you have done it correctly. 108 is the answer. Correct. Is it clear? So it's a tricky question, but it is one of the most important question in exam. समझे? तो हमें समझना है that this is going to give me the supply curve. Supply curve is marginal cost curve. तो वो कुछ नहीं है but P equal to MC. माने P equal to 4 plus 2Q. ये मेरा supply curve है. But I also know, अच्छा, one more thing which is wrong, which I should be correcting, because I am giving the cost function of firm ना, तो इसको हमें small q represent करना चाहिए. It makes more sense because it is at firm level. So you should write this as small q. Capital Q हमेशा industry level पे होता है. It should represent the industry. So we find the average cost. Average cost जिस point पे minimum होगा, that is the quantity you will be producing. You put this quantity back in the average cost function and you get the price. इस price को आप demand function में डालोगे, you will get the demand. And supply will be each firm is producing 10 units into the number of firms. Any doubt in this? Anyone? Where we got the value 24. ठीक है ना? So very simple. So you got that you will be producing 10 units. So if I see diagrammatically, this is my marginal cost. You can find from anywhere. ठीक है, this is my marginal cost and this is my P equal to AR equal to MR and this is my long run average cost. And I got that this quantity is 24. Sorry, this quantity is 10. Yeah. Up, yeah, I need this value. So I can put this 10 either in this function or I can put this 10 in marginal cost function because all these curves are intersecting. So you can put in any one or you can put this 10 in AR or MR curve. अगर ये दिया होता तो. I am not given this, so I cannot put 10 here. So I can put my 10 either in marginal cost function or I can put my 10 in long run average cost function. दोनों में से किसी भी एक में डालोगे, you will get the answer. So even if I put it in my marginal cost function, I'll get 4 plus 2 into 10, माने 24. Even if I put it in my long run average cost function, because both are intersecting, na, so both should give me the same value. So if I put here, then also I will get the answer as 24. So that means that this value is 24. But this value is also the price. So price becomes 24. अब अगर प्राइस 24 है तो what will be the demand? 1200 minus 5 into 24. 1200 minus 120, 1080. So total demand of this product is 1080. Supply is how much? Each firm is producing 10 units and there are n firms in the market. So how many firms should be there ताकि वो ये 1080 यूनिट्स प्रोड्यूस कर पाए? अगर हर फर्म 10 यूनिट प्रोड्यूस कर रहा है, the number of firms should be 1080 divided by 10, 108. Is it clear now? ठीक है, okay. So now let's do one more question. So one question we can do on surplus, huh? That is also something important. So let's say you're given the total cost is Q square by 2 plus 10Q plus 5. ठीक है, plus 20 कर लेते हैं. And I make this small because it's at firm level. The question is asking very simple. Find producer surplus. Find producer surplus. Give it a try. Yeah, perfect competition, of course. All questions are perfect competition. Not necessary. Acha, so this is interesting. And it's a good and valid point. So, not necessary are we saying that the producer surplus will always be 0? Okay. The producer surplus is 0 when we assume that the supply curve is horizontal, right? But if the supply curve is upward sloping, then we can have some producer surplus. So if this is my demand curve and supply curve, then we understand that the producer surplus is 0. But usually जो भी क्वेश्चन हम डेड वेट लॉस, कंज्यूमर सरप्लस, प्रोड्यूसर सरप्लस के जनरली सॉल्व करते हैं इंडस्ट्री के, उसमें बैकग्राउंड में assumption यही होता है that we have perfect competition. ठीक है, so you can definitely have an upward sloping supply curve of the industry. So question can be asked to find the producer surplus, this area. So we are talking about industry. Okay. How about others? So let's see. Total cost is q square by 2 plus 10q plus 20. Find marginal cost. 2q by 2 plus 10 q plus 10. Okay. So what is going to be your what is going to be your supply curve? P equal to MC. So P equal to q plus 10. So q equal to P minus 10. This will be the supply curve of my firm. This is the supply curve of my firm. Okay. If I were to plot this marginal cost, अगर हम इस marginal cost को plot करें, Q plus 10 को, so we will notice that this marginal cost will have, so when quantity is 0, marginal cost is 10. And as quantity increases, marginal cost increases. तो ये मेरा marginal cost curve होगा. You can put some values. माना अगर quantity 1 है तो marginal cost 11 होगा, quantity 2 है तो marginal cost 12 होगा, quantity 3 है तो 13, 4 है तो 14 and so on and so forth. So this is my marginal cost curve. ठीक है. Now, we know that to break even, the price that, price and quantity I will be producing is where total cost is at its average cost, total average cost, or you can simply say average cost. It is at its minimum. माने अगर मैं यहाँ पे एक प्राइस निकालूं तो इस प्राइस पे ये मेरा एवरेज कॉस्ट अपने मिनिमा पे होना चाहिए. और दूसरा तरीका ये है देखने का दैट इट इज दैट क्वांटिटी, ये वो क्वांटिटी है जिसपे एवरेज कॉस्ट एंड मार्जिनल कॉस्ट विल इंटरसेक्ट विद ईच अदर. ठीक है. तो दोनों तरीके हैं टू फाइंड इट. ईदर यू मिनिमाइज योर एवरेज कॉस्ट और यू इक्वेट योर एवरेज कॉस्ट टू मार्जिनल कॉस्ट. बोथ विल गिव यू द सेम आंसर. So if I minimize my average cost, तो क्या मिलेगा? First I will find my average cost. तो मेरा average cost हो जाएगा q square by 2 by q plus 10q by q plus 20 by q. So it is going to be q by 2 plus 10 plus 20 by q. And if I have to minimize this, right? So it will give me 1 by 2 plus 20 minus 1 by q square equal to 0. So what will I go ahead and get? I'll get 1 by 2 equal to 20 by q square. So q square equal to 40. So q will be root of 40. Right? Root of 40. So root of 4 is 2, root 10. This will be my quantity. So I get that my quantity is 2 root 10. Now you can find the price. Price निकाल लो by putting it in any of these functions. किसी भी एक function में डाल लो या put it here or put it in the marginal cost. So marginal cost is q plus 10. So this will give me 2 root 10 plus 10. So what is going to be your producer surplus? It is going to be so if I have to find the producer surplus, the producer surplus can be justified as the area below price above the quantity. But in this question, first I have to find out the supply curve for the market. पहले market का supply curve निकालना पड़ेगा. So we can go ahead and we can say that I think I should have given you more information, right? So I have to go to the market. So to find the supply curve of market, we understand that it is going to be supply of individual into number of firms. तो यहाँ पे हमारे पास आ जाएगा 2 root 10 into n. I didn't give n, कुछ n देना चाहिए था to find the market supply curve. So once you get the supply curve of the market and you understand that the price is 2 root 10 plus 10, you can find out the producer surplus as this area. Okay, I cannot do that. I cannot solve this because I haven't given you any value of n, but this is how you can do it. So the supply curve of any individual firm is this. P is equal to Q plus 10 or Q is equal to P minus 10. The supply curve of the market will be P minus 10 into number of firms. I haven't given n, so therefore you cannot solve it. Now you tell me, how did you guys get an answer to this? कैसे किया? कुछ नंबर कैसे आ रहा है? How are you getting 1200, 19, 20, 146? Anyone? Can you tell me कैसे हुआ वो? How are you getting a number? Which triangle? Acha, I will remove one confusion forever. You cannot find this as producer surplus. Don't do that. This is not producer surplus because you will produce only as long as you cover your average cost. Mane, my supply curve of the firm is this part. Supply curve of the firm is not this. इस quantity के नीचे I will supply 0 units in the market. I will supply only if I exceed this quantity. Isn't it? वो rule number 1 नहीं था? That your marginal cost is the supply curve of the firm only if you cover your average cost. Average cost के ऊपर वाले part को हम supply curve बोलते हैं. So this part is not the supply curve of the firm. ये supply curve नहीं है. So don't integrate or don't find area of that. That is wrong. So the maximum thing, अगर यहाँ पे number of firms नहीं पता है, right? My closest answer would be 0 if I were to find the producer surplus of only this firm. Right? Assuming that this price is charged. So at this price, I'm assuming कि marginal cost भी इतना है, supply भी इतना ही है, price भी इतना ही है. So P equal to MC है, so there is no producer surplus. As one of you pointed in the beginning. At firm level, I cannot do that. Right? Only when someone gives me at industry level. माने अगर किसी ने मुझे industry का demand supply बता दिया होता, then I could have gone ahead and I could have found out कि okay, this is the price, this is the quantity, so okay, this is the producer surplus at the industry level. That I could have done. But you cannot go ahead and you cannot determine the producer surplus here. Don't find this area. This is not even the part of supply curve. That is absolutely incorrect. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Today, we will continue with general equilibrium and we will go ahead and we will talk about finding competitive equilibrium. तो कल हमने जो भी क्वेश्चंस किए थे वो पेरेटो एफिशिएंसी से रिलेटेड थे और आज हम कुछ क्वेश्चंस देखेंगे वेयर वी विल टॉक अबाउट competitive equilibrium. Now, the moment we talk about competitive equilibrium, what happens is that there is a role of market. And market का मतलब हो गया that there is a role of prices. तो when we have one consumer, एक single consumer होता है, we find out general equilibrium, we find out competitive equilibrium by going ahead and by finding out the tangency between budget line and the indifference curve. ऐसे ही निकालते हैं. तो single consumer में we go ahead and we do MRS equal to PX by PY. माने ये मेरा इक्विलिब्रियम हो जाता है सिंगल कंज्यूमर में. अब जब हमारे when we move from 1 to 2 consumer, तो एक important aspect which we have to remember here is that first of all there is going to be only one common budget line. माने दो अलग बजट लाइन नहीं होगा. वी विल नॉट हैव टू सेपरेट बजट लाइन कि इंडिविजुअल ए का बजट लाइन अलग है बी का अलग है. नो, दोस टू बजट लाइन्स विल कोइंसाइड विद ईच अदर. तो वी विल ओनली हैव वन कॉमन बजट लाइन. ये पहला एस्पेक्ट है इन द एजबर्ग बॉक्स. सो ऑफ कोर्स दोनों कंज्यूमर सेम मार्केट में हैं. दे आर पार्ट ऑफ द सेम मार्केट. So because both consumers are part of the same market, therefore we notice that they will face the same price. जो प्राइस कंज्यूमर A फेस करेगा वही B भी फेस करेगा. So if I face price PX for good X and PY for good Y, and this becomes the slope of consumer A's budget line, वही slope of consumer B's budget line भी होगा. Right? Because both of them are in the same market. So they're facing the same price. So because now we are talking about two consumer, हम जब दो consumer की बात कर रहे हैं, so we will have each consumer finding their equilibrium. तो consumer one will do what? He will equate his MRS to price ratio. And consumer B क्या करेगा? He will also equate his MRS to his price ratio. दोनों consumers अपने अपने MRS को they will equate their MRS to the price ratio. माने each consumer will go ahead and will find the tangency condition, tangency between budget line and IC. Now what happens in this process is that because the right hand side is same, क्योंकि हम देख रहे हैं that each consumer is equating to the price ratio. But both of them are facing the same price ratio. दोनों तो same price face कर रहे हैं. So in this process, what we notice is that since the right hand side is equal, दोनों का ही PX by PY है, so we get that MRS A should be equal to MRS B. So this condition that the MRS A and B are equal, ये किस चीज का condition था? It was the condition of Pareto efficiency. So we began by the condition of competitive equilibrium and we reached the condition of Pareto efficiency, right? This itself, it is called as the first welfare theorem. So, इसी को ही हम first fundamental theorem बोल देते हैं. This is called as first fundamental theorem that every competitive equilibrium is Pareto efficient. Whenever we find competitive equilibrium, जब भी हम competitive equilibrium निकालते हैं, what competitive equilibrium means बेटा? कंपेटिटिव इक्विलिब्रियम का मतलब है दैट ईच इंडिविजुअल इज इक्वेटिंग इट्स एमआरएस टू द प्राइस रेशियो। हर इंडिविजुअल ने अपने एमआरएस को प्राइस रेशियो से इक्वेट किया है। So when we are finding this competitive equilibrium, because they face the same price ratio, right hand side is same, so left hand side will automatically be the same. So we will get MRS A will become equal to MRS B. And ये हो जाएगा Pareto efficient equilibrium. So any competitive equilibrium will automatically lead to Pareto efficiency. ये बहुत important है. What it means is that if I leave market to itself, अगर मैं market को अपने हाल पर छोड़ दूं, if I leave market to its own, right? As long as market is competitive, it will lead to efficiency. अगर market competitive है, तो efficiency वो automatically attain कर लेगा, right? So that is what the first fundamental theorem goes ahead and says. Now, our competitive equilibrium also goes ahead and also requires one more thing here. And what is that thing which we require, beta? We require that in this competitive equilibrium, where was I writing? So we require that in this competitive equilibrium, our market should also clear. Our market should clear. Clear market मतलब market clear होने का क्या मतलब है? That for each good, demand should be equal to supply. And हमने already पढ़ा है where this supply is coming from. ये supply कहाँ से आती है? The supply comes from endowment bundle and demand from this tangency condition. तो हमें चाहिए होगा that the total demand should be equal to the total supply. At all times जो हमारा total demand है वो total supply के equal रहे. That is what is competitive equilibrium. ठीक है? So let us try to go ahead and look in it through one question, and let's see if we are able to solve it. So suppose I tell you utility function of individual A is XA, YA, and utility function of individual B is XB, YB. Endowment bundle is given to you as 0-10 for individual A, 10-0 for individual B. Find competitive equilibrium price ratio and demand of each consumer at equilibrium. Give it a try. So let's see कैसे करेंगे हम ये क्वेश्चन. बेटा टेंजेंसी कंडीशन से we already know the equilibrium because it's a Cobb-Douglas function. तो we don't have to really solve through tangency condition. उतना time exam में कहीं नहीं होगा. What we have to go ahead and we have to do is we should know that individual A का demand for good X will be alpha upon alpha plus beta M by Px. Man, it is going to be half M by Px. And individual A का demand for good Y will be beta upon alpha plus beta M by Py. माने half M by Py. यहाँ पे I'll write A everywhere. Simple. Similarly, I know कि individual B, क्योंकि ये एक Cobb-Douglas production consumption function है. So for individual B, demand of good X will be alpha plus beta income by price of good X. माने half income by Px. And similarly, YB will be half plus half income by price of good Y. माने half income by Py. ठीक है. Now I have to fill the gap. माने मुझे income निकालना है individual A and B का. So let's find out the income now. So what is going to be the income of individual B? Value of his endowment. That means it will be 0 Px plus 10 Py. तो ये हो गया 10 Py. And what will be the income of individual B? Value of his endowment. माने 10 Px plus 0 Py, 10 Px. Income भी आ गया. Just put those values here. So this will give me half 10 Py by Px, half 10 Py by Py. So this gets cancelled. This is 5. Half 10 Px by Px, माने 5. And this will be half. Income of individual B is 10 Px by Py, माने 5 Px by Py. Right? So I have found out the demand of demand of individual A and B. अब हमें पता है that demand of individual A plus B, जो भी demand, total demand है good X का, it should be equal to total supply of good X. And total supply क्या होगा? 0 plus 10, माने 10. So we will get this half 10 Py by Px plus 5 should be equal to 10. So I will get 10. This can cancel out. You can simply write 5. तो ये हो जाएगा 5 Py by Px equal to 5. इसको यहाँ लेके जा सकते हैं. So you will get Py by Px equal to 1. माने Px by Py will also be 1. ठीक है. So we understand that the price ratio, competitive price ratio is 1:1. Px by Py is 1:1. अब आता है demand of each consumer. तो of course, अगर demand of good X by B is 5 और total supply 10 है, so this will also be remaining 5. Similarly, if this is 5 and total Y is also 10, माने ये भी 5 ही होगा. Right? So we have got that the demand bundle will be 5, 5, 5, 5. And that's the equilibrium. Tell me if there is any doubt in this. इससे ज़्यादा time we don't have to take on this question. This is the maximum time you can take on this question. Is it clear? Any doubt? Okay. So you do one more question for me then. U of individual A is min of xy and utility of individual B is x plus y. endowment bundle is 0 10 A का and 10 0 B का. Find price ratio at competitive equilibrium. Give it a try. The supply part, हाँ. So you can find the supply from endowment bundle. So यहाँ पे my endowment bundle was what? 0 10 and 10 0. So एक था 0 10 and B का था 10 0. So if I add, I get 10 comma 10. 0 plus 10 10. 10 plus 0 10. That means total supply of good X is 10 and Y का भी total supply is 10. तो डिमांड शुड बी इक्वल टू सप्लाई. सो जो एक्स डिमांड करेगा, ए इंडिविजुअल ए जो एक्स का डिमांड करेगा एंड बी जो एक्स का डिमांड करेगा, सो टोटल डिमांड ऑफ गुड एक्स इट शुड बी इक्वल टू 10. सिमिलरली टोटल डिमांड ऑफ गुड वाई जो ए डिमांड करेगा एंड जो बी डिमांड करेगा, दैट शुड बी 10. सो आई हैव जस्ट इक्वेटेड दैट. टोटल डिमांड शुड बी 10. So X का demand by individual A is this much and individual B is this much. So this plus this should be 10. So when you solve, you will get the price ratio. We can't use MRS A equal to B to find price ratio. You won't find it using that. How will you find it? And even if you do that, so it is only for Cobb-Douglas. What about others? You have to make the market clear. Go ahead, give the next question a try. The more you practice, na, उतना ज्यादा you will understand this kind of question. माने एक दो क्वेश्चन करने से नहीं होगा. You have to give a lot of thought to these kind of questions. अब ये क्वेश्चन देखते ही मुझे समझ में आ जाना चाहिए कि how I will be solving this question. Please take utmost care, okay? Delhi में the weather is horrible. Everyone around me has cold, including me. So you have to make sure कि exam season is on peak. You have good food. Please don't eat street food at all. And use mask whenever you go out. अभी सबका semester exams हैं. Make sure whenever you go out, you cover yourself with proper mask. You wear enough clothes so that you're protected. This is your peak season. As student, you cannot afford to waste time. And थोड़ा बहुत भी cold होगा, it will take at least a week of yours. So only eat healthy food, stay at home and study. Question solving should be done at this point, beta. I mean, I think you can only learn through questions. So that is what you have to focus on now. अच्छा देखो ये क्वेश्चन एक बारी. So this is a min function. Min means that consumer A, he would need both goods. उसे गुड X भी चाहिए होगा एंड गुड Y भी चाहिए होगा. A would need both. And this is a substitute good function. Now listen to me very carefully. If I take Px less than Py, तो individual B will consume all of good X and उसका demand for good Y will become 0. थोड़ा सा इसको हमें logically सोचना है. That if Px is less than Py, then definitely B will not consume any amount of good Y. So if B does not demand good Y, अगर B good Y खरीदेगा ही नहीं, so for market to clear, all good Y will go to individual A. तभी market clear कर पाएगा. We have to equate demand to supply. But if all good Y will go to individual A, तो तो जितना y उतना x चाहिए उसको, बिकॉज दीज आर कॉम्प्लीमेंट्री गुड्स, ये मेन फंक्शन है. तो a would need all of x also, but that is not possible because b has purchased all of x. तो ये बहुत कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी हो गया. When px is less than py, if he takes all of good x and 0 units of good y, मार्केट को क्लियर करने के लिए यू हैव टू सेल ऑल y to individual a. But for individual a, x and y should be equal. So we are stuck with a contradiction. Similarly, if px is greater than py, then also I will reach a contradiction. Right? अगर px less than py है, तो all of good y will be demanded by individual b. He will demand 0 units of good x. अब अगर उसने 0 units of good x लिए, so every good x has to be purchased by individual a for market to clear. But if he purchases all of good x, तो ये तो complementary function है. He needs that much y also. उतना market में y होगा ही नहीं because he has purchased all of good y from his income. So we reach a contradiction. So because the first individual is consuming both the goods, हमें चाहिए second individual should also consume both the goods, ताकि दोनों मिलके, it's like दोनों मिल बांट के खा पाए. दोनों, both these individuals are able to have both goods in some amount. And when is that individual b will have some x and some y? कब वो he will be taking some amount of x and some amount of y? Only when the price of both goods are equal. Then he can go ahead and he can spend some of his income on good x and some of his income on good y. So the only equilibrium possible, बाकी दो को तो मेरे को चेक करने का भी जरूरत नहीं है. The only equilibrium possible is when px will be equal to py. There is no other possible competitive equilibrium in this case. This is the only possibility that we go ahead and we have. Right? So we get that the only price ratio possible will be when px is equal to py. So yes, you're right that px should be equal to py. Okay? That's the right answer. So there can be infinite such cases which you can practice in this competitive equilibrium also. Okay? Which I will give you as homework. Now, assume px and 1 and then so that's also right. I mean, it depends. After a point, see, when we start teaching general equilibrium, shuru mein it requires us to take a numeraire price. But later, it's not required. Once you get the hang of it, you can do it without assuming a numeraire price. Okay, now let's go to second welfare theorem. The second welfare theorem, तो first welfare theorem क्या कह रहा था? That if competitive equilibrium, then Pareto efficient. This was first welfare theorem. The second welfare theorem is the reverse. It says if Pareto efficient, then for some price ratio, I can make it as competitive equilibrium. माने suppose, let's say ये मेरा एक Pareto efficient equilibrium है. This is Pareto efficient, right? Now let's say this is my budget line. Budget line. Now, if I want that this point E, जो भी मेरा ये point E है, if I want this point E to become competitive equilibrium, तो E को competitive कैसे बनाया जा सकता है? How do I make something competitive? By bringing tangency between indifference curve and budget line. माने if I want that this E should be competitive, my budget line should be passing through this point. Right? There should be tangency between budget line and indifference curve. So I am saying that, okay, initially this point E is Pareto efficient. But how do I make this as competitive equilibrium? I make this as competitive equilibrium if my budget line passes through this point, right? अब budget line का एक property रहता है in general equilibrium, that budget line always passes through the endowment bundle. Budget line always passes through the endowment bundle. तो suppose मेरा endowment bundle यहीं कहीं था, through which my initial budget line was passing. Now I have to somehow change my budget line. तभी it will become competitive. तभी there will be tangency between budget line and indifference curve. मेरे को किसी तरीके से इसको competitive बनाना है. तो competitive बनाने के लिए first thing is I have to change this endowment bundle. मुझे इस endowment bundle को यहाँ place करना पड़ेगा. And second thing is I may have to change the slope of the budget line. PX, PY को change करना पड़ेगा. ऐसा accordingly I'll have to change the slope. Changing endowment bundle का ये मतलब हो गया that I may have to take something away from one consumer and give it to another consumer. Some redistribution has to take place. ये मेरा point था. I have to go from here to here. So if I am going from here to here, माने I am reducing the amount of good X available by individual A. I am doing some kind of redistribution. And I am also reducing the amount of Y available with A. So, in this process, जब हम किसी भी Pareto efficient को competitive बनाते हैं, when I make some Pareto efficient equilibrium competitive, इस process को करने के लिए there is some redistribution work required. Because I have to pass the budget line through this tangency point. और who can do this redistribution? Government. कैसे कर सकती है? टैक्सेस चार्ज करके, दूसरे इंसान को सब्सिडीज देके, या किसी से पैसा लेके किसी और को देके. This is what the government usually do. One task of government is redistribution. You take money from the rich, you give money to the poor. So one thing is that for second welfare theorem, we are going to do some redistribution of resources. हम resources का redistribution कर रहे हैं. Right? We have to change the point through which the budget line is passing. और वो करने के लिए I must redistribute the endowment bundle. And then I may have to change the price ratio. इसीलिए हम लिखते हैं for some price ratio. कोई एक ऐसा price ratio तो exist करेगा ना for this budget line. There will be some price ratio that will exist. So for some price ratio, after we do the redistribution, जब हम redistribute कर देते हैं, then we can achieve any Pareto efficient as competitive. उस particular Pareto efficient outcome को हम competitive बना पाएंगे. We will be able to make any Pareto efficient outcome as competitive. ये बात समझ में आई? Is it making sense? Oh, this is called as the second welfare theorem. Very important statement from the point of view of exam. इस पे बहुत तरीके के MCQ questions बन सकते हैं. So you have to remember that it is possible through some redistribution. Yes. So we are saying that suppose this is my current budget line, old budget line. I find out that this is a Pareto efficient equilibrium. I have to make this Pareto efficient equilibrium as competitive. Competitive बनाने के लिए I have to pass the budget line through this point. So I have to change the budget line. I have to make a switch. मेरे को budget line को change करके नया budget line पे लेके जाना है. वो करने के लिए I am saying number one, हर बजट लाइन एक इंडोमेंट बंडल से पास करता है. तो अगर बजट लाइन कंप्लीटली चेंज करेंगे तो इट मींस दैट मुझे इंडोमेंट बंडल को यहां कहीं और लेके आना पड़ेगा, बिकॉज इट हैज टू पास थ्रू इंडोमेंट बंडल. ये इसका रूल है. इट हैज टू पास थ्रू द इनिशियल इंडोमेंट बंडल. तो नंबर 1, जब मैं इंडोमेंट बंडल चेंज करूंगी, इट मींस आई एम रीडिस्ट्रीब्यूटिंग। मैंने किसी से कुछ लेके किसी और को दिया है, ओनली देन आई कैन चेंज द इंडोमेंट बंडल. And secondly, when I move from this to this budget line, there may be change in slope of budget line. ठीक है, it may not be a parallel shift. Budget line ऐसा 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 कैसा और हो सकता है. So अगर budget line का slope change होगा, if there will be a change in slope of budget line, माने मेरा price ratio मैंने change किया to achieve competitive equilibrium. So when I have to make Pareto efficient outcome competitive, one, there will be change in the price ratio for some price ratio. And secondly, there will be redistribution of the endowment. Why can't we shift both the consumer ICs on the right side? Good question. But that is what the second welfare theorem is, that you are fixing Pareto efficient point. If something is Pareto efficient, mane I fix my Pareto efficient bundle. I want to achieve this bundle as competitive. Government thinks कि यहाँ पे बहुत equal distribution है दोनों लोगों के बीच में, मुझे इसको competitive बनाना है, right? So government is fixing first efficiency. First, it is fixing the Pareto efficient bundle and accordingly switching the budget line. Is it clear? So I hope that mota the chapter is clear to all of you. First welfare and second welfare theorem बहुत important. Hi, good evening, everyone. So today we will go ahead and we will take questions based on game theory and monopolistic competition. But I have posted some MCQs today. I will post more. I've made some more. ये MCQs हैं monopoly पे, perfect competition पे, right? I will post some more MCQs on the topics that we have covered. So I want all of you to go ahead and do these MCQs from the portal. Okay. Now let us go ahead and let us begin with game theory and monopolistic competition. अच्छा, अब पहले game theory की बात करते हैं. In game theory, it's not very vast what can be asked in exam. Majorly, you will get questions from three main topics. First, simultaneous model minus simultaneous game, जिसमें 90% of the time it will be a two-player game. Two-player, two-strategy game. 90% of the time. ठीक? Rarely ऐसा होगा कि it will be a three-strategy game या three-player game, but 90% of the time two-player, two-strategy game. Second, mixed Nash. This is the second thing which can be asked in exam. And third, sequential game. Sequential, as far as CUET or IIT is concerned, I have not seen कि वो sequential game दे. Maybe GATE में 1 or 2 times they have given this, some usage of sequential game. But usually, because वो tree पूरा exam में बनाना becomes difficult for them, so I have not seen them giving a sequential game question in exam. But nevertheless, हम एक example करके चलेंगे, ठीक है? In this simultaneous model game, you should be doing a zero-sum game. ठीक है, जीरो सम गेम में माने द सम ऑफ पे ऑफ विल बी जीरो. एक ये हमें करना है. एंड यू शुड बी डूइंग प्रिजनर्स डिलेमा. माने आपका जो नैश निकल के आएगा, जो भी हमारा नैश इक्विलिब्रियम होगा, इट विल बी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम पेरेटो ऑप्टिमम. इसका एक एग्जांपल करेंगे वेयर नैश इक्विलिब्रियम विल बी डिफरेंट फ्रॉम पेरेटो ऑप्टिमम. ठीक है. एंड वन, you can go ahead and you can do any game where there can be more than one Nash. ऐसा भी हम एक एग्जाम्पल देख के चलेंगे. We will look at some example where there is more than one Nash equilibrium. ठीक है. So these are the different things which can come in exam from the point of view of game theory majorly. Now, I've already uploaded it. It's towards the last on my in advanced microeconomics. Okay, now let's go ahead and let's look at the first question. So let's say that there are two firms. Firm 1 and firm 2. Okay. And firm 1 can either keep high price or low price. Firm 2 can either keep high price or low price. Okay. And some payoffs are given to you. So the payoffs are, of course, अगर दोनों firm high price रखेंगे, their profit will be more. So 8,8. If one firm keeps high price and other keeps low price, तो हम assume कर रहे हैं कि जिसका भी low price है, they get more market and hence more profit. So this will be suppose 3,10. This will be 10,3. And if both keep low price, so मार्केट इक्वली शेयर होगा, प्लस दे विल गेट लेस रेवेन्यू क्योंकि प्राइस कम है. सो लेट्स से द profit or payoff is 5,5. So I want you to go ahead and find Nash equilibrium of this game. That's the first thing. And secondly, check if it looks like prisoner's dilemma. हमें चेक करना है कि क्या ये prisoner dilemma जैसा लगता भी है या नहीं लगता. So this is the question which I want you to do. Give it a try. Okay. ठीक है, but you have not answered the second question. गुड, वेरी गुड. ठीक है, सो लेट्स सी. तो देखो, व्हेन वी सी दैट फर्म 1 हैज हाई प्राइस, अगर फर्म 1 का हम हाई प्राइस मान के चले, व्हाट इज द बेस्ट स्ट्रेटजी फॉर फर्म 2? वी विल कंपेयर बिटवीन 8 and 10. विच इज मोर, 8 या 10? 10. सो वी विल सर्कल 10. लेट्स से फर्म 1 गोज फॉर लो प्राइस. फिर we will check the best strategy for firm 2. So we will compare between 3 and 5. क्या बड़ा है, 3 या 5? 5. So we will mark 5. Now let's say firm 2 goes for high price. Now we will check what is best for firm 1. What is best for firm 1? So 8 या 10? Clearly 10. So we will mark 10. Similarly, we will go for low price. What is best for firm 2? 3 or 5? Clearly. For firm 1, 3 or 5? Clearly 5. So we see that both the circles are coming where in the strategy low. I notice both circles are coming here in the strategy low. So माने this becomes my Nash equilibrium. तो मेरा Nash equilibrium क्या हो जाएगा? It is going to be low. अब बेटा एक इंपॉर्टेंट पार्ट है यहाँ पे, ठीक है, विच यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड वेरी वेल. क्वेश्चन है, चेक इफ इट लुक्स लाइक प्रिजनर डिलेमा. प्रिजनर डिलेमा इज एनी सिचुएशन, कोई भी सिचुएशन वेयर अ बेटर आउटकम इज पॉसिबल फॉर बोथ प्लेयर्स. अगर दोनों प्लेयर्स के लिए एक बेटर आउटकम पॉसिबल है, then it is prisoner's dilemma. So do you notice that both player payoff can be increased here? दोनों का एक साथ higher payoff should be available. So if I shift to high comma high, दोनों का payoff high होगा, but it is not Nash. क्यों Nash नहीं है? Because there is incentive to deviate. हमने देखा Nash is low comma low. But we notice that at high comma high, the payoff of both players will be more, right? So if that is possible, so yes, it looks like prisoner's dilemma. Question can come that find Pareto efficient outcome. So Pareto efficient means that outcome from which if you deviate, कम से कम एक प्लेयर का तो कम होगा ही, the other payoff will also decrease, right? So if we notice that this is giving me good payoff for both players, if I deviate from this strategy to any other strategy, किसी भी और strategy पे जाओगे तो एक का payoff बढ़ाने के लिए दूसरे का कम करना होगा. To increase the payoff of one player, you have to decrease the payoff of the other player. You cannot increase payoff of both players from 8,8. So this is Pareto efficient outcome. And this is Pareto inferior. ये मैक्सिमम रिजल्ट नहीं दे रहा है, बट दिस इज नैश इक्विलिब्रियम. ये नैश है, देयर इज नो इंसेंटिव टू डिविएट. तो हम बोल सकते हैं दैट दिस काइंड ऑफ सिचुएशन इज अ सिचुएशन वेयर पेरेटो inferior outcome becomes your Nash equilibrium. जो हमारा पेरेटो inferior outcome है, that is Nash. The players are not getting the maximum payoff, but it is a Nash equilibrium for the players. Is it clear? All these questions can be asked in MCQ. सब कुछ हमें अच्छे से समझना है, जो भी MCQ में यहाँ पे आ सकता है. So they can ask you about Pareto efficient outcome. They can ask you about what is, why Nash is Pareto inferior. ठीक है? They can ask you, does it look like prisoner's dilemma or not? ये सब आपको अच्छे से करना है. Now let's go ahead and take the next question. So please write down. So let's say I'm doing a coordination game with you all. तो लिखो बेटा, suppose there are two depositors and they have decided whether they want to withdraw the money or stay with the bank. So stay, withdraw, stay, withdraw. Beta player 1, player 2. And the payoffs are 5,5, 1,1, 0,6, 6,0. First, find Nash equilibrium. Does it look like prisoner dilemma? Is Nash equilibrium Pareto efficient? Give it a try. Try करो इसे. ठीक है, okay, good, all of you are right. So when you go for S between 5 and 6, 6 is more. When you go for W between 0 and 1, 1 is more. When you go for S between 5 and 6, 6 is more. When you go for W between 0 and 1, 1 is more. ठीक है, तो all of you are right. अब अभी तक ठीक है, that yes, Nash is weak. इससे एक better payoff available है 5,5. So does it look like prisoner's dilemma? Yes. Is Nash Pareto efficient? No. दोनों का payoff increase हो पा रहा है, so it is Pareto inferior. Now I have a suspense question. So suppose X, Y, Y, X. ध्यान से करना, हाँ. Find the range between which X and Y should lie for it to look like prisoner's dilemma. आपको x और y का वो वैल्यू बताना है that it looks like prisoner's dilemma. Think. We have to make it look like prisoner's dilemma. कब prisoner's dilemma बनेगा ये बताओ मुझे. कौन सा x और y का वो वैल्यूज होना चाहिए. Okay. How about others? All of you are giving separate answer. ठीक है, देखो ध्यान से देखो. Let's see. I have to match it to prisoner dilemma. माने if I just look one game up, क्योंकि ये भी prisoner's dilemma था. Where all do I need a circle बेटा? मुझे कहाँ कहाँ circle चाहिए? I need a circle here. एक कोई भी prisoner's dilemma game से we can compare. I need a circle here. माने ये जो 10 है, जो भी यहाँ वैल्यू, whatever value I see here, it should be more than this value. तभी तो कंपैरिजन में I will get a circle there. So if I want to circle this payoff, अगर मुझे इस वाले को सर्कल करना है, then this has to be greater than this value. तभी तो I will circle. तो माने this value, it has to be more than this. तभी तो I will circle that value. So x must be greater than 5. तभी I will circle x. ठीक है. Similarly, look in the second row. When the second person is selecting this, then between this and this value should be greater. Right? This value should be greater. माने 1 should be greater. है ना? तो y has to be less than 1. तभी this will be selected. Now look here. I want from here that I should be selecting this value. माने this value. So इसके लिए x should be again greater than 5. Satisfied. And इस तरीके से here I need this value to be selected. माने 1 should be greater than y. तभी तो ये value select होगा. So the range or the bracket in which x and y can lie is x का any value greater than 5 and y का any value less than 1. Then it will act like prisoner's dilemma. बस इसी से you can compare it with this. So I want this 10 to be more than 8. मतलब अगर यहाँ देखें, I want this x to be more than 5. And I want this 5 to be more than 3. माने I want this 1 to be greater than y. बस, you will get the answer. Okay. So all of you who answered x greater than 5 and y less than 1, that is the correct answer to this question. Now I want to do one negative payoff question. तो लिखो, you're given, suppose left right में कर लेते हैं. So left right, but let's do with negative payoff. Minus 10, minus 10, 4 0, 0 4, minus 5, minus 5. Find Nash equilibrium of this game. ठीक है. Then also we can say no. So for, see, even if you didn't have that one, you should be very clear with what the prisoner's dilemma says. So for prisoner's dilemma, I know that what is dominating the other strategy. I know I want the lower payoff to be the strategy to be chosen by the player. माने मुझे चाहिए that this weak or whatever this W was, this should be chosen by the player. So I want this to be my Nash, right? So how will I get this to be Nash if everywhere W is chosen? So between S and W, I want this W to be chosen. Between S and W, I want this W to be chosen, right? So when we go ahead and when we mark these, we understand that this X should be greater than 5 and we understand that Y should be less than 1. So you have to think in terms of prisoner dilemma. In terms of prisoner dilemma, जो भी lower payoff वाला strategy है, that should be chosen, right? So W is, this can be asked in exam. कि what is a dominant strategy and what is a dominated strategy? So this is dominating SS. So SS is getting dominated. It's a dominated strategy. Yes, all of you are correct. That is correct. There will be two Nash equilibrium, this and this. Correct. ठीक है. So negative payoff से घबराना नहीं है. There is nothing to be scared after seeing the negative payoff. But normally we have to solve. Negative में we should be very clear that the bigger the number, the smaller it becomes. Right? जितना, so -10 is less than -5. बस उतना हमें clear रखना है. And others thing you should be able to do. ठीक है. Okay, so now I want to give a question on zero sum. Head, tail, player 1, player 2, -2, 2, 2 minus 2, 2 minus 2, minus 2, 2. Give me the Nash equilibrium of this game. Exactly. तो इस गेम का कोई भी Nash equilibrium नहीं होगा. There will be no Nash equilibrium of this game. When you will go ahead and when you will try to find the equilibrium, you will notice कि कहीं पे भी दोनों marks नहीं आ रहे हैं and hence no Nash equilibrium of this game. So we will extend this question only. So for this question, find mixed strategy Nash equilibrium. Find mixed strategy Nash equilibrium. Go ahead, give it a try. It is true for all zero-sum games actually, yeah. As long as this is satisfied. Man, these are inverse, huh? -2, 2, fit 2, -2. So it gets reversed. Only then. Had this also been like this, so good question. So let's see this. So you're asking कि क्या हर mixed strategy Nash equilibrium में zero sum Nash equilibrium, zero sum game में Nash equilibrium will not exist. So think about it. So I'm taking another game, right? So strategy is A, B, A, B. And your payoffs are 2, -2, 5 -5 -5 5 -2 2। पहले जस्ट फाइंड, इसमें देखो, फाइंड Nash in this case. Just find Nash in this case. Exactly. So when you go for the first A, so between -2 and -5, -2. When you go for B, between 5 and 2, 2. When you go for A, between 2 and -5, 2. And when you go for B, between 5 and -2, 5. तो हम देखते हैं that this is coming out to be a Nash, 2 -2. तो माने, although it's a zero-sum game, although I notice that the sum of payoff in each box is 0, ठीक है, not always it will be the case कि Nash will not exist. Nash is existing in this case, ठीक है. Similarly, even for this game, if I would have changed the payoff here and reversed it, right, that means each box has same payoff, -2 2 -2 2 -2 2 and -2 2 2. हर बॉक्स का पे ऑफ सेम ही है, तो हर बॉक्स ही नैश इक्विलिब्रियम है, isn't it? So not always a zero sum game means no Nash, but if the payoffs are same and reversed, माने -2 2 2 -2, then 2 -2 -2 2, only then we see कि यहाँ पे there was no Nash इक्विलिब्रियम, सिर्फ तब नो नैश होगा, ठीक है. ओके, जस्ट फाइंड मिक्स स्ट्रैटेजी. Yes, how about others? ठीक है, गुड. तो वी विल डू इट फॉर वन ऑफ देम. एक का करके देख लेते हैं. लेट मी राइट इट बेटर. So what we will do, beta, we will take a payoff P here, a probability P here, 1 minus P here, Q here and 1 minus Q here. कोई भी प्लेयर मिक्स स्ट्रैटेजी में ऐसे असाइन करता है प्रोबेबिलिटीज को such that he is indifferent between two strategies. So which means that the expected payoff from head should be equal to expected payoff from tail for all players. अब हम प्लेयर 1 की तरफ से देखते हैं. So we will look from the point of view of player 1. From the point of view of player 1, we will say that expected payoff from head should be equal to expected payoff from tail. So his payoff from head is this. He gets -2 and 2. ठीक है. With these probabilities, क्योंकि हम expected payoff निकाल रहे हैं, it means that you will get payoff with some probability. तो आपका आ जाएगा expected payoff from head हो जाएगा बेटा -2 into Q plus 2 into 1 minus Q. So it will be -2Q plus 2 minus 2Q, मान it will be 2 minus 4Q. Similarly, expected payoff from tail. So we will go to tail. So what are the payoff of player? बेटा clear दिख रहा है, -2 and 2. ठीक है. So again, sorry, this will be 2 minus 2, my bad, huh? And this will be minus 2 and 2. Again, we will multiply the payoff with the probability. Mane 2 will be multiplied with Q and minus 2 with 1 minus Q. So it will be 2 into Q plus minus 2 into 1 minus Q. तो ये हो जाएगा 2Q minus 2 plus 2Q. It will be 4Q minus 2. Now you have to equate the two payoff. So 2 minus 4Q equal to 4Q minus 2. 4 equal to 8Q. So Q will be half. So Q का value will come out as half and 1 minus Q भी half आ जाएगा. On very similar basis, you will find for P also. I'm giving you that as a practice. You find the value of P. All of you are right कि वो half ही आएगा. Hi, good evening, everyone. Today, we are going to go ahead and we are going to talk about externalities. Okay. Now, in externalities, let me first tell you what are the important topics which can be asked in exam. Okay. So first of all, they can go ahead and they can give you a numerical on positive and negative externality. Usually, chances are there that they will give you a numerical on negative externality. Okay. That's the first thing. The second thing is that they may go ahead and they may give you a numerical on the solution to externality. Mane Pigovian tax pe. There may be a numerical. Okay. And the third thing which can be asked in exam is basically the question related to the addressing of externality. What are the ways in which we can resolve the problem of externality? Or usme they can give you a question on the cause theorem. Okay, so these are some of the important aspects which can be asked in externalities. So सबसे पहले let's understand कि externalities होता क्या है. Externalities is that side effect, I can say, that side effect of economic activity, okay, which is not captured in the market operation. माने जो market price है, अगर वो उस effect को capture नहीं कर रहा है, ठीक है, then it is a part of externality, right? So It can be the side effect of production activity or consumption. माने suppose if I am smoking, its side effect is that the health of the person sitting right next to me will be affected. ठीक है? Yeah, if I am producing and I am causing pollution, then its side effect is that pollution can harm the lungs of another person. So the economic activity can be production or consumption. कोई भी activity हो सकता है, या producer वाला activity होगा या consumer वाला. But इस economic activity के जो side effects है, माने pollution, smoke generated, या कुछ positive side effect भी हो सकते हैं. Whatever side effects are generated due to this economic activity, that is called as externality. उसको हम externality बोलते हैं. These effects are not accounted in the market price, right? And because they're not accounted in the market price, क्योंकि हम उसको market price में नहीं ले रहे हैं, that's the reason externalities become a market failure. Externalities को हम एक market failure बोलते हैं. Because these side effects, when you smoke, the health of other person affected, उसको हम market में नहीं introduce कर रहे हैं, so therefore it becomes the concept of market failure, right? Market is failing, market पूरा effect capture नहीं कर पा रहा है, and that is a market failure. Now there are some key concepts in externalities. तो यूजुअली स्पीकिंग जब भी हम एक इक्विलिब्रियम निकालते हैं किसी भी इकोनॉमी में किसी भी गुड के लिए, the equilibrium is decided wherever the cost equals the benefit. जहां पे भी cost and benefit equal होंगे, that will be called as the equilibrium in the market. Usually जब there is no market failure, when there is no market failure, so then we have private cost equal to private benefit, right? Private cost equal to private benefit when there is no market failure. But in case of externalities, we want social cost equal to social benefit. हमें चाहिए कि जो social cost हो वो social benefit के equal हो पाए, where the social cost is private cost plus external cost, and social benefit is private benefit plus external benefit. ठीक है, तो let's say that, अच्छा, by the way, I'm writing everything in terms of marginal, क्योंकि this is a principle of economics that the decision always takes place at margin. ये एक बहुत important principle है economics का. तो when we say that private cost equal to private benefit, माने I'm saying marginal private cost equal to marginal private benefit. Marginal cost निकालते हैं, marginal benefit निकालते हैं. Similarly, when I say social cost and social benefit, marginal means हम हमेशा we ask what's the cost or benefit of producing one extra unit. एक extra unit का cost extra कितना, benefit extra कितना. So that is marginal cost and marginal benefit. Now, when we talk about externalities, so depending on production or consumption, there can be two: positive externality, negative externality, positive externality, negative externality. Sometimes in exam, they may ask you match the following, या they may give you ऐसा कुछ question that which of the following is example of positive consumption externality. ऐसा कुछ दे देंगे and they'll give you 4 options. Which of the following is example of positive consumption externality? Mane, this is that part where there is a positive external benefit. इसका बहुत बेसिक एग्जाम्पल है when you are reading newspaper in a metro and the person sitting near to you is also reading that newspaper, उसको भी वो newspaper पढ़ने को मिल रहा है, then that is basically your positive external benefit. And it's a consumption side benefit क्योंकि कुछ भी produce नहीं हो रहा, there is no production which is taking place. Similarly, there can be positive production externality, right? So let's say that I am a firm and I am producing something. मैं एक एरिया था, ये एरिया एकदम खाली एरिया था. No one wanted to invest in this area. I came in this area. I started production. I created demand of product, due to which new firms also benefited. Right? नए firms को automatically existing demand generate हुआ. Right? So it is a positive production externality. Similarly, बहुत often when you read the books, you will see the example of flower orchard and honey bee. कि यहाँ पे honey produce हो रहा है, यहाँ पे flowers हैं, right? And this firm is selling flowers, this firm is selling honey, and honey is becoming sweet because honey bees can go here and get the sweet nectar. So ये भी एक positive externality है, right? Now, there is also negative externality, which means there is a negative effect. So negative production externality हो गया the air pollution from factory. या the water pollution caused, water contamination from industrial waste. और negative consumption externality हो गया जो हमने हमेशा बोला है smoking, right? और traffic congestion. ठीक है, बहुत सारे लोग रोड पे आ जाए because of which your time increases, right? So this kind of question can be asked in exam. जैसे अगर कोई बोल दे that a firm's R&D, right, that leads to technological spillover. एक फर्म ने कुछ रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट किया बट देयर इज अ टेक्नोलॉजिकल स्पिलओवर, माने वो टेक्नोलॉजी जो है इट गॉट introduced among other firms also, it benefited other firms also, is an example of, and then they will give you 4 options: positive consumption externality, positive production externality, negative consumption externality, negative production externality. ठीक है, so we know that क्योंकि there is a firm and it's a positive effect for other firms, it is a positive production externality. Correct. ठीक है, so this kind of questions, these are very common questions in exam. Vaccination, पॉजिटिव कंजम्पशन एक्सटर्नैलिटी. एक वैक्सीन लगाता है तो उससे डिसीज ट्रांसमिशन कम होता है, द डिसीज ट्रांसमिशन फॉल्स, सो एवरीबडी एल्स आल्सो गेट्स अफेक्टेड. एजुकेशन, व्हेन यू गेट एजुकेटेड यू बिकम अ मोर रिस्पॉन्सिबल वोटर, राइट? यू आर क्रिएटिंग मोर प्रोडक्टिव वर्कफोर्स, तो इट्स अ पॉजिटिव कंजम्पशन एक्सटर्नैलिटी. तो ये कुछ हमारा फर्स्ट एस्पेक्ट हो गया वेयर दे मे गो अहेड एंड दे मे आस्क यू अबाउट द एग्जांपल्स ऑफ एक्सटर्नैलिटीज. So let's do a question now. So let's say marginal private cost is say 10 plus 2Q. ठीक है. External cost, this is also at margin only. हाँ, external cost भी हमेशा at margin given होगा. That's Q. And the marginal private benefit is given to you as 50 minus Q. हमेशा benefit will have a negative sign क्योंकि it's like a demand curve. Demand curve is always downward slope. So, and cost is like a supply curve. तो इसमें it will be a positive sign, right? एंड इसको दूसरे तरीके से भी वी कैन सी दैट वी हैव डिमिनिशिंग मार्जिनल यूटिलिटी, राइट? सो एज अवर कंजम्पशन इंक्रीजेस द बेनिफिट शुड फॉल, इसलिए भी नेगेटिव साइन होना चाहिए. सो यू टेल मी व्हाट इज द मार्केट इक्विलिब्रियम विदाउट रेगुलेशन? market equilibrium with regulation, right? डेड वेट लॉस, सब कुछ ही कवर कर लेते हैं इसी क्वेश्चन में. सो डेड वेट लॉस, पिगोवियन टैक्स. Do step by step. First, just give me answer to point number A. Please, हाँ, everyone, again, I am repeating. थोड़ा सर्दी का टाइम है. Make sure you eat healthy and hot food. Please take utmost care of yourself in this season. कोई भी बीमार नहीं पड़ना चाहिए. So give me the first answer. Market equilibrium without regulation. Okay. So without regulation means that you don't consider externality. You don't consider externality. आपको externality से कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा. You're not considering externality. So you will just equate private cost to private benefit. 10 plus 2q equal to 50 minus q. So 3q, you can just take this here, equal to 50 minus 10. 3q equal to 40. Q is equal to 40 by 3. So how come you guys are getting 20? Without regulation है, हाँ. Without regulation का बहुत simple मतलब है that firms don't consider the problem of externality, right? So what will be 40 divided by 3 in decimals? Always given decimal. What is 40 by 3? Good. ठीक है. So we will write it as approximately 13.33 unit. अगर by chance exam में they give you because these are units, that is why ये समझाना जरूरी है, क्योंकि ये units है, ये production है. तो एग्जाम में if they give you discrete numbers, तो it is approximately 13. हम इसको 13 ही मानेंगे, right? We'll round it off to 13. अब आता है पॉइंट नंबर बी. सो यू डू दिस क्वेश्चन नाउ. मार्केट इक्विलिब्रियम विद रेगुलेशन माने समहाउ द गवर्नमेंट इज एबल टू ब्रिंग द एक्सटर्नैलिटी इनटू बीइंग. माने गवर्नमेंट इंपोज कर पा रहा है फर्म्स को कि देखो एक्सटर्नैलिटी कंसिडर करो, राइट? सो दिस इज मार्केट इक्विलिब्रियम विद रेगुलेशन. फर्म्स हैव टू कंसिडर द प्रॉब्लम ऑफ एक्सटर्नैलिटी. तो अब क्या होगा? हाउ विल वी फाइंड दैट आउट? Go ahead, do that. तो विद रेगुलेशन में यू विल कंसिडर एक्सटर्नैलिटी. तो हमारा फॉर्मूला क्या बन जाएगा? इट विल बी सोशल मार्जिनल बेनिफिट इज इक्वल टू सोशल मार्जिनल कॉस्ट. माने प्राइवेट मार्जिनल बेनिफिट प्लस एक्सटर्नल बेनिफिट इज इक्वल टू प्राइवेट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट प्लस एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट. So just plug the value. Private marginal benefit 50 minus Q. External benefit 0. Private marginal cost 10 plus 2Q. External cost Q. So you will get 50 minus Q is equal to 10 plus 3Q. Mane, take this here and this here. 40 equal to 4Q. Q is equal to 10. तो इससे एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट हम डिफाइन करते हैं, क्या? दैट विदाउट टेकिंग एक्सटर्नैलिटी यू आर प्रोड्यूसिंग अबाउट 13 यूनिट्स एंड विद एक्सटर्नैलिटी यू आर प्रोड्यूसिंग 10 यूनिट्स. तो एक्सटर्नैलिटी के साथ यू आर प्रोड्यूसिंग मोर, सो वी कैन से दैट externality, negative externality leads to overproduction. मतलब अगर आप नेगेटिव एक्सटर्नैलिटी कंसिडर नहीं करोगे, इफ यू विल नॉट कंसिडर नेगेटिव एक्सटर्नैलिटी, इट विल गो अहेड एंड इट विल लीड टू ओवर प्रोडक्शन. ये बात समझ में आ रही है? इज इट मेकिंग सम सेंस? सो with considering negative externality you have to produce 10, but अगर फर्म ये कंसिडर ना करें द अमाउंट ऑफ पॉल्यूशन दे आर क्रिएटिंग, इफ वी डोंट आस्क द फर्म्स टू कंसिडर द एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट कि आपने कुछ किया उसकी वजह से बाहर के लोगों को फर्क पड़ रहा है, इफ द फर्म्स डोंट कंसिडर दैट हाउ मच एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट इज इन्वॉल्व्ड, देन दे विल प्रोड्यूस 13 यूनिट्स. तो हाउ वी कैन शो दिस डायग्रामेटिकली बेटा, इसको कैसे दिखा सकते हैं? सो वी हैव मार्जिनल बेनिफिट and we have marginal cost, and यहां पर ये इक्विलिब्रियम आ रहा है at 13.33. बट हमें क्या कंसिडर करना है? वी हैव टू कंसिडर सोशल. ठीक है, तो यहां पर somehow I have social marginal cost, right? Social marginal cost is more than marginal private marginal cost, क्योंकि इसमें हम एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट को ऐड कर रहे हैं. वी आर एडिंग एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट टू इट. तो जब हमने एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट को ऐड किया, व्हेन वी एडेड एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट टू इट, बेटा वी गॉट दिस न्यू इक्विलिब्रियम व्हिच इज 10 यूनिट्स. हमें एक न्यू इक्विलिब्रियम मिल गया व्हिच इज 10 यूनिट्स. इज इट मेकिंग सेंस? सो दिस वाज ओवर प्रोडक्शन. एनी डाउट इन दिस? एनीवन? Why external benefit is 0? Because nothing is given in the question now. External cost given है, marginal private benefit and marginal private cost. So we will assume external benefit is 0. Clear? ठीक है. So now do the third part beta. Find deadweight loss. हाँ करेक्ट, तो आप निकाल सकते हो. यू कैन एक्चुअली फाइंड दैट आउट प्लॉटिंग वाइज. तो देखो दैट सोशल मार्जिनल कॉस्ट इज प्राइवेट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट प्लस एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट. तो प्राइवेट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट इज व्हाट? इट इज 10 plus 2q and this is q. तो ये क्या हो जाएगा? इट विल बी 10 plus 2q plus q, माने इट विल बी 10 plus 3q. ये सोशल मार्जिनल कॉस्ट हो गया. एंड हमारा प्राइवेट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट है 10 plus 2q. So if I have to plot this, if I have to make a correct diagram of this, यहाँ पे quantity है, यहाँ पे cost है. So when quantity is 0, when I put 0 here, social marginal cost will be 10. And when quantity is 0, अगर मैं यहाँ 0 plug in करूंगी, private marginal cost भी 10 है. Now when quantity is 1, तो social marginal cost will be 10 plus 3 माने 13. And when quantity is 1, private marginal cost will be 10 plus 2 माने 12. So when quantity is 1, तो मेरा private marginal cost will be 12 and my social marginal cost will be 13. Same you can check for second unit also. So if I put Q as 2, my social marginal cost will be 10 plus 6, that means 16. And my private marginal cost mein, when I put Q as 2, private marginal cost will be 10 plus 4, mane 14. So quantity 2 mein it will be 16 and the other one will be 14. So you will have this going here and this going here. Okay, and you can make it. So yes, you're right that दोनों का slope will be different. यहाँ पे slope will be 3 how social marginal cost changes as quantity changes is 3. हर बारी जब क्वांटिटी इंक्रीज होगा सोशल मार्जिनल कॉस्ट विल इंक्रीज बाय 3 यूनिट्स. एंड यहाँ पे हाउ प्राइवेट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट चेंजेस एज क्वांटिटी चेंजेस इज 2. Right? So they have the same intercept term, but of course, I mean, you have to plot it a bit better, but they will have the different slopes. ऐसा कुछ आएगा. ऐसा कुछ. Right? So you will notice one more thing यहाँ से, that as quantity increases, इनके बीच का gap continuously increase हो रहा है. Right? They are not parallel lines. जैसे जैसे quantity बढ़ेगा, the gap between social marginal cost and private marginal cost will increase. Why? Because इन दोनों के बीच का gap क्या है? What is the difference between social marginal cost and private marginal cost? External cost. And external cost का क्या formula है यहाँ पे इस question में? What's the formula? External cost is Q. So external cost is Q. So when quantity is 1, external cost is 1. When quantity is 2, external cost भी 2 हो गया. When quantity is 3, external cost भी 3 हो गया. माने for the first unit इन दोनों बीच का gap will be 1. For second unit the gap between these two will be 2. For third unit the gap between these two will be 3. तो हम बोल रहे हैं कि जैसे जैसे प्रोडक्शन बढ़ेगा, as production will increase, the externality, negative externality is also increasing. Right? So yes, that's right. Okay. So do the third part, deadweight loss. Find deadweight loss. Anyone? Okay, 16.65. How about others? 3.33. Itna difference. Okay. So let's find deadweight loss. कैसे निकलेगा deadweight loss? देखो बेटा, ये 10 था. I am plotting that same graph जो हमने अभी ऊपर प्लॉट किया. And this is my social marginal cost and my private marginal cost. ठीक है. अब अगर मैं benefit को देखूं, if I look at the benefit curve, this is 50 minus Q. माने अगर इसको हम प्लॉट करेंगे, it will be somewhere like this. This is 50 and this is also 50. ठीक है. This quantity, ये quantity आया था 40 by 3. And ये quantity आया था 10. Right? So how do we find the deadweight loss? क्या है deadweight loss? Deadweight loss can be found out by this triangle. This is your deadweight loss. Right? This triangle is going to be your deadweight loss. Okay, so just find this deadweight loss. Half base into height. So अब हमें I need this vertical gap. What is this vertical gap? It is the difference between social marginal cost and private marginal cost. इन दोनों का difference क्या है? External cost. At which quantity? 10. तो external cost का formula क्या given है इस question में? Q. So external cost at quantity of 10 will be 10. है कि नहीं है? So this is going to be 10. This gap is 10. So my deadweight loss will become half base height. तो 5 into 3.33. जो भी आंसर आ रहा है. That is going to be your answer. Is it clear? ओके, लास्ट क्वेश्चन, पिगोवियन टैक्स। अब ये क्वेश्चन करने से पहले I want to go ahead and I want to talk a bit about how to address externality. How to address the problem of externality. तो जब भी हमारे पास externality होगा, there are three main things which we can do. First is called as Pigovian tax. What a Pigovian tax does is that you are imposing a tax. I'm talking about negative externality, huh? You are imposing a tax, and this tax is helping reduce production because the cost of production is increasing. जब भी हम टैक्स लगाते हैं तो टैक्स एक कॉस्ट की तरह है, तो फर्म का कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन बढ़ जाता है. Now, when the cost of production of the firm increases, automatically they will produce less. तो हम क्या कर रहे हैं? We are trying to shift the private marginal cost curve upwards by the amount of tax. तो ठीक है, हमें पता है कि फर्म को ये नहीं पता that it is causing external cost. वो तो फर्म नहीं आइडेंटिफाई कर सकता है. But we know that we want to bring the equilibrium at 10. किसी तरीके से I want to reduce the equilibrium. So what I will now do is that I will go ahead and I will increase the cost of production of the firm. मैं एक कॉस्ट कर्व को ही फर्म का अपवर्ड शिफ्ट कर दूंगी. आई विल इंक्रीज द कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन ऑफ द फर्म सो दैट द फर्म प्रोड्यूसेस लेस. ठीक है, तो पर यूनिट वी विल चार्ज अ टैक्स विच विल इंक्रीज द प्राइवेट कॉस्ट ऑफ फर्म. कैसे करेंगे ये? सच दैट द न्यू प्राइवेट कॉस्ट इज एग्जैक्टली द सोशल मार्जिनल कॉस्ट. तो वी आर सेइंग ठीक है, आपको नहीं पता ना एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट क्या होता है, नो प्रॉब्लम, बट यू विल बी चार्ज्ड अ टैक्स सच दैट योर प्राइवेट कॉस्ट इटसेल्फ इंक्रीजेस बाय द अमाउंट ऑफ टैक्स, एंड जो न्यू प्राइवेट कॉस्ट कर्व है एंड न्यू डिमांड कर्व है, दे विल मीट एट दिस क्वांटिटी. तो ऑटोमेटिकली वी विल अटेन इक्विलिब्रियम इन द इकोनॉमी. इसको बोल देते हैं पिगोवियन टैक्स, राइट? द वन एग्जाम्पल ऑफ दिस can be carbon tax. Carbon tax is a tax which is done on emission of greenhouse gases. ठीक है, अब दूसरा thing that we can go ahead and we can do here, that is basically regulations. तो इन रेगुलेशन हमने क्या किया? हमने outrightly बैन कर दिया that no one can produce more than 10 units. We will put a ban on the activity. कि no one can produce more than 10 units in a factory. Emission limits will be there. You cannot emit more than this much carbon in the economy. Okay. So that's the second thing that can be done. The third thing is called as tradable permits. I am just giving you main, huh? Tradable permit mein there is something which is called as cap and trade. Cap and trade scheme. Cap and trade scheme क्या है? जिसमें we go ahead and we put a maximum acceptable level. उसको हमने बोल दिया capping. तो हमने एक upper level set कर दिया that you cannot pollute more than this. ठीक है, and based on that, based on setting the maximum limit, हमने क्या किया? हमने बोला कि ठीक है, suppose I tell you that you can emit say 100 units of carbon dioxide. इतना emit कर सकते हो. But suppose there is firm 1 which only emits 80 units and there is firm 2 which wants to emit 120 units. So this firm 1 can sell its permit to firm 2 कि मेरे से 20 units का permit purchase कर लो. So they can trade the permits. ठीक है, it can be bought and sold in the market. That is why it's called cap and trade. So we are putting a maximum acceptable limit, but there is also permit which is there. ठीक है, So this is called as your negative externality. Okay, this is how you can address the problem of negative externality. A positive is just the reverse of this. माने positive externality में you give subsidies. ठीक है. Positive externality में you give public provision. जैसे हमें पता है that education is a positive externality. National defense is a positive externality. तो ठीक है, we will put it under the government. We'll keep public provision for it. Right? So this is what can be done in positive externality. अब इसी में we go ahead and we define something which is called as the Coase theorem. So C-O-A-S-E, Coase theorem. Coase theorem goes ahead and says that if the property rights are clearly defined and the transaction costs are low, मैं assumptions लिख देती हूँ. Property rights clearly defined, transaction cost low, ठीक है, then the private parties can reach social outcome through negotiation. Through negotiation. माने for example, the best example which we go ahead and which we give is that let's say that there is this firm. Let's say there is this firm and it is causing pollution in the river. This is affecting this firm too negatively. ये firm 1 है. So what we can go ahead and what we can do is that we can define the rights clearly, right? So we can go ahead and we can say, wait, someone is not muted. Harsimran, can you please see? You're not muted and I'm not able to mute you as well. ठीक है, anyways. So we can define the rights. माने we can say that firm 1 owns the river. तो उस केस में firm 2 को firm 1 को पैसा देना होगा. It has to pay something to firm 1 to not pollute. When firm 2 will pay firm 1 for not polluting, तो firm 1 के पास एक incentive रहेगा to not pollute, right? And it will pollute less. So externality can be removed. Similarly, we can give the property rights to firm 2. तो firm 2 को हम बोल सकते हैं that you own the river. Now, for creating pollution in the river, firm 1 has to pay to firm 2. सिर्फ तब वो pollution create कर सकता है, right? Otherwise, it cannot create any pollution. So, therefore, what we can go ahead and we can see is that if we define the property rights well, अगर हम बता दें कि ये river किसको belong करता है, then also it is possible to reach a social equilibrium outcome. Right? And this is called as Coase theorem. इसी को हमने Coase theorem नाम दिया है. Right? So this is the ways in which we can deal with the problem of externality. अब go back to this question. Try to find out Pigovian tax. Right. That is right. Correct. तो Pigovian tax मतलब कितना tax? If I go back to the diagram, I want to reach this equilibrium. तो माने मेरे को प्राइवेट मार्जिनल कॉस्ट को इतने से अपवर्ड शिफ्ट करना होगा, राइट? सो पिगोवियन टैक्स कैसे कैलकुलेट करते हैं? इट इज नथिंग बट द एक्सटर्नल कॉस्ट एट social equilibrium. It's the external cost at social equilibrium. तो at social equilibrium मेरा external cost function क्या given है? EC is equal to Q. And what is my social equilibrium? I want 10 units. So external cost at 10 units will be, instead of Q put 10. So my tax will be 10. तो हम बोल सकते हैं that here the tax rate is going to be 10. Is it clear? So the external cost will be 10. Any doubt? Anyone? More than this will never come in exam. इससे ऊपर कुछ नहीं आ सकता है. Okay. So how do I find out the Pigovian tax? Right. In order to find the Pigovian tax, I want to increase the cost of the firm to reduce its production. Okay. So माने I want to shift the private cost curve upwards ताकि equilibrium is 10 पे आ पाए. अब equilibrium is 10 पे आने के लिए, right, मेरे को private cost को इतना upward shift करना होगा. This much. And this is what? This is nothing but the external cost. So basically, how to find Pigovian tax? You find the external cost at this equilibrium. And हमें external cost function क्या दिया हुआ है? What's the external cost function? EC is equal to Q. So at my social equilibrium of 10, my external cost will be 10 because the function is simply Q. So therefore, the tax rate will become 10. It's already there on the portal. I can redirect you to this. I think there are many questions. I'll just redirect you. Is it clear now what external cost is? Pigovian tax clear हो गया? Any doubt in Pigovian tax? Anyone? ठीक है. So this ends this chapter of externalities.
हेलो बेटा, गुड इवनिंग एवरीवन. बेटा आज हम नॉन स्टॉप स्टैटिस्टिक्स के अलग अलग क्वेश्चंस की प्रैक्टिस करेंगे. आई विल गिव यू अ क्वेश्चन, यू टेक सम टाइम, सॉल्व द क्वेश्चन, आंसर इट इन द कमेंट सेक्शन एंड देन वी विल मूव इनटू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. ठीक है बच्चे? बेटा लेट्स स्टार्ट. The first question number 1 of the day is the following. Let x and y be two independent random variables right beta, which of the following is false? तो x और y दो इंडिपेंडेंट रैंडम वेरिएबल हैं. आपको बताना है कि इनमें से कौन सी स्टेटमेंट फॉल्स है. ठीक है बच्चे? स्टेटमेंट नंबर 1, e of xy is equal to e of x into e of y. Statement number 2, covariance between xy is equal to 0. Statement number 3, e of x square y square is equal to e of x whole square, e of y whole square, and statement number 4, variance of x plus y is equal to variance of x plus variance of y. Beta, take your time. Try to do this question first. So x and y are two independent. Please answer it in the comment section. X and y are two independent random variable. बोला जा रहा है कि ये independent random variables हैं. And you have to go ahead and tell that which statement is false. You are given these 4 statements. Please go ahead and try to answer this question. Okay, you can go ahead and answer it in the comment section. So go ahead and answer and tell me which of these statements is false. I will give you 5 minutes to answer. X and Y are two independent random variable. Which of the statement is false? क्या लगता है बेटा? Which statement is false? Anyone? Anyone? कोई बता सकता है कौन सा statement false है? Okay. Let's see. Beta, since x and y are independent variable, तो पहली statement तो true है. For independent variables, beta हमें पता है, we know that e of xy is equal to e of x into e of y. जब ये प्रॉपर्टी सैटिस्फाई होती है तो वेरिएबल्स को इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल बोला जाता है, राइट? सो दिस इज अ करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट. ये एकदम ठीक है. कभी कभी इसको हम ऐसे भी लिखते हैं, वी कैन राइट दिस एज म्यू एक्स इंटू म्यू वाई. तो ये एकदम करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट है. बेटा, कम टू स्टेटमेंट नंबर 2. ये भी एकदम करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट है कि अगर एक्स वाई इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल हैं, it means there is no correlation between them. तो उनका कोवेरियंस 0 हो जाता है. The covariance between x and y is 0. This is also correct. This is also correct. बेटा, come to statement number 4. अब बेटा ये तो एकदम ठीक बात है. देखो, variance of x plus y को हम कैसे लिखते हैं? वेरिएंस ऑफ x प्लस वाई को लिखा जाता है वेरिएंस ऑफ x प्लस वेरिएंस ऑफ y प्लस 2 कोवेरियंस बिटवीन x एंड y. बट x एंड y तो इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल है. सो इफ x एंड y आर इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल, सो द कोवेरियंस बिटवीन x एंड y विल बी 0. तो यहां पर आई विल गेट 2 into 0. तो बच्चे यहां से व्हाट विल आई गेट? This will be equal to variance of x plus variance of y. So variance of x plus y is equal to variance of x plus variance of y. ये statement भी एकदम correct statement है. So which of them is a false statement? Statement number C is false. ये एक incorrect statement है and we can actually go ahead and prove this also. देखो बेटा, हमें पता है कि वेरिएंस ऑफ x जो होता है वो e ऑफ x स्क्वायर माइनस e ऑफ x होल स्क्वायर होता है. तो इसका मतलब ये हो गया कि e ऑफ x होल स्क्वायर विल बी e ऑफ x स्क्वायर माइनस वेरिएंस ऑफ x माइनस वेरिएंस ऑफ x. Sorry, it will be e of x square minus variance of x, है ना? तो बेटा e of x square और variance of x के बीच का जो रिलेशनशिप है वो कुछ इस तरीके से है. बट nowhere I can go ahead and say कि e of x square y square will be e of x whole square plus into e of y whole square. इंडिपेंडेंस का इससे कोई रिलेशन नहीं है. So this is a false statement. बेटा, the correct answer to this will be C. C is false. A, B and D are correct. ये एकदम करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट है क्योंकि A और B इंडिपेंडेंट वेरिएबल्स हैं, तो उनके बीच में जो कोवेरियंस है दैट विल बी 0. And if covariance is 0, so variance x plus y will be equal to variance x plus variance y. So this is a correct statement. ठीक है बेटा? Okay. Beta, let's move on to question number 2. Likho question number 2. Everybody will first answer, then I will answer it for you. तो आपको एक joint distribution table दिया हुआ है. X is equal to 1, X is equal to 2, Y is equal to 1, Y is equal to 2, Y is equal to 3. यहाँ वैल्यू दी है 0.2, 0.3, 0.1, 0.3, 0.1. Right, beta? Bachcha, question is find probability x equal to 2 given y equal to 2. Options are 0.1, 0.25, 0.40, 0.75. I am giving you 5 minutes, everyone, to solve this question. Please try to do it yourself. Please post your answers in the comment section. उसके बाद मैं इस question को solve करूंगी. So you are given this joint distribution table. And you have to find out probability of x given equal to 2 given y equal to 2. Just try to do this question. Everyone, please answer what should be the answer in the comment section. These kind of questions will be asked a lot in your final IIT paper. So believe me, you need to know how to solve these kind of questions well. Okay, we have received one answer as B. What about others? What do you think should be the answer to this question? Okay, beta. 0.25, okay. 0.25, okay. B. ठीक है जी. Let's see this. So in such questions, how can we solve this? So probability of x equal to 2 given y equal to 2 can be written as probability x equal to 2 intersection y equal to 2 upon probability y equal to 2. So beta x2 and y2, which means this one, and probability x is equal to divided by probability y is equal to 2. तो probability y equal to 2 का मतलब हो गया this entire thing, है ना? यहाँ पे y equal to 2 है, तो y equal to का total probability हो गया 0.3 plus 0.1, that means 0.4, and x2 and y2 का probability हो गया बच्चे 0.1. So this is going to be 0.1 divided by 0.4, 1 by 4, 0.25. So the correct answer to this question, all students who have given this answer is correct. The right answer to this question will be 0.25. Correct. ठीक है बेटा. Come to question number 3. Next question. So you are given, assume that the duration in minutes of telephone conversation is given to you as exponential distribution. Right, beta? और exponential distribution में आपका जो function दिया हुआ है आपको, it is e to the power minus x by 5 divided by 5. Find the probability that conversation will exceed 5 minutes. Right, beta? Options are 1 by e, 1 minus 1 by e, 1 by e square, 1 minus 1 by e square. Take your time, try to do this question. Everyone, please post your answers in the comment section. ठीक है जी. So it says you are given duration in minutes. It follows a exponential distribution. You are given the probability function and you have to find probability that conversation exceeds 5 minutes. Take your time. Try to do this question. Post your answers in the comment section. We are now starting with question number 3. Try to solve it. Anyone who could solve it? बहुत ही सिंपल क्वेश्चन है बेटा. Should I do it? Give me A, B, C, D. कुछ तो बताओ. What should be the answer to this question? Anjana, Keshav, Siddharth, Harsh, anyone? Okay. Tanushri says B, Siddharth says A. Okay, let's see, bacha. So, just think about it. See, first of all, you are given that we need to find out the probability that it exceeds 5 minutes. मतलब मुझे probability निकालना है, probability that it exceeds 5. X exceeds 5. ठीक है? So it means that I need to find out the probability that it is between 5 to infinity. क्योंकि it exceeds 5 minutes. पूछ रहे what is the probability that conversation exceeds 5 minutes? So it means I have to find the probability between 5 to infinity. तो मतलब जो भी हमारा probability distribution function, whatever function is given to me, I need to go ahead and I need to integrate this function between 5 to infinity, right? Because I want to find the probability that it is between 5 to infinity, more than 5 hai na? So when I will go ahead and I will integrate this function, I will get e to the power minus x by 5, right? And upon minus 1 by 5 and integrated between 5 to infinity. Clear हुआ बात? So this is going to be minus 5 by 5 e to the power minus x by 5 between 5 to infinity. So this is going to be minus 1 by e to the power x by 5 between infinity to 5. Right? So when you will solve this, you will get the answer as 0 minus 1 by e. That means 1 by e. So the correct answer to this question will be 1 by e. More than 5 पूछा गया है. So when the question is asking you more than 5, you need to go ahead and you need to integrate this function from 5 to infinity. Or 5 to infinity में integrate करके, I am getting the answer as 1 by e. So all the students who have answered it as 1 by e, that is the correct answer to this question. Okay, beta, let us go to question number 4. Question likho beta. The variance of failure time of an electric motor is 1600 hour square. Variance दिया हुआ है and it follows exponential distribution. Right, beta? You need to give me expected failure time. In hours. You need to give me expected failure time in hours. You are given the variance already. Option A, 40. Option B, 80. Option C, 800. Option D, 1600. Please take your time. Try to answer this question. So now I am starting with question number 4. I will accept answers for question number 4. Beta question padho. You are given the variance of failure time of motor is 1600 hours and it follows exponential distribution. You have to give me expected failure time. Please try to do this question. Okay. B. Anyone else who wants to take a guess? What answer should be there for question number 4? Anyone? Okay. A. So we have received B and A as the answer. Beta, it says that you are following an exponential distribution. So variance of this will be 1 by lambda square. This is given to you as 1600. Beta, mean of exponential distribution is 1 by lambda. आपको 1 by lambda square दिया हुआ है 1600. You're given 1 by lambda square as 1600. So beta, 1 by lambda whole square is 1600. It means that 1 by lambda is under root of 1600. It means it will be 40. It will be 40. So the correct answer to question number 4 will be A. Okay? So students have answered it A. That is the correct answer to this question. Am I clear with it? Everyone? Okay. So students who are saying A is the correct answer to the question. But question number 5. Let's start. So you are given that the mean time between successive telephone call arriving randomly at switchboard is 30 seconds. You're given mean time between successive telephone calls arriving randomly at switchboard is 30 seconds. What is the probability that the time between successive telephone calls will be less than 15 seconds? Please take it. And again, it follows an exponential distribution. Right? So you need to go ahead and tell me what is the probability. It's a NAT question. You are given that the mean time between successive telephone calls arriving randomly at a switchboard is 30 seconds. What is the probability that between two successive calls, the time will be less than 15 seconds? It's a NAT question. Please try to solve this question. Tell me the answer to this question. I'll wait. I'll see if anyone can answer this. So for such questions, you need to go ahead and you need to just apply the exponential distribution formula directly. It is not very difficult. Anyone who is able to solve this as of now? Anyone who can tell the answer to this question? Let me give you a hint that, yes, ideally, okay, this is an important thing that you mentioned here, beta. Ideally, in the final exam, if it is a NAT question, please don't answer in terms of E. The answer will always be in terms of the value, right? So you need to plug the value of E and then give the final answer. It should always be in terms of the in terms of number. That should be always the case. So you already know here that the distribution of this is this lambda e to the power minus x into, you already know that this distribution looks like this. इसी distribution में you need to just go ahead and you need to plug the value. You already know the mean value. You already know that 1 by lambda is given to you as 30 seconds. The mean is given to you as 30 seconds. And you also know that it is asking what is the probability that it is less than 15 seconds. So सिर्फ formula में डाल दो and get the answer. The only thing that you have to remember in this case is that because it is a NAT question, you must be well aware that whenever you will write the answer, it will be in numbers. Usko please numbers में रखना, only then the answer will make sense, right? So I hope all of you are aware about the value of E. Just plug the value of E at 2.718 and then get the answer to this question, right? Anyone who could solve it? Anyone who can give me the answer to this question now? So your exponential distribution says lambda e to the power minus lambda x. 30 e to the power minus, so lambda is 1 by 30. So 1 by 30 e to the power x by 30. And you need to find out probability x is less than 15. So integrate this function from 0 to 15. I am leaving this to you and get the answer to this question. Right, beta? Okay, I will now move on to question number 6. Let me just give you some MCQ questions so that it is easier for you to answer. If fx is a normal distribution and you are given that mean is 8 and you are given that standard deviation is 1, you need to tell me value of fx for x is equal to 10. I am giving you 4 options: 0.05, 0.14, 0.25, and 0.73. I give you 5 minutes to solve this question. You are given the value of, you need to find out the value of the function. You are given that the standard deviation is 1. You are given that the value of the function is to be found when x is 10. And you are given that the mean is 8. Just find out the PDF. Just find out the probability density value at x is equal to 8. I am giving you 5 minutes. Just try to do this question yourself. Please post the answer in the comment section. How will you go about doing this? Let me give you a hint. Use the formula that fx is equal to 1 by 2 pi under root e to the power minus x minus mu whole square by standard deviation. Now just use this formula and tell me what the answer should be. Will it be A, B, C or D? What do you think should be the answer to this question? Anyone? Tanushri, massive voice. Mehranshi, Siddharth, anyone who can answer question number 6? Keshav, Anjana. What do you think would be the answer to this question? Okay, let's go ahead and try this. So I will just plug in, instead of x, I need to simply plug in the value of 10. इस पूरे question का difficult part was to remember this function of normal distribution. Now it is very simple. 1 by 2 pi under root e to the power minus 10 minus 8 whole square by 2. So this is going to be 1 by 2 pi under root e to the power minus 2. And when you will solve this, you will be given calculator in exam. When you will solve this, you will get the answer as 0.054. So the correct answer to this question can be approximately A. It can be approximately A. ठीक है बेटा. Question, next question. Question number 7. So you are given that x is a random variable and it follows a normal distribution. You are given that the mean of x is +1 and the variance is given to you as 4. Y is also given to you as random normal variable and its mean is given to you as -1 and its variance is unknown. Right? You are given that probability x less than equal to -1 is equal to probability y greater than equal to 2. You need to give the standard deviation of y. I am giving you some options to it. 3, 2, √2 and 1. Please solve this question. Tell me what the answer to this question should be. Question number 7. What do you think should be the answer to question number 7? This kind of question will definitely be asked in your IIT exam. So you have to go ahead and prepare yourself accordingly. Take a minute, take 2-3 minutes, not more than that, and try to solve this question. Anyone? बेटा स्पीड बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है एग्जाम में कि स्पीड आए. 60 questions have to be solved, so you need speed in solving these questions. For X variable, you are given both the information. Mean is 1, variance is 4. For Y variable, it says mean is 1, variance is not known. And you are given probability X less than equal to -1 is equal to probability Y greater than equal to 2. आपको निकालना है standard deviation of Y. Please post your answers in the comment section. What should be the answer to this question? I am giving you a hint. Try to solve. Very good, Anvesha. Good. So Anvesha says it is A. Very good. Okay. Let us try to go ahead and try to see how can we solve this kind of question. To solve this kind of question, we need to convert them into standard normal variable. सिर्फ तब ये question solve हो सकते हैं बच्चों. So what can I do? It is given to me. Please see the question again. It says probability of X less than equal to -1 is equal to probability of Y greater than equal to 2. I will convert this in standard normal variable. So subtract mean, divide by standard deviation. 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 Beta, this will be probability Z. ये Z बन गया है अब. Less than equal to -1. Mean का value for X is given at 1. The variance of X is given to me as 4. So its standard deviation will be 2 is equal to probability. Again, this has become a Z variable. So Z greater than equal to 2. Mean of Y is given to me at -1. So I will plug mean of Y at -1. And standard deviation of Y I don't know. So I have got probability Z less than equal to -1 is equal to probability Z greater than equal to 3 standard deviation of Y. But it says that it is a standard normal variable. It is a standard normal distribution. So if it is a standard normal distribution, we know that it is a symmetric distribution. एक standard normal distribution एक symmetric distribution होती है. So probability of Z less than equal to -1 should be equal to probability of Z greater than equal to 1. This and this should be equal, beta. So instead of this, can't I just write probability of Z greater than equal to 1 is equal to probability of Z greater than equal to 3 by sigma pi. Sigma. Now I can easily compare. This is Z greater than equal to something, Z greater than equal to something, and I have an equal to sign in between. So I can say that these two will be equal to each other. So 1 is equal to 3 by this. It means that the standard deviation of Y will be 3. All the students who have answered it as 3, the answer to this question is correct. Answer is 3. You can only solve this question by converting this into a standard normal variable. Only then you can get the answer to this. Okay, beta. Let me go to the next question. Question number 8. So let's write down the question. So you are said that there are two independent variables. X and Y. And they are uniformly distributed. And the interval given to you is -1 to 1. So they are uniformly distributed between -1 to 1. You need to tell me the probability that max of xy is less than equal to half. Options are 3 by 4, 9 by 16, 1 by 4, and 2 by 3. Please try to answer question number 8. Take 5-10 minutes. Try to answer it. Just see if you can answer question number 8. Anyone who can tell me what should be the answer to this question? So such kind of questions, again, very, very common in IIT exam. Find the probability that max of xy. Okay, so you are saying answer should be B. Find the probability that max of xy is less than equal to half. I'll wait for another minute and then I will tell the solution to this question. Okay, very good, beta. You are absolutely correct. The answer to this question should be B. Let us try to see how can we solve this question. So we want that the max of xy, it should be less than half. I need to find the probability that the max of xy is less than half. If I want maximum to be less than half, दो नंबर का maximum half से कम हो, मतलब वो दोनों ही नंबर half से कम होने चाहिए. Both of them should be less than half. So the max can be less than half only when I see that x is also less than half and I see that y is also less than half. This means that because they are independent random variable, ये मुझे बोल रहे हैं x and y are independent random variable. So x less than half and y less than half, it means that I have x less than half and probability y less than half. A intersection B will be A into B because they are independent variables. They are independent random variables, right? Now, beta, next information that I will use is that they are uniformly distributed between -1 to 1. So we know that the probability density function, when they are uniformly distributed, is 1 upon B minus A. So 1 upon B is 1, A is -1, so it will be half. So now I want x to be less than half. So x less than half का क्या मतलब हो गया? The minimum value can be 1 ना? So x will be between 1 minus 1 to half. This means whenever you have to find this thing, how do you do it? You can use x minus a upon b minus a. So x हो गया that I want it to be less than half. So I will use x to be half. A is the minimum point. X is uniformly distributed between -1 to 1. So the minimum point is -1. B is 1. A is -1. So I will get this as 3 by 2 by 2. That means 3 by 4. So probability x less than half आ गया 3 by 4. They are symmetric. Y और x तो same तरीके का distribution follow करते हैं. So x less than half is 3 by 4. Y less than half is 3 by 4. So I will get the answer as 9 by 16. So all students who said that the answer is B, That is the correct answer. Answer will be B. Correct. Yes. Okay, beta. Let me go to question number 9 for all of you. Please write down the question. So the question says that X is uniformly distributed between 0 and 1. You need to find the expected value of X cube. And the options are 0, 1 by 8, 1 by 4, and 1 by 2. I am giving you some time. Try to find the expected value of X cube. Give me the answer to question number 9. Question number 9. Try to answer. I'm giving you a minute. Okay, you are saying C. What about others? Okay, C. So I believe everyone is going with answer C. And C is in fact the correct answer. Correct. Answer is C. So how can we go ahead and solve this question? It says X is uniformly distributed between 0 and 1. So the probability density of X is going to be 1 upon B minus A. It means it will be 1 upon 1 minus 0. It means it will be 1. Whenever you have to find the expected value of something, you will say that into fx dx from 0 to 1. So what will you go ahead and get? You will get x cube into 1 dx from 0 to 1. So beta, this will give you x to the power 4 by 4 from 0 to 1. That means 1 by 4. So the correct answer to this question should be 1 by 4. All students who have said 1 by 4 is actually the correct answer. Okay, beta. Next question. Question number 10. So it says that there is a problem is given to 3 students whose chances of solving are 1 by 2, 1 by 3, and 1 by 4. Find the probability that problem will be solved. And your options are A, 1 by 4, B, 1 by 2, C, 3 by 4, D, 7 by 12. So you need to answer the probability that it would be solved. We start with question number 10. Question number 10. Try to answer this question. Okay, you are saying answer should be C. What about others? C. So, beta, in such cases, when they ask you what is the probability question will be solved, you will say कि ये तो बहुत सारे cases होते हैं that A will solve and B and C will not solve, B will solve, A and C will not solve, या A and B will solve, या all three will be solved. So in such cases, the best way to deal with such kind of question is probability that question will be solved. It will be 1 minus probability question will not be solved. And when will question be not solved? When none of them will be able to solve it. So 1 minus probability, none will solve. That means 1 minus probability A didn't solve it, B didn't solve it, C didn't solve it. Because these are independent. मेरे solve करने से आपको कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. These are independent probabilities. So I can simply multiply them together. So this is going to be 1 minus A didn't solve. So A solved, the probability is given to me as half. Probability A solved is half. So probability A didn't solve will be 1 minus half. That means half. So I can just put half here. Probability B solved. Probability B solved is 1 by 3. So probability B didn't solve will be 1 minus 1 by 3, 2 by 3. Probability C solved. This is given to me as 1 by 4. So probability C didn't solve. This will be 3 by 4. So cancel, cancel. So 1 minus 1 by 4, answer will be 3 by 4. All students who have said answer is 3 by 4, correct. Answer will be 3 by 4. Okay, beta. Question number 11. A random variable is uniformly distributed over the interval 2 to 10. Its variance will be A, 16 by 3, B, 6, C, 256 by 9, D, 36. You need to tell me answer to question number 11. Okay, just try to do this question. Very simple. You are already given that it is uniformly distributed. You need to tell the probability that you need to find the variance of this uniform distribution. Okay, you are saying answer should be A. Okay, A. Okay, very good. Okay, good. 16 by 3. Right. So the correct answer to this question is correct. It should be A. It will be 16 by 3. So beta, this is a uniform distribution. And we know that for variables that are uniformly distributed, variance is B minus A whole square divided by 12. So B is the upper limit, A is the lower limit, whole square divided by 12. So this is going to be simply 8 square divided by 12. So 64 by 12. So this is going to give me 16 by 3 as the answer. So the correct answer to this question will be A. Absolutely correct. Okay. Now, the next question for you is the following. Question number 12. This says x1, x2, and x3 are independent and identically distributed. And they have uniform distribution between 0 to 1. Right? Very interesting and easy question. I will give you as a NAT question. I will not give option. Let me check how many can answer. Give the probability that x1 is largest. Tell me the probability that x1 is the largest. Question number 12. I will keep it as an NAT. Tell the probability x1 is the largest. Anyone? Anyone who can do it. It's very simple question actually. Very, very simple. What is the probability x1 is the largest? Beta, x1, x2, x3 are independently and identically distributed. They're independent, they're identical. Any of them can be the largest. There are three numbers. We don't know which will be the largest. Any one of them will have equal chance of being the largest. This entire question is very given to just confuse you. Ye pura information, right? So simply we can say that probability that x1 will be the largest is 1 by 3. There are three numbers. They are independent. They are identical. Any one of them can be the largest. So koi bhi ek largest ho sakta hai out of the three. So each one of them have 1/3 probability of being the largest. That is the answer to this question. Okay. It will be 1 by 3. No calculation required, nothing required. Just to confuse you, this question is given. Okay, beta. Question number 13. The probability function value at x is equal to 3 for a Poisson distribution with mean 2 is option A 0.12, option B 0.18, option C 0.24, option D 0.30. The probability function value at x is equal to 3 for a Poisson distribution with mean 2 will be. I give you a minute, try to answer this question. So I am asking you question number 13 now. Try to answer it. Question number 13. Anyone? Very, very simple. Okay, you're saying answer should be B. That is in fact the correct option. So the Poisson distribution says that the probability is what? E to the power minus lambda, lambda to the power x by x factorial. So this is going to be e to the power minus 2, 2 to the power 3 by 3 factorial. So when you solve this, you will get the answer as 0.18. So it is the correct answer. Correct. Okay, beta. Question number 14. It says there is a random variable x and it satisfies Poisson distribution and mean value given to you is 2. You need to find the probability that x is greater than equal to 2 and you are given options 2 e to the power minus 2, b 1 minus 2 e to the power minus 2, c 3 e to the power minus 2, d 1 minus 3 e to the power minus 2. Find the probability that x is greater than equal to 2. Question number 14. Just try to solve this question. What is the probability x will be more than 2? Question number 14. Okay, you are saying B, one is saying D. Okay. Anyone else? We have more answers for B and less answers for D. Okay. Beta, the correct answer to this question is D. D is the correct answer to this question. So question is asking what is the probability that x is greater than equal to 2? It means it is probability x as 2 plus probability x as 3, so on and so forth. End tak karte raho. So, beta, we know this is equal to 1 minus probability x less than 2. ऐसे भी कर सकते हो इसको, right? Up to you. Whether you solve it that way or this way. Let me solve it in this way only. So, x equal to 2 means what? What? क्या है Poisson distribution का formula? E to the power minus lambda, lambda to the power x by x factorial. And you are given mean is 2. तो पहले केस में हो जाएगा e to the power minus 2, 2 to the power 2 by 2 factorial plus e to the power minus 2, 2 to the power 3 by 3 factorial plus e to the power minus 2, 2 to the power 4 by 4 factorial and so on and so forth. If I take e to the power minus 2 common, I will get 2 to the power 2 by 2 factorial plus 2 to the power 3 by 3 factorial plus 2 to the power 4 by 4 factorial and so on. ऐसे आ जाएगा मेरे पास. Make sense? Now, I can go ahead and I can apply a very small trick. जरूरी नहीं है, but मैं ये trick apply करके अपने question को easily solve कर सकती हूँ. What is the trick, बेटा? I will say this is e to the power minus 2 and I will rewrite this thing. कैसे? I will add and subtract 3 from it. तो minus 3 plus 3 plus 2 square upon 2 factorial, 2 cube upon 3 factorial, 2 to the power 4 by 4 factorial and so on. And इसको मैं open up कर लूंगी. So I will get 2 to the power 0 by 0 factorial. क्योंकि 3 can be written as 1 plus 2 ना. And 1 is nothing but 2 to the power 0 by 0 factorial. 2 is nothing but 2 to the power 1 by 1 factorial. Then I will have 2 to the power 2 by 2 factorial. 2 to the power 3 by 3 factorial and so on. और यहाँ पे मेरे पास है -3. This entire thing is nothing but the expansion of e square. So I will get this. This is nothing but the expansion of e square. तो यहाँ से मेरे पास आ जाएगा -3 into e to the power -2 plus e square into e to the power -2. So -3 into this plus 1. 1 minus 3 e to the power -2. Right? So the correct answer to this question is D. All students who have marked D, that is the correct answer. Okay, beta. Now we will go and move on to question number 15. Pata nahi why, I don't know how you got the answer as B, but the answer will be D, huh? Okay. Next question. Question number 15. Please write it down. So you are given that the number of NEPs in a carded web follows Poisson distribution with mean 100 per meter square. The probability that there is no NEP in an area of 645 centimeters square is option number A, e to the power -6.45. Option number B, e to the power 6.45. Option number C, e to the power -645. Option number D, e to the power 645. I am just reading the question again. The number of NEPs in carded web follow Poisson distribution, mean is 100 per meter square. The probability that there is no NEP, एक भी NEP नहीं है, in an area of 645 centimeter square will be. centimeter square दिया है यहाँ पर और mean meter square में दिया है. Now try to solve this question. Okay, so we are starting with question number 15. Poll has been started for question number 15. Please try to do this. No answer yet. I am waiting for the answer. Make sure that you see यहाँ पे बेटा सेंटीमीटर स्क्वायर है और यहाँ पे मीटर स्क्वायर है. इस चीज को थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखते हुए इस क्वेश्चन को सॉल्व करेंगे. Okay, I am getting answers as A and C. Let's see. More in favor of A. Okay, A. Okay, so everyone who is answering it as A, it is the correct answer. Answer is A. बेटा पहली बात ही ये है कि we need to convert it in the same measure. यही मैं आपको बार बार बोल रही हूँ. थोड़ा सा एग्जाम में इन चीजों का ध्यान देना बहुत जरूरी है. We are given this in meter square and we are given this in centimeter square. So this thing needs to be considered. तो मैं मीटर स्क्वायर को सेंटीमीटर स्क्वायर में या वाइसा वर्सा पहले कन्वर्ट करूंगी. आफ्टर आई कन्वर्ट इट ओनली देन आई विल गो अहेड एंड आई विल सॉल्व द क्वेश्चन. ठीक है. So 645 centimeter square needs to be converted in the same measure, right? So we can go ahead and say that the Poisson, देखो पहले तो ये बोल रहा है नो नेप, तो Poisson distribution का फॉर्मूला हो जाता है we have lambda to the power x e to the power minus lambda upon x factorial. So I know that when I want no nep, x will be 0. So it will be e to the power minus lambda into lambda to the power 0 upon 0 factorial. अब हमें बस ये जानना है कि lambda होगा क्या? What will be lambda? Right? We want to go ahead and we want to know what will be lambda. In order to go ahead and in order to understand this thing, note that you are given that the number of neps in carded web follow a Poisson distribution with mean 100 per meter square. What is the probability that there is no nep in the area of 645 meter square? So it is 100 per meter square and we need to have for 645 centimeter square. So convert kar do beta. This will be 645 into 100 divided by 10 to the power 4. Right? You are converting it in terms of the same unit. So this is going to be 645 into 1 by 100, 6.45. So यहाँ पर the answer I will be getting, it will be e to the power minus 6.45 into 1 by 1, e to the power minus 6.45. So all students answering it as A is the correct answer. सही है. Units का conversion आना चाहिए और बहुत ही जरूरी है. Question number 16. Okay. The mean and variance of binomial distribution is given to you as 6 and 2 respectively. The probability of 2 failures is option number A, 4 2 by 3 to the power 7. Option number B, 4 2 square divided by 3 to the power 7. Option number C, 17 2 by 3 to the power 7. Option number D, 17 2 square divided by 3 to the power 7. Which is the correct answer in this question? Question number 16. Try to think about it. The poll has been started. Go ahead and answer in the poll for question number 16. Okay, I've started receiving answer as C. Anyone else? B and C. Okay, anyone else? More of C. ठीक है जी. Okay. Anyone else who would like to give this question a try? Question number 16. A. Okay. Okay. I am receiving B as very, very less. More of A and more of C. The correct answer to this question is okay. It should be A, I think. Let me solve this. You are given that the mean is 6. So mean is nothing but NP. NP is given as 6. You are given that the variance is 2. So variance is nothing but NPQ. NPQ is 2. So if I just divide NPQ divided by NP, I will get 2 by 6. That means I will get Q. That means the probability of failure is 1 by 3. So it means the probability of success, because P plus Q is 1, will give me 2 by 3. So beta NP is 6. N into 2 by 3 is 6. N will be 6 into 3 by 2. That means 9. Now I need exactly 2 failures. That means I need 7 successes. 2 failure matlab 7 success. So I need to find the probability that X is 7. So out of 9, I need 7 into probability of success to the power 7, probability of failure to the power 2. So this will give me 9 factorial, 7 factorial, 2 factorial, 2 by 3 to the power 7 into 1 by 9. This will give me 9 into 8 into 7 factorial by 7 factorial into 9 into 2 by 7, 2 by 3 to the power 7. Okay. So I will get this as 8 into 2 by 3 to the power 7. Right? Did I miss out any of the... Oh, I have a 2 factorial here, na? So divided by 2. So 4 into 2 by 3 to the power 7. So this is our option number A. So all the students who marked answer as A is the correct answer. A is correct. Okay. Okay, beta. I think I will go ahead and end today's session here. And I hope that these questions were useful to you. And best of luck for your upcoming IIT paper. Okay, beta. Thank you.